I mean, it's, why are you wearing the mask? It can't protect you against anything. Oh, I know. And then they continue to wear the mask. How does that happen?
Well, I live pretty much by the golden rule.
Yep.
So
it's because they're not sure. They're not really sure, so they do it anyways.
Well, the mask, the mask for many people is a ritualistic ceremony about conformity. It's not about the Rona or germs.
Exactly right.
Bro, can you define the golden rule for our listeners?
Merle or me? Well, there's two ways.
Always give extra cheese when you give somebody a pizza.
It's
either or. It's cool. I just want him to know to what he's referring.
There's two ways to define it. The apophatic way, don't do to others what you don't want them to do to you. And the cataphatic way, which is do to others what you want them to do to you. So it depends which one strikes you hardest. But they both mean the same. One's just in the negative.
Yeah.
The other's in the positive. And sometimes you need to use the apophatic because people are so used to hearing the other one, they don't actually hear it. They don't actually know what it means. I mean, they don't connect.
Yeah, and American language is kind of backwards too,
Yeah, I think, I don't know what they've done. They've got the entire world in a bloody trance. And I'm banging my head.
We speak Babel.
Yeah.
And our people perish for lack of knowledge, brother.
Yeah. But what I'm struggling with is can you blame them for what they've been made? I mean, when you make a person, when you mind control.
Not really.
No, I don't think so.
Well,
no, because they were born into the system. Hold up, and it's the sins of the father, and our God is wrathful and vengeful, and He will multiply the sins by generation. Now, is that a law of God or a law of nature? It's that if you teach your kids to be good, whatever you teach your children, and those of us who are parents, we know they're going to expend it in an inverse rate. It's going to be exponential, it's going to grow, and it's going to come back greater. So it's just a law of nature. It's just the way it is. If we make our kids evil and dirty, 5 generations from now, they're going to be 10 times dirty. If we make them good, they'll do even greater things in 10 generations. So it's perspective. But to me, it's a law of nature.
This principle of natural law principle called correspondence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where are we up to on that? Are we 50% of the world are moral and 50% unmoral, or which side of the lane? Well,
I'd say they're winning. I would say it's like 70-30, if not 75-25.
Yeah, it feels like 75-25, but it's a dynamic, right? It is a dynamic. But I don't know where the equilibrium is going to come in there somewhere.
And listen, the guy earlier that said math is universal, and another guy said math is of God. When you apply it to this topic, it becomes all so real. How you can equate the growth of things, and a heliocentrist would call it evolution, when it's just an exponential function of whatever you give will return to you exponentially.
I want to interrupt. First of all, I want to say I've been talking this whole time, and I thought you guys were being rude, but I was on mute. You guys said that it was 70-30 or 75-25. I think that's what they want you to think, but think about it like this. You wouldn't have to lie to the American people to get them to go to war if they were evil, right? You could just say, hey guys, the dollar's fading, our purchasing power is running out, and we need to go kill a whole bunch of people so that we can install a World Bank over there, right? And we need to do it quick because people are trading outside of the petrodollar. That's what they would tell us, right? And people would be like, My latte. Not my
Yeah.
latte.
Uh,
You can't
yeah.
take my latte. Kill him. Right? But the fact that you have to trick them into doing these dastardly deeds shows their underlying goodness. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, so if we didn't place it on evil and good, if we just placed the 75-25 on the people who actually know their natural authority and natural law versus the people who could give a shit less, it would be 75-25. Maybe not good and evil. Maybe we can't equate to the loss of knowledge of natural state and natural authority equals evil, right? Because there are good people who are just ignorant of their natural authorities, their natural position, their natural place in this communal environment where we are, where all things belong to all men of one race.
Have you guys seen the Godfather movie?
Yep.
And
I was just
remember
gonna.
remember when the Black Hand
Yeah.
is, and then all these people, all these Italians in New York are cowering because of this one man. And along comes Vito Corleone and puts a bullet in him.
Yeah, that's the Alberini family.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the way people behaved in the face of this guy threatening violence on everything, and you see how they behave today, I didn't find much difference.
So I gotta ask you. So do you think that the people who rule this world operate under universal law, natural law, or God's law, and that they feel the righteous people because they didn't take from you your natural authority? They got you to submit it and give it away, and then become unaware of it. So do you think they really work under that premise? I do, and
Well,
I
if
actually
you-
have evidence.
Dave,
but
Dave, if you don't mind, like when it comes to taking responsibility or accepting it, I've spoken to my family and my elders, and they had no idea of what they were born into. In this,
in the corporate
Just-
name,
well, just
you know, the
this-
Illuminati has corporate name, right? And I really wasn't done there yet, but
well,
there's so many different agencies that work under this principle that run under corporate names and corporate identities that people think are conspiracies, but when you see their name written in a legal corporate manner, you can't deny them.
see
Would you agree with that?
all this stuff is outside of my experience. See, I know I'm sovereign. I know I have a connection to the divine. I know I'm damned as well. And my decision is not to procreate or breed in this God-forsaken realm. And then I end the cycle. If more men and women chose that, the human species will end. It's a thought worth having.
But you think that's the will of the Creator? Didn't He say, "Be fruitful and multiply, and subdue the earth"? You're not subduing it; you're giving
I never
in.
heard the Creator say that to me.
You just have to look around and see what nature's doing.
Oh,
Nature
that
is about-
argument.
Nature is about life and living.
Never.
No,
You never
life's,
heard the
life's
Creator
about making
say that.
life's about making wise
hold up.
decisions and choosing your own path and
Do you
finding
believe
your
in
own
the
way,
creation speaks
regardless
for the
of what
Creator's will?
people on Discord rumpusing you as you find your coherency and walk that
I
fine
mean, do you
line.
believe that? I can't believe. You
It's
can't-
called
you
rude
almost-
Americana. Up too late on the internet.
Listen, you believe in natural law, right? We can look at nature and see the law of the Creator and the will of the Creator thereof. You believe that?
It doesn't require belief. It just exists.
I know, but within this law, and we can observe that a law of nature is procreation. Can we not?
Exactly. Absolutely.
Why would you?
Procreation natural?
Why would you
Is-
want to bring an innocent soul to a realm like this?
I'm not.
We need.
Because we're not losers.
Listen,
No,
It's all
answer
about
the
what
question.
You put into your
Why
children.
would you
One
want to
man can make a
subject an
difference.
innocent
Don't let them
soul
tell you one
to a
game.
realm like this?
Because we're
You
not
have
losers.
to, because
It's just
What do you mean you're not losers? So
It's
you're
not a
winners.
yes or no answer.
We're not losers.
Oh
So
my
you're
god,
winners.
I can't answer when I'm being cut off. Listen, yes, your child might be the one that changes it all and enlightens everybody. You'll never know if you don't procreate. Procreation is a part of nature.
exactly.
It's because we have cars.
So a sin is a crime against nature. When you do not procreate, you go against nature, and in my opinion, it's a misdemeanor or a crime against nature.
It's a
I couldn't
crime
give a
against the
fuck about
Creator.
that.
It's a crime against the Creator.
Says who?
Worse. You just have to go into nature and have a look.
It is.
So all the men,
I agree.
all the men who don't breed, they're
But
sinning.
remember, I've been having this conversation since I was 5 years old.
It's a ridiculous
Look.
concept.
If you can have babies, it's your duty. And the reason is
I've just watched a movie about
Hang on,
a
Mel.
family.
Hang on. Mel,
No,
hang
but
on.
I've just watched a movie about a family who was banished to the wilderness. They couldn't grow corn. The whole family dies, and the daughter goes into the woods to become a witch. So don't give me the spiel about
What's that
nature
got to
and
do with this?
what's righteous and all the rest of it. This is witchcraft.
What kind of a logical fallacy is that? I'm sure it's
Because
one of them.
you never talk
Anecdotal.
about the supernatural in here. You never talk about
That's
the
a
dark
doc-
side.
You can't take
Doctrinal
the
belief,
natural and
not so.
spiritual.
Witchcraft is a doctrinal belief.
Witchcraft is real.
Are you a flat earther?
You can't separate the spiritual and the living.
Only in your doctrine.
I've witnessed it.
Tell us about that.
I've seen
You
heroin.
define it
I've
by the
seen
words of your
heroin
doctrine.
take hold of friends of mine and make them do things they wouldn't ordinarily
That's
do.
called addiction.
Right. I've seen people lose their jobs
It's not witchcraft.
and not know what to do with themselves, and then get caught
I've
up
seen
in.
people sell their
crime.
wives for drugs, bro. It's still not witchcraft.
Yeah, and this is
read,
off to-
I
this
read
is
in the
off topic
newspaper
as
a
well.
crackhead in Detroit.
It's not off
was
topic.
married to a woman for
Yes, it
30
is.
years.
You guys,
They
you
were
guys
so
are
crack together.
preaching.
She ate the
You
last
guys are
crack
preaching
bar.
a false doctrine. So I'm giving you
no,
real
You're the one that's trying to say that every man should just stop having children.
Listen,
That's
and
stupid.
we're not Listen, hold up, Elijah.
I'm
I wanna cover
challenging how full
Because
of shit
you're
people are in
trying-
modern era.
Li- No, what you're trying to do is make everybody bow to your doctrine because you're so
No.
prideful. You think
No.
you know the only way to heaven. It was taught to you by a man who's taught his interpretation for hundreds of
No.
years, and you accepted his doctrine,
No.
his opinion of Scripture. You don't even have your own original opinion.
I don't need a false doctrine. I don't need
If
a
you
holy
do,
book.
well, demonstrate that by living outside only by your doctrine can your doctrine false. It's
Already am. Already do.
false.
Alright, so did you-
It's faulty
okay.
logic.
Okay, so you're saying you're not going to have children and you gave your reasoning for it, which I think
Right,
is kind of
right.
BS. But how about this? Are you still going to have sex?
You can't have children without sex, can you?
Good question, actually, because they're related.
Uh,
Yes,
Answer the
Sex
question.
without
no, that's a
procreating
simple answer.
is
Pride comes before
homosexuality.
the fall. Does not even in your doctrine.
Let the man answer the question. Are you still going to have sex?
In all doctrines.
There's a lot of
Sex
weird
without
shit.
procreation with a woman is homosexuality. How?
why do homos
yeah,
have
but
sex?
that still doesn't answer the question. Are you
So
still going to
when
have sex?
when you have sex with a woman and you don't have a baby, is that
It always
homosexual?
ends up like
You're not answering the
So-
question. My
so
question
what-
is to you, the
So-
man, you the human being.
Yeah.
Are you going to not have sex anymore?
If I choose hedonism,
You're
what
not answering the
business is it of
question.
yours?
Why aren't you answering the question?
It's none of your business.
Too much traffic.
So if it's none of my business, why are you here?
I have every right to be here, and I don't have to answer any of your questions, or I don't answer to any of you. You can just relax.
Why are you even talking to us?
you're hearing by
How do you
Relax
invite.
expect
with
to
your
have a
judgment.
discourse if you're not even going to engage?
Because I'm the one challenging you. You're not going to challenge me on anything.
Well, listen,
You can't.
David.
You're
Yeah,
incapable.
because you can't answer the question.
That is pride right there. I'm sorry, but you
No, you're
demonstrated what
incapable.
standpoint point
You're
you come
mumbo
from with
jumbo.
that exact statement.
You
right?
flat
You can't
earthers.
answer the question. You're saying that you're not going to have children, yet you won't answer the question: are you going to have sex or not? Because the only way that would be acceptable to say that I'm not going to have children, in my opinion, would be
Allow
to
me-
cut
No, I
is
didn't
to
say
cut
anything. I
off
gotta
your
get
block
that.
off.
Allow me to allow me to defend my position without judging you.
35. It's those
What the fuck is
fucking.
going on? One second.
Illinois.
One second. I'm
Bro.
going to just mute everyone a moment. What the fuck is going on?
Is that the pot calling the pedal black? A flat earther?
just-
That's your
I'm
flat
quick-
earther.
yeah, I'm basically
No, I'm
being
not
mumbo
interested
jumbo
and
too then,
judged.
because you're a flat earther,
Right.
By that
Yeah.
logic.
Yeah. Can everyone hear me? Can people hear me?
So
Yeah, I can hear you, Crypto.
Yeah.
I'm being rumpus.
You're
and
also a
judged
heretic.
in a room
So
I
full
can
of
now,
flat
bro.
What the fuck is going on in the live stream? General question.
I am being
Is it-
judged and mocked
Is this
and
the fashion
shunned
takeover?
by my brothers who call themselves
What's up?
flat earthers.
So
The
whatever,
judgmental of the internet, the flat earthers, the woke.
yeah. Anyway, I mean, I can only roll my eyes so much. Maybe you guys want to move this to another channel.
Yeah, you're not allowed to speak about.
Bro,
you know,
I
real
didn't
human
judge you. I
affairs.
just said you're condemning us by your doctrine. That's it. That's not.
Keep breeding. Keep bringing children into a godforsaken world. Well done, winners. Woohoo!
Let's
Who-
not insist.
Who said he forsook
let's not go
his
there.
world? I mean,
This
how
dude
many
just went to a black
nonsense
pill buffet.
assertions are you
There's no
talking about?
offense, but
You
I think
guys
it's-
like
So
all about God.
you're
right?
calling-
All
You're
about
calling
God.
the you're
And I
crying
think
you're crying wolf. You're
you
crying
should
wolf, and you're
follow-
making
all
false
about
false
God.
assertions.
Crypto.
You're talking nonsense.
You
I
guys are
think
all
maybe
about God, though.
Crypto should repeat what he said, and you should follow his advice.
You guys are woke, judgmental, woke weaklings.
I mean, this
Cool-
is just a
cool story, bro.
passive-aggressive
Show me
nonsense,
me
like-
the curve.
Yeah. So let's move on. Let's move on. So another
Bro,
subject.
you can
Any subject.
stop with the fucking insults at any fucking minute, dude, or you can get with your fucking implications. I'm the only woke motherfucker here. You choose.
I want to hear what the old guy had to say.
Which one?
The old guy who couldn't catch the cough.
Oh, I think that's Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, what did you want to hear about?
You were talking
How
about
you should
Hermes.
bring children here into the world and how
God.
Shut up.
guide them and teach them the ways
Shut
of the
up.
woke ways. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, some people really
Ah.
hate natural law.
Hey, see, there you
apparently.
go.
So
From
you were talking
inside, it
about
comes out.
natural law.
Who the hell is that?
Should we-
So I get the
yeah, should
right
we hear from-
person.
Should we hear from D Dave? Maybe everyone else can stop talking.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I thought D Dave
Anyone?
asked a question and then not allowed to answer it. So that seemed a bit weird to me.
How do you know I'm the old guy? I'm only 74.
So
Well,
someone
no
asked you a
offense,
question, my guy. Do you remember the question, or do you want them to restate it?
Oh, I'm not sure what question he's asking.
Can you tell us more about natural law? Because I'm really
the way
curious.
the way I understand it is that the natural laws don't need to be discovered, because if you transgress them, there are consequences. So you learn them because they are immutable and they're forever. There's nothing you can do to stop them in existing. Now, from what I understand, there are laws that govern the physical world, laws that govern the spiritual world. And of course, the ones that the laws that govern the physical world, like, you know, gas behavior and different things like that, vacuums and so on and so forth. And then you've got the spiritual laws, which have to do with how humans behave amongst each other and what are the consequences. So normally, if I understand correctly, the spiritual law of transgressions are when you harm another living soul. And that definition of harm is the property theft. You're either stealing a person's possessions, you're transgressing on their lair, you're raping them, or you're damaging their physical well-being or something. So you've got those things can be scientifically proven. Just try it on someone and see what the consequences are. Go up and knock a GI in the face and King hit someone.
Are
and
you
you'll
sleeping
see
it out?
the consequences. So you can learn about natural law by the consequences you get.
One second, Dave. I don't mean to interrupt. It's just that this guy's hot micing. Ginger Liquor, can you mute yourself, please?
You're going to do it?
Or can someone mute him? Yeah. Carry on, Dave.
Easily done, yeah. Carry
So I guess we don't. I guess that's why you have something called the Golden Rule, because it pretty much covers everything, but it seems to have lost its potency. Because we can.
So, how did it feel, Dave, hearing a young middle-aged man say that he didn't want to breed? How did that make you feel? Did you feel judged?
It's contra natura.
Mm-hmm.
You do not go against nature without consequences. If you want to know how nature works, go and live in it. Like an Aboriginal or one of these beautiful people that are so connected to nature in harmony with everything it does.
So,
the back of their hand.
Are you saying I don't have free will?
You can look. You misunderstand. You have free will to do what the hell you like.
Do I?
But you do not have the free will to do what you like without consequences.
Do I misunderstand though?
So can I get in here, because I feel like
let that sink
So,
into your
look
head.
how triggered he
Let
is.
it sink
Look how
in-
triggered he
Let
is.
it sink into your heart.
He's not.
yeah. So anyway,
What the fuck he's saying before you
So
interrupt him?
easy to trigger this dude, man.
yeah. So anyway, can I just go ahead?
I
And
can't
say,
stand
I'd
it.
like to draw a distinction.
Shit, dude.
I'd like to draw a distinction between individuals and groups. Right. This seems to get lost in all these debates every single time. I don't know why. It seems really obvious to me. Like, consequences for the individual and consequences for the group can be manifested and can be reaped in completely different ways, right? So, and in fact, Merlin, you actually said this earlier, something I agree with you on. If the entire group stops having children, the group stops existing, right? If the individual chooses not to have children, then he won't exist, but the group will continue, obviously. So I treat this in the same way as I treat like vegans. If you don't want to eat meat, fine, I'll have 2 steaks. You don't have kids, fine, I'll have 2 kids. You know, that's how I see it.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Crypto.
Well, the groups don't exist, you know. It's like forests don't exist.
No, groups absolutely exist.
Groups exist because they're composed of individuals.
For sure.
Forests exist. It's a mental construct. We don't live in a mental construct. We live in reality.
Yeah, I know. And to
forest-
deny the existence of groups is to deny something fundamental to humanity and to nature.
It's not a question of denying or not denying whether groups exist. Groups is a mental construct. Now, what's in the mind is not reality. It's a construct.
So,
What is real is the individual. So you've got a pod of whales, you've got a pride of lions, you've got all these group terms that we use
okay.
to say what a lot of these people are. If I said to you, look at that group of a mob of cattle, how many individual cattle are there in a mob?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but let me ask you a question. How do you know then? How can you group them as cattle if groups don't exist?
No, I didn't say they don't exist.
You just said that.
I said they only exist in the imagination. It's like outer space, right?
But anything that's understood by humans is socially understood. It's called a social construct, right? Or, as you said, a mental construct, which I think is the same in this case anyway. Of course, humans need to understand things socially in order to understand and communicate those ideas, right? But there is a biological underpinning that makes cattle cattle and dolphins dolphins. And this is objective. This isn't my opinion.
I must have learned.
This topic has a way of triggering men, so much so that they don't act like men no more.
Well, I think somebody here
It's
just
gotten
really
old.
hates natural law.
Yeah, it's gotten old for me. So just because you disagree with the topic don't mean we won't cover it. When you get banned for not staying civil, don't cry to me, cry to the admin. Can you get on, man? Because I'm done even trying to interrupt it or keep people civil. I'll just...
Like, I really think that didn't have anything to do with having kids. I really think he didn't want anybody teaching natural law. That's what I think.
Who was that guy? What was his name?
Are you speaking about me, Hank?
Are you the anti-kid person?
I'm the anti-kid person now.
Oh, it's Merlin.
Wow. All of a sudden, it's become an
I have a
anti-kid
question
person.
for Merlin.
No, he's the guy teaching
That's
natural
really
law. He's not
interesting.
the guy against. He's not the one calling other people heretics because they don't agree with the doctrine or what they're saying doesn't adhere to their doctrine. I don't live in a reality where all my beliefs and my knowledge adhere to some man's doctrine.
So, I mean,
my
how
path
do you?
to heaven is my individual responsibility, not yours.
How many people do you think are on the earth right now?
No clue.
7.7.
Think it's going to matter if I don't knock someone up?
No.
That wasn't what you were talking about, though.
You don't even know what I was talking about. You all got triggered and judged me and jumped right in.
No, that's
Merlin.
you get it. That's you. That's
I
you
think
doing
that's
the
on your
victim
head.
card. That's like
Now,
female behavior
Crypto
101.
got it. He was the only one who spoke the truth and the sense. You guys didn't. You got triggered.
I never judged you. I never said you're going to burn or anything like that. I don't know what you're talking about.
But I'm the anti-kid guy all of a sudden.
You're not
You were
pro
the one
children,
asking us.
apparently.
You were the one asking us why we would bring kids into the children into the world.
Man, that doesn't even address what was said. It's an appeal to emotion.
I'm kind of understand. He's accusing us of being
Address
triggered. but
points, not people. Debates go much better that way.
I don't know, I just don't get it. See, I think we're here to be tried by fire, right? I think you can't make gold without a little heat, can't make diamonds without a little pressure. And I think whatever happens to us here on Earth, right, It's to build a better man or a better woman. I think that what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. And I think it's all a fucking test. If you go around serving yourself, in my opinion, you're a Satanist. If you go around serving mankind, then, in my opinion, you're on the side of God or good. However you want to look at it.
So if I was to let you know that I've spent the past 3 days in an emergency room with my mum who has the onset of dementia, what say you now?
I'll pray for you, brother.
About what? You
And if
want
I'm
my emotions
looking,
to dictate my,
if I'm
my
looking
belief
at
or my
mortality and what my decisions are as a human being, and when I look at the realm and the
you
levels,
being muted, that wasn't
people are
censorship. That was me refusing to fight over people, and again, and again.
But I'm one of the people who stepped forward and showed face from Australia many years ago.
In your
Stuck
opinion,
their
yeah.
neck out. No, not in my opinion. I've had the others bow to me too. Beyond the Imaginary Curve in Scotland, Phuket Word, the people who are really out there, being honest, not monetizing. I was one of those people. Show some respect.
So you're demanding respect now.
Hank, I got a quote for you, Hank.
Go for it, bro.
The captain must face the storm to prove his mastery.
Or go around it to prove his agility.
Exactly. And that's why we're tested, to make us more powerful for doing so.
Yeah, I really think this is the testing ground, so I don't think this is the final destination. This is an interview process where the creator goes, I don't know if you're cool or not. Let's give it 100 cycles. Right? Maybe 120 tops. We'll see by then if you're cool. Right? If you're cool enough to hang out for eternity. That's what I think is going on.
Well, I sure as fuck found that out in the Amazon jungle in 2009.
You found out if you're cool or not?
Yep. Went through the eye of the needle.
I don't even know what that is.
That means that's where you get your balls tested. When you walk in the psychedelic realm called ayahuasca.
Oh, you mean DMT.
And you get to see what it's all about.
Yeah, I did DMT once.
Dude, I didn't need to take any drugs to figure out that the Earth was created and that it's flat. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so you obviously know what it's all about, right?
I never claimed that. And for you to say that you know what it's all about, so all knowledge, that's just laughable. Because if that were the case, that's the implication of those words. You have to, especially in a room like this, you have to be careful with what you say.
Every time I hear white.
No, you're just assuming again.
About Native American.
No, it's called
spirituality.
No, see, I wasn't.
Are you Occidental? Hold up, the dude talking about ayahuasca. Are you an Occidental or a Native? Is it part of your religion? You know, when you go on a vision quest on ayahuasca, you're not seeking Yahweh, right? The Great Spirit is not Yahweh. Not by Native American religion. Chiwana-Tonka. That's witchcraft in its own right.
I was just adding to what Hank Hill said. which it is a test, and you are being assessed.
Yeah, I'm just.
And if you don't realize that, you're bunked.
And how does one
G.
realize
That's
it
witchcraft.
in your perspective?
You're seeking your spirit guide and
I
a
knew I
vision
wasn't-
quest with him,
I-
or her, or it, whatever your spirit guide may be.
I knew when I did DMT that I wasn't searching for Yahweh. But I knew it was spiritual. And
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Hey.
I had a oneness with the stars. And at that time I believed they were quintillions of miles away. And once I had the oneness with the stars and it began to wear off, I realized that I got a glimpse like into the spirit realm. Just not even a glimpse, maybe like a reflection of a glimpse. Right? And then I realized that like we're all connected. Like everything's all connected. Like even the most farthest star, it's like a part of me and I'm a part of it. And once you realize that we're symbiotic and it's
I
not
think you're.
Go ahead.
We are symbiotic. The web of life has many strands.
Yeah.
Amen.
We're symbiotic and it's not a race like racing against someone else. It's that, you know,
No.
if the black man does good, the white man does good. If the brown man does good, the red man does good. Like we all come up together.
Yeah, mankind doesn't make. Yeah, we say it like this. Mankind doesn't make up the entirety. What we do to the web, we also do to ourselves. All things are connected.
It's kind of like a musical scale. If you take out any of the notes, it doesn't work.
I think it's more like music. Like it's all everything is vibration, frequency. It's all. That's why I dig music so much. Because it's like the true universal language. Like fuck mathematics.
It
Most
encodes
people don't even like. Most people don't even like math.
harmony.
Right, but when you got a drummer who's doing like multiple time signatures, like Kashmir, right? Led Zeppelin. He was playing 4/4 and they were playing 3/4 on the guitars. So every 12th measure it lined up, right?
John Bottom.
Dun 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 dun. Like everybody feels that. Like it doesn't matter if you're in India or if you're a Native American. Like everybody can.
Sound is one of those weird things that you can't see, but you know it's there.
Actually, I'm a synesthete where I can see sound, but only when I'm in that twilight zone, like right before you fall asleep and you're not quite dreaming, but you're still like a partly awake. If someone scares me awake, several times I've asked my wife, did someone just take a picture of me? And she's like, no. The cat knocked something off the shelf. Nobody took a picture of you. And I'm like, are you sure? She's like, yeah, I've been sitting here this whole time. You're falling asleep. Nobody took a picture of you, but I can see sound.
I can dream when I'm awake. I guess that makes me weird.
No, that means you got a good, healthy imagination. Possibly a healthy pineal gland, third eye.
Right before I go to sleep, I start dreaming, and I'm just chilling out, dreaming, drifting while I'm still awake. But in that sleep zone, sleep state where I'm about to go to sleep.
The other night I was having a nightmare, and I woke up just for a second, and I stashed a whole bunch of military weaponry in my trunk in my dream, right? Because I was scared. So I hacked my dream and then didn't have any more nightmares after that, because you're not scared of shit when you're packing, right? That's a true story, by the way.
It is following the curvature because the axis of the gyro is.
Somebody's YouTube is
Jimbo.
Copyright strike for 24/7 Discord, Jimbo. Come on, bro.
We started talking about objective and subjective reality. I don't know if that went anywhere.
Depends who you ask.
Yeah, you said subjective, which surprised the crap out of me, bro.
I'm all about subjective because it depends on your interpretation.
Alright, so are you a man?
I would say yes, but shit, I've been called different things.
Well, that's subjective, isn't it?
Yes.
No, you're a man, bro. You're a man.
So probably when it's like 1 + 1 is 2, that's one thing, but then there's other things that are gray areas, so that becomes your subjective when it comes to gray area, right?
No, 1 + 1 is always 2. And I've tried real hard to figure out how to make it not 2. And the only way that I was able to do that is go out on a far-fetched limb, right, and kind of lose touch with reality. But I've tried to make 1 + 1 = 3, something to do with a baby or something. But no, 1 + 1 is 2.
Okay, but I saw the movie Lucy, and she explained that 1 + 1 is always 1. And it made sense at the time. I saw it.
Luciferian's got some splaining to do.
May have been a mind trick, but it had me going there with the Lucy. Remember that movie? The heroin drug dealers, Koreans.
Oh yeah, with the blonde girl.
Yeah, she assimilated that blue stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she started turning into, I don't know, energy.
So the people who invented the idea of God, were they being objective or subjective?
Subjective.
That's faulty premise.
So man has an idea of God. Why doesn't God just reveal itself to every man, woman, and child?
I think he has. He's put his fingerprint on creation. When you go outside, there's berries, pecans, squirrels, deer, pigs, lettuce, just growing out there in the wild. And there's so many plants that we don't know about. Yeah, because we're not in touch with nature. We're civilized, right? We don't know about all the different things that we can eat.
Hank, do you know the verse in Romans that says,
Romans 1.
I don't want to mess it up. Can you say it?
I don't know it by heart, but I'm not convinced man made up a creator. I'm pretty convinced that the creator has shown himself to man, and if you go outside, you can see it.
So, the creator lives through a man.
So there were scribes around once, but they're not around anymore.
Yeah, they're scribes. We just call them PhD in theology.
like in a time like this, don't you think it would be wise for God to start making contact with some prophets?
What do you mean, time like this?
He's already sent the prophets.
Well, it's pretty dark times.
How is that? You got food every corner. You got everything you need. You don't gotta really work hard. There's no wars. Nobody
Yeah,
gets raped and pillaged.
There's no wars. That's a little bit naive.
It's cycles, bro. Hard men make good times, and good times make soft men, and soft men make hard times, and hard times make hard men, and hard men make soft times.
So going and standing in a field with a gun makes you hard.
No, that's not what I said.
Or standing in a trench and digging a trench with your friends, and then you kill each other, that makes you hard.
No, that makes you a murderer, and a treasonous one at that.
Well, that's what happened to our grandparents.
Well, all I know is that the Maui, I think in New Zealand, like kicked the British's ass in their trenches. So, good on them. Maori? I don't know how to say that word.
Yeah, you said it right. Maori. I mean, you know, they've told everybody it's a globe. It's not. They've told everybody it's 2021. How do you know?
It's not.
You know, there's some pretty heavy spells going on. That's what I'm talking about with the witchcraft stuff. I'm not saying we're all evil. I'm just saying the situation's pretty
I'll
hectic.
agree with you. I'll agree with you. It's a spiritual deception. Yes.
Yeah, it's really 2018. It's really 2018. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. It's 2018. It's not 2021.
I don't know what to say about that, Hank. 3 years off.
Yeah, seriously. They looked back with Stellarium or some kind of star program, and they saw that the 3 planets lined up 3 years before the year 0. Or the year 1, sorry. That's confusing too, right? The year 1. So the year of the birth of our Lord wasn't 1, it was 3 BC. So we're off by 3 years. Because the new star in the sky wasn't actually a new star. It was 3 planets that were so close together, the only way you'd be able to see the 3 distinct planets is if you had 20/20 vision. That's a story I've heard. I don't know if it's true, and I cannot cite myself.
Oh yeah, well, what happened in the Dark Ages?
Did that 1,000 years really exist, or did they just add the I, and the I turned into a 1? I don't know what happened during the Dark Ages, but to think that everyone forgot how to read and write. I hated school, but the idea of being able to pass information non-verbally, that is a very nice technology. I wouldn't want to get rid of that.
The technology is called deception.
No, it's called written language. That's some good stuff. To be able to pass a message on thousands of years into the future, that's pretty cool. Because think about it, when you read the Bible, right, like the book of Job, you're reading a text message from like 4,000, 5,000 years ago, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
And when you read the Pentateuch, it's, what, 3,500 years ago? Is that right?
I've got a friend in New Zealand, and he reads it avidly. He takes it literally. I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but like he was just talking about certain locations that are mentioned, and he's looked into these. Like, I think he's been to some as well. And I know a couple of people who've been to, like, say, Jerusalem and had an experience. And it's like, do you think? Because I've heard different sort of ideas to, like, it's sort of like a moral lesson, but it can be much deeper than that for people. You know, then there's, like, what do they call them? Theologians that, you know, they study it. So you don't have to answer. I'm just interested though, like, kind of.
Okay. The 66 books of the Bible to me is like an onion. As your understanding grows, the amount of layers that you can uncover grow. So when you read it again, you have more understanding because you've grown as a person, gained more worldly knowledge. And because you gain more worldly knowledge, you can understand the spiritual thing. And some of it is symbolic, some of it is metaphors, but the book tells you when it's a metaphor, like Christ spake a parable, right? Luke 19, and Yeshua spake a parable on the way to Jerusalem. A parable is a story to send, like, a message. The parable doesn't necessarily have to be true. It's like a metaphor, right? So that is not to be taken literally, like the parable of the vineyard, right? It's obviously it's about him and the prophets, and they killed him so that they could take his inheritance. But it's like this. If you have a understanding that it's only allegory, then hopefully you can read it and gain some morals and understand the golden rule about do unto others as you have them do unto you. But if you take it literal, right, and you take the 10 Commandments as, if you love God, you won't break the first 4 commandments, and if you love your neighbor, you won't break the last 6. And then Jesus came along and said, it's not about, you know, not killing your neighbor, but I say go even further. Don't even hate your neighbor. And that is a protective hedge, right? Like Job had his protective hedge because Satan said, I cannot touch him because of all that you've given him, right? And then Satan destroyed everything that Job had, and then he could finally touch him. Well, that not hating your brother is the protective hedge, because if you won't even allow hate into your heart for a second, are you likely to pull the trigger? Are you likely to end his life? And if you won't even lust after a woman, are you likely to try to seduce her even though she's married and she belongs to another? If you won't even entertain the thought. So I think it's how deep you want to go with it. That's what I think.
That's how you sin in thought.
Job had his protective hedge. He had his animals to sacrifice, as was the rules of his day. And because he had so, Satan could not touch him. In the same way, if you don't hate your neighbor and lust after his wife, you're untouchable. Because if you don't have hate, what do you got? Love. And love covers a multitude of sin.
Now read Romans, please.
I can't, bro. I have to pull up the scripture. Give me a second. You talking about Romans 1?
Yeah, the proof. Yeah, the proof of the Creator. That's what we want.
All right, I'll read it. Paul, a servant of Christ Jesus, called to be an apostle, set apart of the gospel of God, which he promised beforehand through his prophets and the Holy Scripture, concerning the Son, who was a descendant of David according to the flesh, and was declared to be the Son of God in power, according to the Spirit of holiness, by his resurrection from the dead, Jesus Christ our Lord. Wait, let me find it. I don't know where it's at. Hold on. Okay, verse 20. Or, sorry, verse 19. For what can be known about God is plain to them, because God has shown it to them. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world. In the things that have been made, so they are without excuse. For although they knew God, they did not honor him as God or give thanks to him, but they became futile in their thinking, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Claiming to be wise, they became fools, exchanging the glory of the immortal God for images resembling mortal men, and birds and animals and creeping things. Wait, is this right?
That's right. That was 118.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Like the invisible things, right? You think about what you learned in science class, right? About the platelets stopping you from bleeding out, right? Or the white blood cells to help fight off infections, bacteria. Or the T cells and the helper T cells that help the T cells do whatever it is that T cells do, right? And then you learn about all the intricate parts of human anatomy, right? About how it's all tied together. And it's like, wow, that is, because I look at my body as like a machine, right? Like Arnold said, a cybernetic organism, right? I see that I am like electrical circuits that tie my mind to my brain, to my organs, and to my muscles, and the muscles and the tendons tied to the bone, right? And just the function of walking or speaking is like a miracle within itself, because if there was no God, like picture the desert with nothing in it, right? Just sand, right? Like that's what the world would be to me if there was no God, because gravity doesn't give a fuck if you have anything to eat, right? Gravity doesn't give a fuck if you have anything to drink. Gravity doesn't give a fuck about you or anything that you give a fuck about. But I don't live in the desert, right? I live in East Texas. And the piney forest provides everything I need. Shade, water, food. Enough food, in fact, to feed others. Abundance in food. I had squash fall out of my trash can one time, and a plant grew where my trash can was, and I had to move my trash can so I could let the plant grow, and then we ate the squash. And that's how easy it is. It's just that easy for food to grow. You just gotta give it a little help. Like Fern Gully, help it grow. Am I still on?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I get kicked off every time I start monologuing. But yeah, man, and here, I don't know what you guys live in, right? And I'm not saying this is a special place, because I'm pretty sure you guys live in a similar environment. But I grew up dirt poor, like ate one meal a day poor. So I lived keto for like the first, 16 years of my life, till I got a job. I was pretty much keto every single day. So I went outside foraging blackberries in the forest. Watch out for snakes, and I mean really watch out for snakes. And then pecans. If you throw the football at the tree, it rains pecans. And then if you get like 2 pieces of metal and you tie the 2 tips together like nunchucks, you can crack the pecans really easy. But it's got to be a short wire. And like, I know, like, this place was created. And not only that, right? Not only is all that stuff out there, but there's also females, right? And as a young man, females are amazing. Very interesting creature. Like, infinitely complex. They say no when they mean yes, and they say yes when they mean no, but not all the time. So you got to be careful. And they expect you to be telepathic because they're telepathic. And how do you know that they're telepathic? Because one of them gets a new job. Their period will line up with the girls at work, and they'll have their period on the same day. And then when that girl goes home, her mother at home, her period will line up with her. Without saying a fucking word. Without saying a fucking word. How do they know that? How do they fucking know to do that? They're telepathic, right? I think it's the hair. Honestly, I think it's the long hair. No, it's not aliens. They're telepathic. So because they're telepathic and empathic, they expect you to be, right?
They're telepathic aliens.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No?
Yeah, come on now.
Yeah, but it is what I'm saying.
Creatures from the outside. Ooh. We
But
run
the amazing thing, the amazing thing about females is though they're infinitely complex, we are not. You know, it's 2 or 3 things that drive us forward, right? And once we get one of those things, our drive seems to dwindle with some men, right? But
I have to admit, I don't really buy into any of this stuff. Like, I just think that for me, like, women are just female men. Like, we have similar drives, we have similar passions, we have a different way of achieving it. But I don't think women are that complicated, really. I think a lot of men think that women are mysterious because they're reading way more into their, into their experiences than they actually should be.
well, I analyze shit. That's what I do, and I analyze females because I like females, and they're extremely complex.
Are you sure you're not a female?
Oh, I'm pretty sure. I piss standing up unless I'm really fucking tired.
Some women can do that as well.
No, I can hit targets. I can hit moving targets. I'll put it that way. But yeah, man, females are complex.
I think you've been hanging out with the wrong women, Hank.
Really?
Right? Yeah. They're soft,
Well,
and that's all that matters.
Yeah, they're soft. I'd say if they're not complex and they're easy, and you've been hanging out with the wrong women, I think.
No, I just don't hang out with mindfucks.
Mindfucks.
Whoever that is, I don't care who it is.
Yeah, well, I like my bird. It's a good egg. Yeah, sorry for ranting, but that's just my experience in life.
It's fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be that complicated though, because if they're chicks, right, then you know what chicks do. They just follow the one that looks like he knows what he's doing. So if you know what you're doing, they'll follow you. End of story.
Or if you look like you know what you're doing.
Yeah, obviously. Because they're following. There's a lot of fools out there with many chicks following them.
Yeah. I do think we have this problem in our society, and it's why I always find it very, very strange that you hear these two things and people will say them with no problem at all. On the one hand, they'll treat women like they're some kind of mysterious unicorn, and what should I do? Like they're this mystical creature and being, and then unironically in the next sentence they'll say how mistreated they are and how oppressed they are. And I don't understand how you can hold both of those congruently. Doesn't make sense to me.
There's a lot of doublethink around, like yeah. I see it all the time.
But what really blows my mind is that females can't be that mysterious because everyone had a mother. So if you want to get to know a female, talk to your mum. And if you've got a sister, talk to your sister. And then, maybe get a job. You'll meet some women at work. I don't understand this at all. It's almost like people who have maybe it's like people who have withdrawn from society. They then treat women as like unicorns or something. I don't know, but I don't understand it because I see lots of men every day and I see lots of women every day. And I just, aside from the obvious biological and mental differences, I don't see like what's so unique or special about either, really.
Well, my female's an equal, so she's not really special. She's just, my other half. Well, really no females are special, right?
Hank, you sound depressed, Hank.
No, this is me getting tired. It's late.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not depressed.
No, she's not special, man.
None of them are.
I won't go that far. I think it depends how you define the special, doesn't it? Like, all humans are unique from each other and all the rest, but this is kind of what I was saying to D-Dave earlier. Like, you get groups, don't you? And, you get individuals, and those individuals are special in some way, and then you get groups, and those groups are unique and special in how they are formed as a group, and it is what it is. So I just don't understand the almost semi-deification of females. I don't understand that at all. That is really weird to me.
I don't know about deification, but females are a lot of fun.
Bro, have you ever been on the internet?
No, I quit dating before got into the internet age.
Oh no, I don't mean that. I mean, like, if you go on YouTube and you you go on some, I don't know, any video where people are talking about this kind of thing, yeah, and you'll have people who more or less treat women like they're gods. You can't question anything they say. You can't do anything at all to offend them and all this stuff. And it's just like,
oh no, that's no.
No, but this is no. I'm not. I don't agree with. Maybe you're about to say nobody does that. Lots of people do that, and that's weird.
No, that's not what I was going to say.
Oh no.
Nobody
Okay,
wants
fine.
to be with a person like that.
Oh, for sure. I agree then. But yeah, I mean, that to me is really weird. But it almost seems to be something that came about in this generation. Like, yeah, whatever.
Are you talking about putting them on a pedestal, like those betas? Those betas. I mean, because you have to think society has trained us to think, like a trophy wife, right? Like you want that beauty, to be by your arm, so other guys can be like, oh, he must be a real man because he got, somebody like that.
Oh no, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean at all. Okay. I don't think there's anything wrong at all with admiring beauty. I think that's actually natural. What I'm saying is the idea that like women are beyond reproach, they can do no wrong, you should never question them. These kinds of ideas, these are quite prevalent now.
Yeah, it's rampant actually.
Yeah. So for me, after being married, it's not that you can't question them; it's that you should choose your battles wisely. Because not everything.
Well, this is the thing, though. It's like I hear it even on this server. Like people say stuff like "happy wife, happy life." And it's just like, bro, you're not standing up for yourself at all. Like I used to work with children, and every single time I'd ask a man, like, "What should I do?" At this point or whatever with the children, I would say 95% of the time they would say, "Ask the boss." Ask the boss? Are you fucking serious? Like, but this is all over the place now. Men are like, they've almost accepted that, like, women are in charge, I'm just kind of here, and this isn't an equal partnership, because they've deified their wives. This happens all the time. It's weird.
So earlier when I was talking about, like my life experience and religion and stuff, I was being funny when I said not only all this, there's also females, right? I was trying to be funny. I kind of think you misunderstood.
No, I'm not having to go at you at all, Hank. I'm making a comment on society at large. It's got
Oh,
nothing to
okay,
do
I
with what you
got you.
said.
I got you.
Yeah. Otherwise, I would have said to you, and I would have quoted the exact thing you said.
I got you.
Do you guys not find it weird though? You got these guys running around saying "Ask the boss," like they
Well, who's
like they don't
Edward
have a mind
Bernays?
for. Sorry,
Who's Edward Bernays?
he's a disgusting propagandist.
And did he really give a shit about women's rights?
No, of course not.
But we live in post-Bernays America. Well, you don't, but I do.
Well, I live in post-Bernays Britain, which is no better.
Probably worse.
Probably worse, yeah.
Well, the only thing I know to tell people to do is try to figure that shit out. And if you can't figure it out, find someone wiser than you that's got it a little better figured out. But I don't think that we're supposed to be like worried about toxic masculinity, whatever the fuck that is, or manspreading or mansplaining or anything like that. I think that we're supposed to do what's natural. And what's natural for us, we have 2/3 more upper body strength than women on average. I think we're supposed to take care of the provisions, right? Oh, got the provisions. You know, I got everything we need. I'll take care of that, you know. And if the woman would like to help with the provisions, you know, she can help. Not a big deal. But women are good at nurturing. So she should stick to the nurturing. Not that you can't do a little bit of barbecuing, right? Or pour a little Proxat on a knee scrape. But I think we're just supposed to do what comes natural to us.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, you hear these phrases like feminine side, right? Feminine side. I'm a man. I don't have a feminine side.
Yeah, that's what the wife is for.
But what I'm saying is, if I care for children, that's masculine. That's part of my masculine. There's no feminine side in a man. But it's like they've taken these beautiful qualities and made them exclusively female. That doesn't make any sense. Like men can't care for their children. It's ridiculous. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, there's no male and female when you're talking about right and wrong. So it's right to feed people who are hungry. It's right to comfort people who are hurt. That is irrespective of whether you got a schlong or a hole. And I know that was crude, but I just wanted to be quick.
That was poetic. Come on.
Thanks, Elisha. It's like I've just prepared this beautifully crisp thought room, and he just walks in and takes a massive dump and leaves. Cheers, man.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I dropped out and I didn't know I couldn't reconnect for a while.
Yeah, we can hear now, dude. Go ahead.
No, I thought I was talking to someone, and then I found out that everything was dead. So I'm on a Samsung X Cover Pro, and I get what happens. If when it disconnects, you have to actually go in and remove the current process. Is that right?
Sometimes.
When you get disconnected, I think the best thing to do is trace your steps back to where you were and then rejoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many buttons.
For you, it's going to be. Yeah, for you, it's going to be a Discord app, which is an icon, or it's going to be a web browser. I don't know what you're on, but
I'm on the app.
Okay, so then you just click the 24/7. That's the channel that you want to go to, and then within that channel, there's a bunch of sub channels, and then the live stream is where most of the boys and girls are hanging out.
Yeah,
the big room.
Oh, this is the first experience I had. I thought I disconnected, but then I suddenly noticed that at the very top of the screen there is this little icons of Discord. And I figured it out in the end. Sorry.
It's all right, no worries.
I wasn't being rude. I was just technology challenged.
Well, no, it's not a big deal. We understand it happens, but yeah, I wanted to say that I've always liked old people. Not that you're old, you're young, you're only 70, right? You still got a while, a good long.
Only 70,
What?
74. I've got another 35 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But ever since I was 5 years old, I always liked talking to old people because the things that they know that I don't. And there's so much in your head that I don't know. So I was hoping that you'd, let a golden nugget fall out. So do you have anything wise to teach me before I go to sleep?
Well, unfortunately, I've only got bad news for you. But then again, it's good news in the sense that knowing the truth sets you free. And I didn't realize that this 24/7 Discord is probably the single most important broadcast taking place on plain Earth. This is really, you guys are fantastic. And that's why that's one of the reasons I wanted to see what I can contribute to move things along to. And this is only one of a multitude of deception. You got the germ theory deception. You've got the allopathic medicine deception. You got this virus deception. The list seems to be endless.
Can you tell?
Know.
Sorry,
I think
I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Continue.
Well, I'm just rambling through my mind of what things that I've discovered the last 5 years that I never expected to discover.
I was going to ask you, is there something in your life that has happened that is extreme, that's hard to believe that you could never do it again, that's that you would almost consider it to be somewhat miraculous? Not that that's the word that I would, some people might have a problem with that word, but that, that you would consider to be abnormal or something like that. Is there anything in your life that's...
Well, I came to Australia in 1951, and as a young child, 3-4 years old, and I only spoke Norwegian. So when I went to school, I didn't understand a single bloody word. And, I spent my time in my head and in nature and understanding the world around me. And then gradually I became indoctrinated like the rest of us, but not maybe to the same degree. And I've then been struggling very much the last 15, 20 years with, well, let me tell you what I did. At the age of 40, I decided to start my own business. And in order to start my own business, I had to know what the truth was. So I went through my mind. I said, okay, I need to do an inventory of what I know to be true empirically and an inventory of what I believe to be true. And to my horror, I discovered that what I know empirically to be true, what I've discovered to be true, amounted to very little. And what I believed to be true was, 90%. And I thought, wow, I didn't expect that. But it gave me the confidence to start business, my own company, manufacturing agricultural machinery. And I felt it gave me that robust mind because I knew what was true and I had separated out that which is false. And I think everybody should do this. Everybody should do the inventory of their minds. And because you need to take your ego and shove it deep down in your back pocket and your pride and everything else and just pretend, like, for example, they played golf on the moon, right? Now, did they?
Supposedly.
They tell us they tell us they did, but was I there to witness it? So that went into the it requires my belief. And So that's the sort of thing that you have to do when you're going to make a monumentous decision. You have to have confidence in what you're, and that's served me well since 40. I'm trying to get others to, and I've made a couple of videos on my YouTube channel, 01D Dave. One's called Two Minds, the other one's called Two Worlds. I try and describe in more detail, but I don't think I'm reaching anybody. Well, not yet anyway. What do you think?
Hey, I think you should post your YouTube channel so I could take a look.
Sure, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. They're only 10 minutes long. I don't know what the big deal is.
Tell you what it is. The thing is that you got to put all these hashtags in your video of like the topics that you're talking about and the things that you're mentioning, because when people search, the algorithm only pulls up, what's in your title, unless you add the hashtags down at the bottom. What is it? No, the stuff that people are talking about. What you have to be like a politician on YouTube. You have to put your ear to the ground first to find out what people are talking about and what they're searching about, right?
I'm going back to front.
Can I get a mic check?
1 2 1 2
3 4.
What's happening?
We got a gentleman sharing his YouTube channel with us.
Nice. What is it?
Well, it's about the mind and the world.
Seems like a nice fellow.
Toast.
Well, it's not what we think it is, I mean, we're lost sheep.
You think?
That's a fact.
Well, to varying degrees anyway.
Yeah.
You think we'll ever be found?
I'll tell you where we're lost. We're lost in this world system that's being run by psychopaths. Yeah, I agree with that.
Facts.
But do we blame them or do we blame ourselves for not challenging them?
Well, blame them for starting it, but once you're awake, I've been crying for a revolution for the longest time.
Are you sure revolution is? Are you sure revolution is the key or the solution?
Get these people out of power. If we would just unite.
Now that's
remember in Braveheart? Unite the clans. Unite us. Well, let's unite. Just the everyday man. Unite and throw these puppets off the stage.
It's a great idea.
Who's coming with me?
It sounds insurmountable, though.
The biggest disappointment I had was with this COVID pandemic, watching how people behaved. I mean, have you seen The Seven Samurai?
Oh.
I don't think so.
There's a scene in it. It's a really beautiful movie, very realistic. There's a scene in it where these peasants are cowering to a whole bunch of thugs, or bandits robbing them of their food and everything.
That's us.
Yeah, exactly.
Freaking us. We need to unite. This pandemic thing, this should woke everybody up and realize that the whole world is working together. There's no such thing as countries, just wicked people. And let's overthrow their ass. They're afraid of the normal, everyday people just getting together and waking up and coming after them. That's why they put so much propaganda out day after day after day after day.
Well, okay, think about this. If something has not already come into existence, why?
hasn't been thought of yet?
I don't know. I think this wickedness has been around us for a long time.
Wait, can you repeat the question, please?
Sorry?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. Okay. I'll phrase it in a different way. If something is meant to occur or take place, it would already have taken place if it was going to be that way. If the forces at play were such, God, I'm not explaining this very well, am I?
No, but there has to be a beginning to it.
Right, and if it's a
Someone
plan,
has to start it.
if it's a plan, then there might be a sequence in which the steps need to be carried out. In which case,
Correct.
that step, it might not be time for that step yet, or the previous steps might not have been carried out yet.
Yeah, this is the problem that with all these sort of things is that no one knows the future. No one can tell you what's going to happen tomorrow. Or
Are you sure?
year. I'm pretty sure because, in 1816, apparently Tambora, the volcano near Bali, exploded and put several hundred cubic kilometers of dust shit into the atmosphere, and it took Mother Earth several years, 3 or 4 years, to clean up. And it's interesting, you can read poems in Philadelphia, written in Philadelphia, that go back to those days when they describe what it was like. This is before
1860?
So, anything can happen.
That's about the time of the reset.
Right, the future can be predicted to a certain extent. Like you can predict that in a few years there's going to be another presidential election, but I guess you can't predict natural things. I guess, is that what you meant? Because like human made things we can predict.
The only thing that's real are the natural. The artificial world of man is just one giant lie. Nothing more than a lie. Artificial, real. Lie up. So, problem is that we live in that really wholesome. I mean, can you imagine what would happen if we got it? Now that most people live in cities and not on, what would happen if there was a food shortage?
I'm sorry, I think
about it daily.
I think your microphone seems to be cutting out.
I was saying that we have moved to the city. 100 years ago, most people lived and worked on. Now we've moved to the city, and if there's a shortage of food or distribution problem with food, that could be quite devastating.
Yeah, because everybody's city dwellers now, but not everybody. You have people that still live on, in the country more or less, and.
But we are dependent. We are heavily dependent.
Definitely dependent on that. Absolutely. That's why I want to get into a position like Owen Benjamin's doing. A lot of people are doing it. They're homesteading. But
if you go back a few hundred years, most people were born and died within a radius of 80 kilometers. Because, they had farms, they had animals, so they didn't know what it was to go traveling like we do. They didn't know what it was to go and live in a city. They were bound to the land.
If you would have told them that we would be driving multiple ton machines at 100 miles an hour, they would have looked at you like you're crazy because they had horses.
Well, if you had told a person 100 years ago that in the future we paid money to get exercise in the gym, they would have said, "Don't be absolutely mad. No one would pay money to get exercise.
Just go on the farm and work, and there's your exercise right there, buddy."
Yeah, but the thing is, How do we get back there?
It's not possible.
We have to
be pushed.
There's a lot of people that can't handle city life. When I say a lot, I mean 1 or 2%. I mean,
my son can't stand it.
Yeah, they just can't cope with the pollution. They can't cope with the concrete jungle, and they yearn for life.
That's why I love where I live so much. I'm at the edge of the piney forest.
Not to cut you off, Hank, but listen to this. When I was 15 years old, we were brought, a bunch of kids from Brooklyn, maybe about 6 of us, were brought to a farm upstate New York to help this guy who got his hand caught in one of the farming machines where he couldn't work. So we went to this farm to help. It was the best time of my life.
Yeah.
Stood there for 2 weeks. I can't even explain it to you. That's how much fun we had. No booze, no drugs, no nothing. Just getting up 4 o'clock in the morning, milking cows, drinking milk right from the cows.
Isn't that tasty?
That's the life.
It's unbelievable. It was going into this big silver, I guess, I don't even know what it's called, but it was scooping right in there and drinking it. Just doing the things that we had to do. We had to load up a flatbed truck with hay, digging out insulin to feed the animals or whatever. Just farming, and we had a ball.
I did some of that when I was younger.
And you sleep well because you're physically tired.
Everybody wiped out by 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
It was crazy, but it was fun. I mean, it was great.
You got all your vitamin D, you got all your exercise, you got your hormones pumping. Yes, sir.
But if you do stay up late and you're out there in the middle of nowhere and you stay up real late, like in the middle of the night, and you
see beautiful things.
The things you see in the sky are amazing.
Oh yeah. No doubt about it.
I think we're going to end up back there, but I think it's going to be a while.
I don't know. I unless people unite, I mean, it's got to be a point where people realize that you're being held in poverty for a reason. It's a prison.
I think it's too late, dude. I really do.
Scarcity is manufactured.
I hate to be a pessimist, but I think it's too late.
Never too late.
Too late.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right, dude.
I really believe that this flat Earth awakening is causing a lot of people to wake up and see through the bullcrap that they're pushing.
Everybody needs to realize we got to go back to the land to grow our food, because with these
or the ocean, catch our food out of the ocean. That's what God made. That's why the Earth is 70% water, the surface of the Earth, and there's so much life in the ocean. It's because it's there to feed us. It's there to. There's all the food we ever need is in the ocean.
Do we know it's 70% ocean? That's what I'm saying.
Right, until we pollute the whole thing. Until we pollute the whole thing and ruin it all.
How do we know it's 70% water?
Good point.
Yeah, I'm assuming that there's more water. But I mean, we have to reevaluate everything now, don't we?
Flat Earth dude said there should be multiple Hawaiis. Not just one. He said there should be so many island states out in the Pacific. Because if the Pacific is the Ring of Fire, doesn't the Ring of Fire create islands?
Yes,
when volcano eruptions happen? And if this place has been spinning for 4.54 billion years like they say that it is, we should have multiple Hawaiis.
Yeah, but we know that's bullshit. We're not spinning.
But we do, though. We do have multiple Hawaiis. They're just not called Hawaii. There are a bunch of islands out there.
So I was going to say, have we explored everything? Has mankind put their foot on every part of land?
There's shipping lanes and, air traffic Right, we don't fly over the whole globe. If you look at that GIF that I'm fixing to post.
What?
The whole the whole.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What the
I'm
hell's
tired.
going on here?
Hey, guys, relax.
Get back to
Sorry.
fire.
Look, I'm slipping. I'm tired. I was thinking of the GIF when I said it. Let me show you the GIF.
Well, we know that's the biggest lie, the globe. So now where do we go from here?
Yeah, but I get how he could make that slip up. We get fed so much stuff every day that it just it gets burned into your brain. You just automatically just
So that's what I was thinking about when I said the word globe. Okay. I posted the GIF. That's what I was thinking of when I said that word. So yeah, I mean.
Oh, I've seen that. This website. That website. What is it? Flight Radar. The 24-hour. Dude, that is insane. That is absolutely insane.
That's the Flight Radar.
Yeah, you can go to the website and watch it in real time, and you can click on every single one of those airplanes. You can click on it, and it'll tell you what airplane it is and where it's going.
Are you kidding me?
And notice that none of them are going from like South America to Africa, or from Africa straight over to Australia, or from Australia over to South America. They're all flying north and south to get to those.
Huh.
Yeah. Did you ever look at it while the pandemic was happening, like in the middle of the pandemic? There were still airplanes in the sky. There was far less than this, but they were still flying. They were all over the place.
I took my wife to Denver, Colorado once I saw how cheap the plane tickets were, and I didn't even know about CV axle joints 19 until I went to Denver. I don't watch the news.
I check in with it to see the bull crap. Like right now in America, they're pushing this racial narrative. I think it's going to be a crazy summer. I live upstate New York, so I'm kind of out of the city. But yeah, they're pushing this narrative that cops are just gunning down people of color.
That's such crap.
That's not what the statistics say, because
that's not what anything says. Look at this whole incident. Even if it's true, we don't know if it's true, but if it is true what they're showing from Ohio, where these girls were having a fight and one girl was getting ready to stab another girl, that cop's job is to protect that civilian.
Exactly.
The only way you can do it is shoot it. You hear these stupid people saying, "Well, I'd shoot a warning shot." Where are you going to shoot it? Shoot it up the air? Where's the bullet going to go?
Well,
by then, behind the ear.
By the time you get that warning shot off, she's already stabbed that girl 2 or 3 times.
Besides that, it's dumb. You're putting somebody else. So the person that's stabbing the other person is going to commit a murder, at least. At least attempted murder. That makes you a criminal. So you're going to shoot a bullet in the air to protect the criminal?
All right, here's the deal.
A chance of hitting a civilian? Makes no sense.
The Supreme Court ruled that it's not the police's job to protect the civilian. It's our job to protect ourselves, right? But the thing about it is the cop has sworn an oath to the Constitution, and the Constitution says that we're supposed to have a right trial by jury, right? And all these other rights, no cruel and unnecessary punishment. But the cop has a split second to make a decision, right?
Right.
So he has qualified immunity. And this qualified immunity isn't the problem. The problem is it's being used as blanket impunity, which means that when a cop does something wrong, he often gets a paid vacation, right, and nothing else happens. So this is what's causing a problem, right? The problem is that it should have to be something they qualify for. So if a cop knowingly violates your rights, let's say he sticks his hands in your pockets, right, without probable cause, and searches you, then you should be able to sue him and get his jet ski or his motorcycle or whatever, right? But if it's a life or death situation where a girl's got a knife, right, I got to stop her. Well, how do you stop a girl with a knife? Well, you can get real close to her and dance with her and hope you don't get your eyes poked out.
Exactly. Yeah, split second.
Or you
But
can.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Those cops were called. They were called to that scene. They didn't just show up there on their own. They were called and they went to do,
protect and serve.
Right. I'm sure there's a lot of politics that goes with it. And I'm not pro-police. Believe me, I'm not. But I mean, come on, let's stop being stupid now. It just doesn't add up to what they're pushing.
You're pro-police when they're saving your life. I guarantee it.
Exactly. I mean, I want to call them if I need them. This is ridiculous. I'm saying I'm not just... I don't know what the hell I'm saying, but all I know is that it's not what they're saying it is. That's a bunch of shit. They're trying to start a race revolution here, where they could just go into any city they want and take over and loot and...
It's the media, dude. The media is doing it.
Yeah, it's media driven, that's for sure.
And they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, that should be like a huge warning sign for anybody, because everybody knows that guy in the background going, "Ooh, what you gonna do about it?" Like, he should be the first to get his ass beat, right?
Absolutely.
He's the instigator. Well, I don't know, but I believe we're in for a long, hot summer. And my wife set up with her sister to take a road trip, to Tennessee, through some states towards Tennessee. And there's one stop I'm not really thrilled about making. That's in Baltimore.
Yeah, I'd probably get your gas in a couple of towns before Baltimore.
Like, really? Baltimore? In the middle of the summer? But do you know in the 1950s it was very lucrative in Baltimore?
Sure was. They had all those auto manufacturers and stuff out there. Then
Until the liberals took over.
Right.
Now it's poverty stricken.
Who else is excited about QE's presentation today at 2 p.m.?
Oh, he's on today live?
Yeah, Saturday, right? Today Saturday?
Today? So it's a ball buster today.
Is today Saturday?
Today's Saturday.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Today is Saturday, so 2 p.m.
Yeah, he's going over that mountain that everybody's been arguing over. But the problem is that they cropped out the photo.
Yeah.
So he's going over the part that they cropped out.
I'll tell you the truth, I'm tired of it. We've been discussing it on Flat Earth Debate for the last 3 days. I'm tired of it. Finally, I said,
where do you go to debate?
What's that?
Where do you debate at?
On Nathan Oakley. Flat Earth Debate.
Oh, okay. I got you. Sorry.
I finally said, is it safe to say that any picture that they bring us is taken on a flat earth and they're never going to prove a sphere? Finally, Nathan was like, yes, that's correct. So then what the hell are we talking about here? I don't care what you show me. The earth is obviously observably and measurably flat. You cannot have these large bodies of water.
And motionless.
Yeah, motionless. Absolutely.
What about that launch, that space shuttle, or that spaceship launch that they did yesterday? Like what? Like
I don't even know that. Well, my wife mentioned something about it.
SpaceX launched 4 dudes into
you ever seen
International Space Station?
You ever seen a missile take off?
Yes.
Like, from a ship.
Yep.
It's like, right?
Oh, yeah. And it's gone.
Yeah. So when you see the rockets take off, it's like, is this like half speed?
Well, it had 9 Merlin engines on it, and with a combined thrust of over 1 million pounds of thrust.
Listen,
how fast did that?
Yeah, Merlin is a magician, right?
Right.
Yeah, he's the one tricking the kid and Art. What is it? The sword and the stone. He was the guy tricking the little kid. Yeah, Archimedes.
Yeah. Or wait, no,
Archimedes.
That wasn't the name, was it?
Yeah, he was the guy screaming Archimedes, and he was the guy tricking the kid. Remember, he was brainwashing the kid.
Right.
That rocket's gonna level off and go straight and land somewhere in the ocean. They ain't no when that.
They did. They showed it landing They showed the first stage landing. Yeah, it landed on a drone ship in the ocean.
Why are you on the fence, alien robot?
Because of things like that space launch yesterday. They showed some.
Where did they show you it landed?
On a drone ship in the ocean.
Can you pull up the video so I can look at it?
A drone ship in the
Because I always see the shit like behind the trees. They're like, oh, we put the camera in this really good spot behind the trees.
So how is that proving a sphere Earth? I don't get you.
Oh, I didn't say it proved anything. I just thought it was interesting.
They're gonna do that. Listen, it's just an elaborate fireworks show, NASA. Come on.
It just goes into my my Rolodex of details.
We know that you can't have gas pressure out of container. We know that the sky can't be what they're telling us it is. Like, I don't get it.
I mean, there are things that like Universe Sandbox 2, different simulated simulations that are intriguing. Whenever you do the math, it kind of starts to add up.
Math is not reality.
Oh, math is one of the only realities.
No, math is not reality.
Okay, so math is reality. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Take one down, pass it around. How many bottles are left?
There's depends on what you did with that one bottle. I mean, if you took it down and passed it around, then it's not gone. It's just being passed.
Show me -4 apples.
Right, but how many beers are actually on my wall? But the math worked out, but the beer's not on the wall. Right, I told you a mathematical story that was false, but because you thought it worked out mathematically, you thought it was true. Now tell me, how much mass does the sun have? You Google it if you have to.
Yeah, I'll
Google it. Yeah, tell me how much mass the sun has.
Math is not reality. You can't give me -4 apples. Don't tell me you could owe it to me. We're not talking about accounting here.
It's 1.989 times 10 to the 30th, which is a lot.
How do you weigh yourself, like as a man?
Get on a scale and just read the readout. And depending on what kind of scale. But
how do you think
who weighed the sun?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't think they weighed the sun exactly.
Exactly. That's what he's trying to say. It's not reality.
Right.
They can never.
Right. So they calculated it, right?
Right.
So let's say that you're one of those guys at the circus and you guess the weight of people, right? You got two girls in front of you. One of the girls worked out in high school, but got fat afterwards. The other girl didn't work out in high school, and she's fat. How are you going to know which one has the muscle density under the fat suit? And how are you going to determine how much she weighs if you don't know that about her, that she worked out in high school?
Yeah, I'm not actually.
Right. So, do you know about spectroscopy, where if you burn copper, it glows a certain color, right? And certain elements give off certain colors.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you know that's in a closed system. It's in a vacuum, right? They're looking at these elements, right, inside of a closed system to make sure. Yeah, to make sure that, there's not any other elements getting in the way. How do you remove the helium and the hydrogen from the upper atmosphere and the heliosphere to make sure that it doesn't interfere with the stellar spectroscopy so you can see what the sun is made out of? Because normally you would take a piece of it and take it to the lab and see what it's made out of, right?
Right. Well,
You
if you put your measurement equipment above that layer, like if you put it in orbit or whatever is up there,
orbit.
If you put it up there, then it will be beyond those. It won't have those obstacles in the way, and then you'll be able to get better measurements. I mean, I'm just guessing.
No. The stellar spectroscopy is done on the surface of the Earth, and it goes through all the layers of the atmosphere, including the atmosphere that goes all the way out to the moon, according to Space.com 2019. And then it goes through the heliosphere.
Get one thing clear. There's no such thing as atmosphere. Air does not go into a ball. It's just a word we're using.
Atmos.
Just say air.
Air.
They indoctrinated us with these atmosphere and. all this other nonsense.
But why do bubbles? Why are they round? Whenever you're blowing bubbles, why do they become like a
Who
little?
gives a shit?
Okay.
Because the shortest distance around is a sphere. It wouldn't be a square. It wouldn't be a triangle.
I'm saying, why are raindrops oval? Does that mean
The thing I'm trying to illustrate to you, the old timer that was in here a few minutes ago said that when he was 40, he weighed out what he knows and what he believes, and he was found wanting. He didn't know much. At the age of 40 years old, I'm almost 40, by the way. I don't know much of anything. I don't know what the sun is, how much it weighs. I don't even know where it's at, because it turns out there's this thing called refraction, and you're looking at the apparent size and the apparent location of the sun. The only thing I know for certain is that the sun heats the earth, and it makes a circuit once roughly every 24 hours. Other than that, I don't know much. And to
What
be honest with you,
what appears to be the sun makes it circuit, right?
Right, but it's not.
Because we don't even know if it's it's not tangible because nobody's touched it.
But it's not your job to study the sun, though.
What are you talking about? Why is it?
I've been studying it since I was 5 years old.
Oh, okay, all right. I stand corrected.
Yeah, ever since I was old enough to be in school, I found the space books at the bottom shelf at the library. And my aunt was a librarian, and she did not care how long I kept books. So I've literally been studying this stuff my whole life. Not kidding, not joking. And I thought I knew a lot, but the truth is, I can't verify any of that stuff. So real quick, I'll ask you a question. How many toes do I got?
You have 10
I don't know. I
toes.
can't see them.
See, one of you told the truth.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you've got 10 toes.
Out on a limb. That was good. That's a pun.
Yeah, I like the pun. But one of y'all told the truth. He said he didn't know. And the reason he doesn't know, because I'm the only one who knows, right? I am the only one here that can verify it with 2 or more of my senses. If you were here and you looked, maybe I got prosthetics and makeup on the prosthetics, right?
See, that's
You
my
have
whole
to-
thing, Hank. I only go by what I can verify. And if
You
the
have to
man has
verify it.
verified it.
You have to verify it with 2 or more of your senses. You have to grab my toe, feel the heat, feel the blood, feel the tendon, feel the bone, right? And before you do that, you don't know.
Yep.
But even if I'm feeling your toe, I could be dreaming. I could be hallucinating.
No.
Hank just
Let's
wants
not get into philosophy. It's like that. Don't get into that brain in the jaw shit. I can't handle that.
Actually, I don't like it when people touch my feet. I rub my own toes.
Yeah.
Hank's subconsciously looking for a foot massage.
Dude, I haven't.
Now, who's
felt-
gonna come over here and count?
My toes have been numb for like 10 years. I haven't felt any of my toes in a long time.
That's not
Oh,
good.
wow, that must
But
be
but yeah,
strange.
but how
That's
but
weird.
how would we know that?
You don't.
How would I
I
know?
can't verify that.
I could just be totally bullshitting you right now. And
I'm
just for no
playing
reason.
with you, brother.
I know.
Yeah, we're trying to go with the new guy over the difference between knowledge and belief. See, sometimes belief is required if there's not enough knowledge. Like Issa, my friend here, Issa, my good friend Issa, lives in New York, right? Last time I checked.
I live in my body, right, Hank?
Yeah, that's right. You live in your body. Now, I don't know that he lives in New York, but I know that he lives in his body, right? Because where else would he live?
Well, he could be AI. He could be some kind of.
No, I've had many spiritual conversations with Issa. I know for a fact he's not AI.
Yep. That's reason and logic for you. You know?
Yeah, he's got too much. He's got way too much to be a computer.
Did you see the link that I put in that I just posted? It's to HelioViewer. What do you think about this?
Gotta finish watching that rocket.
You could do all kinds of cool stuff with this, and I don't know why they made this.
It's like the flame faded to black at like 2:13, and they just cut to the rocket.
Dude, you realize the problem with this?
Not a single cut.
Among many other problems. No, I'm on this Helio viewer thing.
Oh.
It's this thing like we've never seen it before with a black background. When the hell has anyone ever seen the sun with a black background? It's a Fugazi, my dude. They've been playing you. Yeah, you got catfished, and the fake photo that they gave you isn't even attractive.
So you know what's interesting though? Like, I love the idea that, in some sense, like, you know, like they have to say that they know everything. Like, you know, like it's like if you're like, and this, I've talked about this before. It's like, this is why I don't think the globe is ever going to go anywhere. I don't think anything that's going to, like, and I think people need to almost be thankful for it, because the idea is, if you don't have context, right, you can't wake up, quote unquote. Like, you would never exercise the muscle of discernment if you didn't have the necessity to. So therefore, like, a parent who's, let's say, going through a hard time, a divorce, or this, that, the other thing, and everything's crumbling around them, when their little kid looks at them and says, hey, is everything okay? You know what I mean? The parent is going to say to the kid, yep, everything's fine. We're going to get through this together, right? And in the same sense, there are certain sections of society that are too unhinged to think that the government doesn't know it all. And it's a form of social control, but only if you allow yourself to be controlled by it. But you don't have to be. That's what's so cool out here, or I think anyway. Especially that's why they're trying to destroy it. And that's why Flat Earth is so essential right now. Because Flat Earth is the tip of the spear of religious liberty. And the point is that if you get to chop off your genitalia, I get to think the Earth's flat. And if we're not going to, and that hypocrisy, when it's exposed every time, proves that religious liberty is better than whatever the fuck anyone else is offering. I don't know if I'm wrong in that, but I think I'm dead on with that motherfucker right there.
I think so too, because when you say religious liberty, right, the freedom to practice religion also grants you freedom from the unalienable rights you have from the Creator. Right, because you have private rights in a church building. Right, you have private rights in your home. And if you're seeking the Creator, someone would come around and say, you can't do that. Who gives you the right to interfere with my God-given rights? And what is the obvious answer? No one.
And that's what, you know, even like something I've espoused for so long is like, the thing is that they have been using this beautiful system of laws against us, and we have been defenseless. And in reality, those laws and all those things that are measures are put in place to protect, ultimately, the individual's religious liberty. And like, that's what's so interesting about Flat Earth. And I think the first half of this conversation in this public debate has been to get and allow for Flat Earthers to reasonably exist in this society. But that's why it's incumbent on Flat Earthers to make it reasonable to be a Flat Earther. You know what I mean? Like, if I hear a calm, cool, collected Hank discussing the benefits of, let's say, looking at alternative cosmology and possible flat Earth, like, you know, that's so it can be life changing, you know. But you hear some raving lunatic who's going to argue with everybody and just destroy the integrity of it. I mean, they're completely entitled to it. But for me and for, you know what I mean, like, that's what I love. Like, I personally love the idea that, like, hey, you know, like when somebody says, so you don't believe in gravity, it's like, well, actually, I do believe in gravity, because gravity just really means weight. I'm not going to be a retard and deny that things, you know, apples fall from trees and shit like that, you know. But it's like, it's causation that everyone's arguing about, which is cool.
Right.
But if people don't understand or won't even recognize that etymological difference, you know, then I think you're just bound to being an anger addict that is going to never endlessly have the tendencies of what it was like to come from the globe Earth educational system and be an argumentative prick. And we don't, you know, and that, like, for me, Hank is what makes me a flat earther. Someone calm, cool, collected, reasonable, agreeable. You know what I mean? You're one of those folks, Hank. You're a fucking, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a, you know, it brings it back to, like, you know, we all kind of forget that a lot. Like, let's say, you know, that documentary, The Principle, back in the day. It's like that scientific, genuine approach, if you will, to this information before it got inundated with the community.
Right.
You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, we were all like, dude, I thought we were going to Mars. You know what I mean? I was all about it. I was like, oh, wow. Like, this is so interesting. Like, you know, I was like, oh, the aliens aren't going to trade with us until we understand the law. We understand the UCC. I used to literally think that shit. You know what I mean? But, like, now you look at it and it's like, you know, like, actually, what's interesting is that the alien invasion is the foreigners from the federal government entering into the states. If you're a United States citizen living in a state like, you know, New York, you're an alien. You're the alien, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I knew there was a reason why I was a Texas citizen.
Right. Well, you're Texas. Oh, that's the thing, is that you have, and this is what's so crazy, is you have capacity. You have the ability to become the United States citizen and the ability to be the state citizen and the ability to be the priority security interest holder of both. Because just like you're a father when you're around your children, maybe, or a worker when you're at work, you know, there's two different capacities.
Right. I'm an alpha on land and a beta on a ship.
There you go. Or, like, you know, an alpha in the society and a beta with the wife. You know what I mean?
Disgusting.
You know? This is how it goes, man. The good Lord made it this way. We don't know why. We just suffer it, you know?
Yeah, I just want to point out real quick.
Not make it that way. What are you talking about?
The guy said that he was on the fence because of videos like this, and the guy said that the bottom part of the ship, the first stage, landed. What it shows you is that there's some, like, shoddy reception. It cuts out, and then it shows you like a 240 resolution, maybe 360 resolution of the landing pad. It doesn't have a rocket on it, but that's what he counts as a successful landing. And anybody who wanted to watch the clip, it's at like 10 minutes ish it lands. It's so pathetic. So right when it's supposed to be landing, yeah, it's hilarious. That's like 240 resolution. And of course, I still love you loss of signal. I don't even know what that means. It says the ship to shore satellite video connection has been lost. It was right on top of it. How did it lose signal there? Am I still on? You should have automatically.
Yeah, I hear you.
Connection is restored.
It's just ridiculous, Hank. I mean, people look at the television get feed these 480 pixel shots, right? And then they believe it because Elon Musk gave it to him.
Well, and they've been conditioned to approach this sort of thing not critically thinking, right? When the critical thinking inquiry is punished at every corner, eventually you just learn to specifically not do that, to not pay attention to the flaws anymore. It's part of what they do. And that's why they get away with the blatant mistakes.
I just posted an image of the ship landing. It's the "of course I still love you" loss of signal. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, they claim it's somewhere in open sea, and then when the quote-unquote rocket wants to land on the platform, it makes so much, I don't know, vibration that they lose the signal. These are those excuses. So there's no ship filming it from anywhere. It's just a camera on the platform, which fails most of the times. And they buy it, just eat it up.
Oh my God. So that film tricks people. Like, people fall for that. Because I don't watch these films very often. Because I know that they're all like, "We saw it land behind the tree." You saw what? How'd you see it if it was behind the trees? Oh, you're un-American. You're un-American. You're a conspiracy theorist. Like, you just said you saw it land behind the trees. I don't believe. I have trouble understanding that people fall for that. Because they're applauding.
Imagine thinking like those two rockets landed in tandem, backwards or whatever. You know what I mean? Like the rockets that landed, like coming down a little while years back. It was like Elon landed like two rockets coming down on their boosters in tandem. So ridiculous.
So even with the... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Good day, Roger. How's it? Yeah. Yeah, no, what Issa was saying there about the different roles, how you can be an alpha and a gamma. And there's a saying that says that a man can be one of three roles. He can be a husband, he can be a father, or he can be a warrior. But unfortunately, men normally can only do two of those three at once. So you can either be the warrior and the father, or you can be the warrior and the husband, but something has to give. You have to be able to sacrifice one of those three to be able to focus on the other two adequately. And I think it's like that in society, where the research I would put under the warrior tab of finding truth. Like, are you willing to go forward and die at the sword to find this truth? And most people are falling very short on that. So it's almost like an inherent condition in man that there's so many things that we're supposed to place our attention on, but we have to sacrifice certain areas. People are choosing to sacrifice the wrong areas.
Well, yeah, that's where what's interesting is that society, and that's why people have noted it. That's why they want to destroy the masculinity. They want to destroy, like, there's I forget the guy. It's like, I forget the quote, but he said, like, that he was talking in reference to communism and how it wants to create what's called emasculated liars.
Is that Jordan Peterson?
Gammas.
A society, right? What's up, Arwen? A society of emasculated liars, like, not willing, not willing to take
Sounds
in
like
that.
Antifa.
I mean, you can.
Gammas.
Well,
It's
no,
the
you can
perfect
see it anyway.
description.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the definition of all that or that particular much, but yeah, it's like, and in doing so, that's where you're right. If you can't fulfill that role of like dying at the sword of intellectual endeavors.
Would you guys mind if I brought it back to Flat Earth? Alien Robot Ghost, can you hear me, bro? Isn't he the guy on the fence? alien robot ghost?
I think I cut out though.
Oh yeah, there you are, bro. All right, did you see the picture that I sent you, or the picture that I posted in live stream?
I did, or I do. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, can you zoom in on the Earth? What shape is that? Is that concaved?
It looks concave. Yeah.
So I thought the Earth was a sphere. What's NASA showing us here?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to concede on this.
Ask them. You want to ask them why they would lie?
Because they don't know.
They've been showing us a sphere.
I clearly have to concede on this one because it's
right.
It's not curved. It's not even close to being curved. Matter of fact, it's curved the wrong way.
Curved the opposite way. Yeah, and if you'll notice in the video, right after they accidentally showed this clip, they moved to another clip real fast. Did you notice that?
Yeah. Well, you've just rocked my entire reality, so I'm gonna take a look at this and.
Are those guys riding horses?
I have no idea.
They seem to have horse riding boots. See the black things?
Yeah, because at 12:20, right, you can see that the Earth curve is curved the wrong way. And then as soon as they notice it, they switch to, I don't know what that is. And then they go back to something else. What the hell do they switch it to? The fuck is that?
Yeah, with those boots, I'm surprised that there's not stirrups for them to put their feet into.
There is kind of
Like gynecologist stirrups or something.
And then they switch to the CGI. There's the curvature I know. There's the curvature we all love, right? That good old 8 inches per mile squared.
It's being uncurved by the fisheye lens. Right? Just
Yeah, he doesn't know about the fisheye lens. He's wondering why the Earth is curved that way. I was going to let him wonder.
Well, the proper excuse for a bowler, they haven't thought it up yet, so I'll just do it because I'm bored, is that the fisheye lens makes it seem flat and uncurved when it's actually curved. So it's kind of like terrestrial refraction that way. See? It's not difficult being a baller. It's not that difficult to make
Or like
an excuse.
Or like the inertia. Or like the inertia from standing still, you're actually moving at 1,000 miles. And then that momentum is retained and all this other bullshit, but it still appears stationary. Exactly like that, Owen.
Hey, sometimes you move in lockstep, other times you don't, you know? It's kind of fuzzy that way. No? Okay.
Yeah, it's like sometimes I always say the truth.
Yeah, you know what though?
You get
Yeah,
it?
Hank, like you just got me really thinking, like, you know, it's like we need to. I don't know if everyone here has seen that documentary, The Principle. You know what I mean? Like, I think like people need to just almost remind newbies of those docs. You know,
Newbies can't watch a movie longer than
Oh,
5 minutes.
they Netflix and chill, dude. They're retarded. They'll watch that shit, I think. That's a well-made documentary, too. You got to pay for it, too. But, like, that idea of bringing people back to where we all, or, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking out loud, is the idea of, like, what got me into this information and got me into the flat earth was a serious approach to science. And once you cover that hurdle, then you kind of enter into this social world of stuff out here. And I'm just thinking, like, really, like, for a lot of the newbies that come in, it's like, it'd be good to sit them down and say, you need to watch The Principle. See Michio Kaku fuck up. You know? Because, like, that's cool that Like, good shit, Hank.
Yeah, I just like asked him to send me the video. You know that he sent it to me, and he was like, "Yeah, I watched it land." And I'm watching the video like as we're talking.
No,
and I'm like,
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
I didn't see the first stage land. I mean, I just assumed that it because that's what it was supposed to do, but as it was landing, they lost some. I guess the signal was lost or something.
Yeah, but that's like, the money shot.
They lost
You don't
their
lose.
integrity.
You don't lose the money shot. Right, because that's the part that's supposed to be special, because we've seen rockets go up since, like, what? The Germans been doing it. Well, no, it was, what, Russians doing it before the Germans? Yeah, I mean, rockets have been going up for like 100 years almost. That's nothing new, but for them to land, that's where the real meat of the story is, right? For them to land again, that's spectacular, That's almost like magic. Right? So every time the damn thing goes to land, it's always behind the trees, or we lost signal. I know how magic works. Or it explodes, yeah.
Is that why is anyone surprised that a rocket explodes? Dude.
See, I know
Do
how
you not
magic
remember?
Okay, so this is how magic works. Okay, I got this average everyday, let's say it's a golf ball, right? And in my other hand, I have a magic fan. And as I wave my magic fan, magic wand, whatever it is, right? You're not looking at the other hand. I do the old switcheroony while you're looking at my waving magic wand, right? And then, aha, look, it's no longer a golf ball. It's a golf ball cut in 8. Now, how did I do that? That's misdirection. Humans are really good at that. In fact, probably now more than ever, we're really good at allowing our attention to just wander off. Right? How good are you at, like, holding your attention on the person you're talking to or the thing that you're supposed to be looking at? No, you got the monkey mind.
If I concentrate on it, I can do it.
Yeah, it takes time, it takes practice, but when I'm trying to concentrate on them landings, right? Because, see, I still have that little kid in me that likes space and shit, right? It's just now that I know, it's more like the magic trick. It's not like, actuality. It's not, it's science fiction. The whole time, these science fiction writers from the 1800s, nothing's changed. It's still science fiction, except for there's more magic and prestige involved.
Yeah, it's like you're going to a magic show to see magic. It's not real, but you still go anyway. You know what I mean? It's like, oh wow, how's the magician going to do it this time? Okay.
Or it's like watching WrestleMania one more time. Like, we know the Undertaker's going to win, right? Even though his ass is like 70 or some shit, right? But you have to suspend the disbelief. But my suspend disbelief button is broken now. I can't suspend disbelief anymore.
Well, that's where
that's
it becomes
a good thing.
Yeah, that's where it becomes like a sociological endeavor. Like, wow, he really just said, it's real because it looks so fake. Like, bravo. Like, I'm always like amazed at the production value or the lack thereof in the belief. Like it's so intriguing that people would accept it. Like, I love the line of questioning of like, well, do you trust politicians? And most people are like, no. And like, do you think they went to the moon? Yes. It's like, okay.
At 4 minutes and 15 seconds of the newest video, there's a SpaceX landing compilation. It shows the landing of a spaceship, and like it actually shows it without any interruptions.
Took you 4 minutes to get there, huh? Send it to me.
Well, I already did. I posted it. it says SpaceX landing compilation, and you've got to skip to like 4 minutes and 15 seconds because it shows a bunch of failed landings, or it shows all of them successful, but most of them successful except for they didn't go all the way to space. And then one of them, once it lands, it falls over and explodes. But then the one after that is actually a successful landing. And at 5 minutes, there's another one that falls over and explodes.
So you admit it's very difficult to do.
Oh, it is. I can imagine. Especially whenever you're trying to land it on a drone barge in the middle of the ocean.
Do you play Kerbal?
I don't. I've heard of it though.
I do.
Right on.
You know, like I said, I'm still that little kid, right? Except for now I know it's a video game and there's no reality involved.
Hank, I think that was a brilliant example in terms of the magic trick. And it's the same way that, for example, say he's going to pull a rabbit out the hat and then he accidentally drops the hat and then the hat shows towards the crowd and you can see the rabbit sitting inside the hat. And then he picks up the hat and then continues with his magic trick. It's like what NASA's done is they've dropped the ball. We've caught them using CGI. We've caught them using cabling. We've caught them using all these fake magician type illusional ways to get a perceived thing across. But yet, even when you show a baller, you say, look, there's this little compartment in the hat. This is where the rabbit is sitting. No, the baller says that rabbit wasn't in there before and he magically made it appear because magic is real. And even when you show him the video of the hat facing the crowd with the rabbit in the hat, no, well then that can't be real. It's like this real unwillingness to see the magic trick.
Yeah, but there's also a fine line between like ruining a kid's birthday party. You know? Like, it's like, you go in there, you're like, look, children, he's lying to you.
I call that flat smacking.
And everyone's just trying to sit there and be like, yo, dude, it's just a fucking birthday party.
Like taking Mickey Mouse's head off. Like taking Mickey Mouse's head off, showing all the kids,
like,
look, it's a man. It's really a man.
It's a man, baby. Like, that's exactly it. Like, I feel like we always have
they
to
get on the
remember.
floor kicking it.
Right, we always have
Don't take away my Mickey Mouse.
Right, but it's like you have to remember that that's what it is because it's going to be chaos. You know what I mean? Like, it's like also I obviously you have me just thinking. I always think of this too far down the line. I'm too far in it, but the idea of like after you go see a magician, if he fucks up or whatever the case may be, it's like, are you mad at the magician? You know what I mean? Like,
were you really expecting him to perform actual magic?
And that's the thing is like, can we not get involved emotionally with this magic show?
Dude, at 4:55 in this video, they're showing a rocket landing, and there's a cut. At the very moment, the rocket hits the landing pad.
You said at 4:55?
Yeah, 4:55, the rocket's coming in, it's got its little landing gears out, and as soon as it's supposed to make contact, it cuts. And it cuts to it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you guys know this is just an amusing diversion, right? Because rockets don't curve water. Rockets don't turn something that is into something that isn't. So, yeah, I mean, obviously continue mocking this thing for what it is, because it's very mock-worthy. But it's just an amusing diversion from the fact that, water lies level and flat, and everything they told you is bullshit.
I said, damn it, will you stop debunking my videos? God damn.
They're not
It's
yours,
just bad.
dude.
They're making me look bad.
You shouldn't cling to them that much, man. You're gonna hurt yourself.
No, they're not mine. Yeah, they're definitely not mine. But yeah, every video that I present, there's problems that I did not see that get pointed
Yeah,
out to me by
see,
professionals.
you know why though, right? Because all of these things are built on.
Because I'm an idiot.
No, not you. No, just the thing itself, right? All of these things are built on the premise that the Earth is already spherical. But if your premise is faulty, anything you present with that premise is faulty as well. So if there's no foundation, doesn't matter how pretty your attic is, it's gonna fall to the floor, dude. You know what I mean? I could have phrased that differently, but you get the point, right?
Oh, I get it. Yeah, you're not wrong.
And Hollywood has stepped out of their entertainment ring, and they now broach most aspects of our world, even our presidents. Most of it's entertainment value. Even NASA, it's about entertainment. It's filming and lots of cameras, and people just don't. They see Hollywood as something separate, and then there's this real life documentary called NASA.
Well, yeah, I've been hearing the conversation this morning. I think the Level documentary is really good. It was produced pretty well. When I say really good, I mean really good for the NASA stuff, because there's a whole segment showing you, well, it's like the ISS stuff and everything, showing you what people think is happening and then showing the faults in it, the rocket launches and stuff like that. Like, it highlights all the things that the normal person, like, if they tried to search it up, it's just not gonna pop up. So for people who are interested in stuff like NASA and stuff like that, I think that documentary is good for that. Have you seen it?
Level 2021.
Yeah.
Hibbler production.
Yeah.
I
Have you
just
seen that alien?
I just heard about it.
I've not seen it.
I'll post it in the chat if someone doesn't do it before me.
I'll get it for you. You ain't gotta worry about it. There we go. Starring ODD, Dave Murphy, Santos Bonacci, Tanner Stewart.
Yay!
I can't believe I read that as Jim Panda.
All right.
I'm getting tired.
I love
back in an
Hibbler
hour and
production.
3 minutes.
You really gonna watch it, bro?
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch it.
Hibbler production is rad.
You're good in my book, bro. What's your name? What's your name again?
only an
Alien,
hour.
robot, ghost. Yeah, you're right in my book.
I'll be back in an hour and 3
He's
minutes.
willing to check
30
it
seconds.
out. All right. I'll be asleep by then. But
I
glad
may
he's
as
going to
well
watch
watch
it.
it again too. I'll be back up.
I gotta quit staying up this late.
Like,
Sin cleanser, you fucking communist.
I do have my own criticisms of the doc, but not about the information in it itself. To be honest, things about what I wish was in it, or stuff like that. So, but itself it's okay. It's better than okay for the average person.
You think it's a newbie film or something that an OG will enjoy, or somewhere in between?
It's more for newbies.
Yeah. No, but it's something that I enjoyed because it's like, accumulation of all the videos that I'd never find in a day if I tried. You know?
I'm excited about QE coming on, but I think I'll be asleep when he comes on.
Oh, it's so funny. I was in Gem server last night, and I was talking with Ranty and the guys about this image, and just trying to explain to the guys how even Nathan said it in his show this week. The fact that you have one black swan disproves all notions that every swan is white. So it matters not whether you bring 5 white swans or 10 white swans or 20 white swans. If you have one black swan, if you have that one image of the magician pointing his hat towards the crowd, if you have that one, you know how it's done, you know it can't be that way. And Ranty and all the guys were just saying, no. How can we have one that disproves theirs, but they can't have one that disproves ours? And it was
That's not how it works.
They completely misunderstand the entire black swan analogy.
QE said they wouldn't understand it, that they weren't smart enough. QE came in last night and said we got a new radius.
Well, Rumpus,
right?
Rumpus himself was saying, no, I've got the black swan back to front. That it doesn't disprove every white swan by finding one. And that's exactly what it does. The radius does not comport. Therefore, it's not a sphere with a radius of 3959, full stop. But yes, it's just funny to see exactly where that gap in the knowledge lies, why they haven't been able to understand this,
Well, QE came in last night and he announced this on air, so I'm not announcing something that's not public knowledge, but he said that we got a new radius. And everybody was like, oh yeah, what's the new radius? Well, it's a bit bigger.
260,000.
No, it's 1,000% more. That's something what he said, like 1,000-something% more than what it was when it was 3959. So they clipped out
260,000. Based on the black swan, the radius would be 200. I think the diameter would be 260,000. So the Earth would be almost all the way to the moon in terms of its new radius.
No. The new one from the picture that they cropped out.
I get it.
They cropped out the photo because everybody's arguing over this photo, but it's a cropped photo. So the part that they cropped, right? QE is analyzed, and after he analyzed it, the radius now is going to be 1,000% more than 3959.
Yeah, I'm posting the original picture that was cropped. And once again, it's like it wasn't even like someone put this thing up as a statement. Ranty went and found this image and then started working from that. It showed a very predetermined idea to make evidence fit an idea. To go and find something that would support a specific narrative. Like, I don't go searching through archives of pictures to try and find one that fits with my mathematical dimensions on a flat earth and then use that to now bolster my whole argument.
So what is their position with this photo? It's just a photo of a landscape.
It's just Ranty's way out. I guess he got paid or something.
What I try to explain to Ranty is that there's something called forced perspective. They use this in filming, where if you put something very close in the near ground or the foreground, it can often appear much larger than the things in the background, correct? We know that's obvious. You can put your thumb over your eyeball and suddenly your eye can't see anything. But your thumb is tiny. It's not blocking the entire world, just blocking the angular resolution close to the eyeball. Now, their argument is that little tower in the bottom right-hand corner is Blackpool Spire. And Blackpool Spire is only 100 meters tall, but the mountains behind it are 700 meters tall. But the mountains are below the top of that tower. That's their entire argument.
Oh, so wow, that is just...
The mountains have dropped behind curvature, and they've dropped by exactly... If I put a ruler next to the mountain and I put a ruler next to from this image, if I just, because there's no refraction and there's no warping of any light, I can really be precise with my feet and inches distances. If I put a ruler next to the tower and next to the mountain, it's exactly the number I need to see on my ball earth, blah, blah, blah. And it's not. Because the curvature should be actually before the spire. We should be losing half of Blackpool spire due to the curvature that should be present before even the spire.
Man, these people are just broken in
Mic check.
Yo.
Yeah.
Mike's not in.
Wait there. Hold there.
Wait.
What's up, man? Wait there. You wait there.
So this picture here is exactly their argument. They then sent this to me saying, how can a sailboat that's 25 feet tall appear higher than a mountain that's 132 feet tall? It has to be curvature of the earth.
That's what all that argument was about yesterday. That is ridiculous.
That's the summary of what the ballers are all basically pushing forward. And once again, we're bringing it back down to the horizon. I don't want to look at the top of a sailboat and the top of a mountain and then look at their disproportionate. Also, once again, the sailboat is much closer to you than the mountain. So, of course, it's going to be angularly larger than an object very far away, which is already having an angular resolution reduction. Yeah, exactly like that picture that Rogers just posted. You know, that little, what's that, sack of something, is it as big as a house? Is it halfway as big as a house up to a roof?
Yeah,
of course.
Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve had a whole piece on it. Called him a zealot. But yeah, he explains it very, very nicely. So the block in the front is now bigger than the car, right? And the fence is bigger than the house, or it's smaller than the house. So it's
So it's an optical illusion created by perspective.
Mm-hmm.
In filming, in cinematography, they call it forced perspective, where they actually bring a tiny object very close, and then it appears like it's much larger than the stuff in the background. And it's often designed that way that you can't identify the real proportions of things once the scene has been set up, because of how these proportions work. And then they were saying, no, but there's nothing forced about this Blackpool spire thing. You know, it's just stand and observe. But like you've just posted now, if I just place the camera and take a picture, I can get exactly that same phenomena. It does that the house is curved behind the curvature of the earth, bringing it down to below the height of that fence. You know, it's retarded.
Yeah, he said, yeah, my street is curving, man. My street is curving because look at the fence.
The
and
fence
the house
is curving, yeah.
and the block is now bigger than the car, right? So the car is curving away.
I got the perfect picture for those fuckers.
Right.
And the smiling fat man was just, you know, extra.
Thank you.
Because we're laughing at those dumbasses.
Flip. I wish I had this picture last night. Man.
Hank on a hill.
Uh-oh, Hank's on the hill. Ain't never been knocked off no hill. That's actually one of my favorite games, King of the Hill.
Uh-oh, Hank's on the hill.
I know you guys love that shit. King of the Hill. Like, it really is a fun game. "132 feet, 25 feet, Earth's globe."
Oh, the chat boys wants to get off my fucking bicycle.
Shit shrinks.
Crack, is that your photo in your picture there?
It is indeed, with all the metadata stripped, so I cannot be fucking caught with it.
Yeah, that's quite a styling moustache you're pulling off there, brother.
Nice one, geez. Right, I'm back at home now. I can have it. Oh, you guys all right then?
Yeah, top of the world. And you?
You mean the bottom of it? You're Australian, mate. Come on.
Nah, I'm always on top. Every person on this thing is on the top somehow.
I know that, mate. Somehow the objectional direction of down is created for all of us guys, right? And that's the crazy part. It's unbelievable that the bias towards down that is apparently there due to the fact that it needs to be there because the Earth's apparently a globe. The crazy part is that they can't understand what would cause said bias to down. I would say what would cause the bias to every other direction other than down. But that's just me.
But a bias has to be only one way. You can't use the word bias if it's sometimes toward the person and sometimes away from the person. Then it's not
It depends
bias.
on the medium, right?
Well, the word,
All
I'm just
depends
talking
on the
about the
medium.
definition. The bias.
Yeah, no, I know.
Say bias means it can only be one way, but it's not. So you can't even use the word downward bias because if things do go up, they disprove that there's a bias.
Oh yeah, we're ignoring all that, mate. You know, gravity. Yeah.
So why would the North Pole have to be the top of the world and the South Pole the bottom of the world? Why can't the South Pole be the top of the world?
Well, because they're talking about if you were to leave the Earth, right? And they obviously chose the North as the top, right? Because we left the Northern Hemisphere, so the Northern Hemisphere is the top, which is where all the rich countries are, right?
But there's
So
no up
obviously
and
we're
down
at
in
the top.
space.
I
So
know.
how could we identify that North would be upward in the space vacuum?
Because the North Pole is on the top of it. Just look at it.
Okay. It's got the red and white striped pole.
Well, look, there's no way of telling directionality, but in relation to the reference frame, the North Cap, if you're saying that that's the top of the Earth, then you place your device aiming in a way where that appears that is the one that's facing upward in relation to the thing you're looking at it from, right? Like I said, it's all about money. You know, let's say the Southern Hemisphere were the ones to have apparently conquered space first, right? They would have been the top of the Earth, and we would have been the bottom. It's really that simple. Oh. Well, I can't say that for a
space,
fact.
you say?
Yeah, man. The ones who purportedly, not that they did, purported to do so. Apparently so.
They
Trust me,
left the
I'll-
open closed system and entered
Oh,
that
yeah.
vacuum state place that extends all the way to the moon.
I don't know how you've not heard about this, mate. It's obvious. It's just obvious, mate.
Yeah, I've been under a stone. Must have been.
What's your name again? I always forget because you're not here. as
Solar.
often as some of the other guy. Solar, that's it. Flat Earth Solar. I really like you, dude. You're a smart fucker. You are.
Yeah,
In a
learning
good
every
way.
day.
That's a good thing.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, people learn from you as well, mate. I find it hard that they can meld together these two different worlds, right? Which is that apparently Columbus proved the globe, right, by traveling to the Americas. The issue there is that he used the globe to get there, right? I don't.
Did he? I don't think
Yeah.
he did. I think he used flat
No, he
maps.
did. Well, he used flat maps, but they paper mache them to a globe and cylinders as well. Also, they've done this in the naval academies going back way beyond Columbus, mate. I can provide a citation if you would like at some point.
I'd love to see if it is because once again our history is very grey after the.
Oh, this is just. Yeah, no, but this
or
is just a
before,
hostile witness.
prior-
I don't know if I believe it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they're the
Cool,
ones
it's
saying
written.
that it happened. So, cool. You believe in the authorities. Believe in this one, then, isn't it? Do you get my
Tell me
point? Like,
something.
you know?
Do you? Yeah, I do. Do you ever spend time there in Gem's server to chat with Schemo, with Spur Schemo?
Yeah, of course, mate. Chemo, yeah.
Yes, last night he was conceding that it's a ball as well, and he sometimes plays that devil advocate role, and he says, "Okay,
Oh, yeah,
let's
he does.
assume that you guys are right, and let's assume that we're on a ball." And But last night he was claiming all kinds of bally shit, and I was like, what the? And he's always in
too much
Gem
time
server. Yeah, I think he's getting infected, bro.
Probably.
I made my second meme. Don't laugh.
Or even to see like Ranty there, and to see Schemo and so many guys who are frequenting that side of the discussion.
Yeah,
You're
I go
gonna
there
start.
once a week at the most, and I go there for an hour and a half at the most.
Correct. Go there for a little bit of debate until you see that they're not intellectually honest, and then
leave.
Yeah, rather not waste your life.
Well, I've got a soul as well, so yeah, that seems to always be affected while I'm over there.
You've got a soul as well.
Yeah, I don't have any evidence for it.
What's crack-a-lackin'?
Is that Bufu? Sorry, you're coming quiet.
What's up, Eli?
That's Eli. Eli, you keep. Oh my god, dude. The thing is you come in doing a different accent for the first 3 seconds you speak every time the last few days of this.
Yo, so
Sorry,
I was
dude.
in the middle of watching that Level documentary again, and
Yeah.
it's just like so upsetting for me.
Yeah,
because
Gemsy gave it a 7, so
people-
I haven't watched it.
No, it's good. The production is good. It's good. Like the NASA stuff is good, and all of the ISS stuff is good. But like at this point, Dave Murphy knows that you can't triangulate the distance to the sun. There's no way he
Yeah,
doesn't not know that.
No, he didn't do that, did he? I've always
Yes,
said
he
he's.
did.
I've always said he's not as good as everyone likes to give him credit for.
And they're,
I'm
and they're
sorry,
all,
I
and
just
then
don't rate
and then he says the sun is a burning. He said it's the sun is not 93 million. The sun is not a burning ball of gas 93 million miles away. When he should have said the sun is obviously not.
No, we don't know what it is.
Plasmic gas or whatever in a vacuum. That would have been much better for me. But whatever.
Yeah,
But
Gemsy said
the
they didn't touch gas
triangulation
pressure.
thing, and then saying, we're trying to, and then Eric Duvet follows it up by saying we're doing experiments to actually figure out what it is. You can't do science to figure out what the sun is just by looking at it. Number one, number two, you can't triangulate. See, so like that's something that someone
DM
who
him.
knows better will go. That'll turn them off. You know what I mean?
Do you want a message? Do you want a message to send to Eric? Because I'll DM him. He's never going to come here, so fuck it. Let's just burn that bridge while we're at it. What's that?
So, I mean, he's not gonna respond anyway. Who cares what he thinks?
He's responded to me, dude. He responds to me every time I write to him, mate. I'll be honest. I've asked him to come here before, and he said he doesn't like the platform, and I'm like, well, can't you just
Well,
do it for
he's
some
not-
clout?
He's not
You know what I
gonna.
mean?
I mean, what is he gonna say if I say, well, what you're
Well,
doing?
no,
is not
I would
experiment?
do.
He's not gonna.
Well, listen, that's what I would do. Is like we can tell him that without putting him on the spot, right? We can tell him what an experiment is, for instance, right? We can tell him that astronomy isn't an experiment, but in the most polite way, and just like 2 people interview him. If I ever get him to come here, that's the way I'll do it. And like it would be like an interview with people listening, dude. It would have to be. I get that we're playing by the fiddle and by the game, but the whole game is that it's for the clout, mate. At the end of the day, right? It's for the views for the server, right? And maybe for him to see our level and be like, whoa, wait a minute, maybe you just start. What if he really liked what we were saying and just went, wait a minute, I should be live streaming you guys' shit all day, every day. Do you see what I mean? On every one of my YouTube channels. Do you know what I mean? This is the sort of thing that we need to think about. It's like we're better off not offending somebody like that and using their clout. You know what I mean? Like
For sure. But you're right.
yeah, and you know, because
I wouldn't necessarily
why
want
would
to
they
use
promote us?
Debay as a brand ambassador. These comments about
Not a brand
Hitler
ambassador.
and about some of this.
But
That's
as
true, but
someone
at
that
the same time, is it interesting that you? Sorry to cut you off, just real quick. I find it interesting that it's been out for 2 days now, 3 days, whatever it is, and the bottom line is the like to dislike ratio on that video is very nice. You got 7.4 thousand people who liked it and 300 and something 3 people disliked it. Like, is that kind of telling? You know?
To be honest, at the minute with like Eddie Bravo being along with the ride, they've got.
That's who I want. I want Eddie Bravo now. That's who I want.
But due to the suppression, this video is not being pumped the way it normally would, which means that the people who are watching it are probably within the
Just
niche
like us,
that would
no,
approve.
yeah, I agree.
You know, so I think that those likes may be, but I know that the likes are supposed to then cause that video to be recommended, but they've like de-tagged that if you've got.
That's why you got to
any
post comments like
certain catchword.
Minecraft in the comment field. You have to post things like Minecraft, you know, Joe Biden and stuff like that in the actual comment section. It's got to be done.
That's a good idea.
Well,
Joe
yeah, that's the
Biden
only
likes
way
to play Minecraft while, one sentence.
While loving looking at World of Warcraft chicks with big thick
Transgender
waists and
rights.
BBWs. Yeah,
And transgender
that's what I'm saying,
rights.
bro. Like,
Wait, that's almost like comedy gold. Say it again.
yeah.
Biden
Yeah,
likes
people
to
already-
play Minecraft while Trump makes America great again. I don't know.
While looking at thick chicks and BBWs with dicks. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I added the dicks bit. That was me and Flat Earth Solar. That was like on a full-on fucking duet, mate. A duet of comedy gold. All we have to do is unendorse Hitler before we get Eric on.
Unendorse.
Yeah. We only need to get him on, and then at the end we can slag him
We
right off.
never endorsed him.
Yeah, I mean unendorse him after we get Eric on. If people accuse us. No, I would love to get someone like Eddie Bravo or someone on here, mate. Like Eddie Bravo is doable.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo.
Everybody would be
aren't
drooling
people
over there
coming here
15
to-
seconds. Sorry, bro.
Why aren't people coming here to hang out? That is the $1 million question. Some people come here, sure, but I mean, there should be way more trying to find out what the hell is going on. Not that fake, if the earth is flat, but like, no. What are you guys saying? What? No earth? What do you mean specifically by it's measurably and observably flat? Like, how can I know what you know? What is that? What are you saying? What do you mean? Like, that's what an inquisitive person does. Not if the earth was flat, how come my cat doesn't fall off?
It's questions that they're given, but it's such a limited scope of thinking. There was a point I wanted to make, but it's slipped me now. Let me just think about it again.
The irony.
I don't know, dude. It's just like I've said it loads of times, mate. There's loads of things that are wrong about the way Flat Earth is suppressed. It seems to be all the wrong people are the ones that get their fucking shit out there on a bigger scale. To be quite honest, every time.
Hey, yo, you want to know, Elijah, you were saying, like, why are there no more people and this, that? And, like, to some extent, there's, like, it's kind of a controlled topic in one sense. And then in another sense, the type of people that are out there are not going to be like most people that would even, I don't know, it's like Flat Earth is an invitation. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just, you can't force someone to your party and make them have a good time. And That's why you got to make it intriguing.
Well, I might disagree.
Well, I mean, I can't like bring you to like, you know, my grandmother's birthday party, make you sit in the corner, say you can't smoke any bud, and fucking you need to sit there for 5 hours.
But you can.
While my
you can slip-
grandmother opens for gifts, and you're gonna have the best time in your life, and you're gonna
You
fucking.
can slip. You can slip green
Okay,
in
when are we
ball,
going?
though.
You know what I mean? But I'm just trying to say, like, it's like I can't force you to be like, oh, this is exactly where I want to be right now. You know what I mean? But
No,
if I
sure.
invite you and I'm like, yo, dude, grandma's throwing a killer party, bro. You should be there. You know what I mean? That's a little more than like, you know, look, dude, you're going to fucking love it when she opens her gifts, okay? You're going to fucking clap and cheer just like everybody else, okay? Let's go.
I think we need to make.
I agree with
what-
you. I'm just saying, like the skeptic community and realist community, like they're out there. They're not here. Like,
Well, no, but the point is
we're
that-
not talking about you know, when people get here, sit down, shut up, whatever. Because that's something that we could fix, but at the same time, it wouldn't. Because we're not talking about talking to people who ask questions like, if the earth were flat, what's underneath? Like, we're talking to I wonder where the people are who are jumping off from the point of, well, I know there's something fishy about the moon. Well, I know there's something fishy about that live stream. Like, where are those people?
Well, yeah, they're probably endeavored in other little, you know, pockets. Like if they're on
I think
Discord,
they
a lot of people don't even know
turned
about
off
Discord.
by the trigger word. Turned off by the trigger word called flat Earth.
No, you know what?
This word level, I think, has a lot more power.
I think you're
How
right.
many people do you
Has
know?
a lot more power to it. I remember the point that I wanted to make, Elijah. You were saying earlier about how we're all got various different skills or whatever, and why don't people hang out here more? Just as a general point of like interest, you can meet so many different types of really high IQ people who've each got their own sort of little specialty. And the point that I wanted to make earlier was that someone said about like Hibbler or someone where they condense so many videos that you wouldn't have seen into one little neat package, so that when you digest it, you get the fullness of the idea because you've actually seen all the tangible evidence that someone else has taken the legwork to go and find all those videos. In life, when you become like a specialist and you can solve a problem that should take 30 minutes in 10 minutes, people are not paying you for that 20 minutes that you save. They're paying you for the 10 years worth of research you've done to be able to conduct that task in 10 minutes instead of the 30 minutes that everyone else can. And it's really the 10 years worth of, or, you know, it's just a random number, but it's the years behind the learning that allows you to do something that's so miraculous, like condense a longer project into a much shorter time, get a much better outcome. And it's like each person in this room has their expertise and their specialty, which they've put those 10 years into, which can now explain it in 10 minutes. And I think it's also a bit of an overload for a lot of people that come in here, where their knowledge base is quite lacking. So half of the sentence doesn't make sense because they haven't studied angular resolution or diffraction limits, or they haven't gone and searched out the definition, and they would actually need to sit with a pen and paper and write out these terms and then go and search it out.
Yeah, but you know what else, too, though? I think like this, is that in reality, it's like, how many people do you know that even know what Discord is? How many people don't? Like,
Not that many, mate. It's true. That's so
You know?
true. Most people don't know what a Discord is.
And I knew Discord as a text chat. You know, I didn't even know there was this
Well, I thought
type
it was
of
a gaming
functionality.
place.
Yeah,
You know what I mean, bro?
where
Like,
for trading, for gaming, for whatever, you go to these groups, and then there's 1,000 people in the group, and they're all posting what's the best
but
trade,
people don't know
what's the
that.
best game, how do you. But I never knew there was this whole voice component where you can speak to 60 different people, all with similar mindsets, and it's like, it's blown my mind.
Discords are dead. Most Discords are mostly text.
Dead, yeah.
Chats. Like there's so yeah, there's no. So in a sense, this kind of environment kind of doesn't exist because we're literally spearheading. And so I guess honestly, the onus is on us. It's our fault that people aren't here because we're not promoting better, and perhaps
Invite
we
more.
could most definitely
I am every day.
conduct ourselves better. That 1000% is a fact.
Yeah.
So one what did I just say? One, promotion. Two, definitely fucking get better. Like, cause like people start to act like rabid dogs the moment someone new comes in and doesn't believe that the earth is flat. Oh my god. Oh shit. What? Are you stupid? It's 2021. No, there's a lot of people that, like, for instance, well, anyway, there's a lot of people that don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, we're always talking about the censorship. Yeah. So it's like somebody might have like heard about it, and they might not have been interested initially like we were. And by the time they got interested, they saw the stuff on YouTube, probably saw 2 videos and decided, yep, knew it was dumb. Anyway, back to law school, or back to, whatever it is that people were doing.
Back to flipping burgers.
Whatever. Right. So
Back to the
there was
Kardashians.
another point that I wanted to make, if I could remember it. It was 2 things. It was that, and
go get better, bro.
I remember. Oh well.
Burgers are flat.
They've got to.
Are you saying the Earth's a burger?
So what you're saying is,
Was I'd have eaten it.
He's got the whole world in his hands.
I left the whole world
I
on my
remember.
hands.
So another thing is something that someone said. I can't remember, but you're right. Like, there's a person who, like, I was in this Facebook group with the flaming sword, just decapitating people. And of course, everyone was looking on in horror. What are you doing? Who even cares if this is how, you have to get the information across? It's horrid. Shut up. You're, someone who was, for whatever reason, also into it, also looking into it, also telling people, look, me and my friend, we went to a location ourselves, and we tried to see with the mirror if we could see the person from the other side, and it wasn't. That was good enough for us and all of this. And at some point later, even though my debate tactics got much better, and how I spoke to people got much better, she was at a point where she was like, well, I don't even really talk about it anymore. I don't really know. Like, the bottom line is, they've removed so much stuff on online. I don't even know if I saw what I think I saw. And so they're just like, I don't want to deal with the conversation. I don't want to deal with the confrontations. What does it even matter? There's a lot of people like that just don't want to deal with it anymore.
Well,
Elijah, wait there. You'll notice, Elijah, that I don't do it on Facebook, won't you, mate? You notice that? Do you want to know why? It's completely unfruitful. And I mean completely. You got to realise that people have got their whole social networks on there, right? If you're willing to come out as flat earth, right, cool, to your local, for your family and stuff, but to your whole fucking town and every person that you know, no one is willing to be objective at that point. It's too many spectators. They've designed this perfectly. That's why Discord's a little bit of a niche. The fact of the matter is this place will become ineffectual at debating and arguing against people the moment this place becomes a mainstream place, because then people will be like, oh look, they're in that 24/7 flat earth Discord, right? Because they'll add those features eventually, right? Where you won't just have to be a mutual server sharer with somebody, right? And that's the issue on Facebook. Yeah, these little closed groups and stuff like that, the only people that join them are the people that are already really interested in said arguments. Or are ardent globers trying to disprove the very smaller echelons of the fucking flat earth people, running, let's say, Infinite Plane Society, or that other page that we saw of Flat Earth Society, that's not really the Flat Earth Society, but they just call themselves that for some fucking stupid reason. But the point is that Facebook is not fruitful. I did it on there for a long time, mate, right? When it was more fruitful. Like, I was on Nathan Thompson's page, like, literally, like, all day, every day for years. I've known him for a long time, right? And, like, I was saying it to him for a long time. Dude, you need to be posting the links to this place all day, every day. Like, not just once, not just twice, all day, every day. Literally, all day, every day. Because you cannot argue that this place is not a better place to talk about this shit. It's better. We have a text channel that supports what we're saying as we say it. We have individuals that are there supporting what we say as we say it. This isn't a single venture for one person or one man, a mission on your own, typing out long-ass statements that might fall flat because basically someone's head may turn away from the screen. We know when someone's engaged and when somebody is not. Facebook is designed completely antithetical to getting across truth to people, unfortunately. And that's why I just stopped bothering with it, bro. Like, I used to run 3 massive pages on Facebook. And guess what? The moment you stop spitting even the party line of the very pages that you're the admin on, you get spat out of the mouth very quickly.
Amen to that, bro.
Yeah.
I quit debating in Facebook in like 2015. Because I realized that I was writing like novels and shit.
Yes, Eli.
I can't believe people don't realize, like, just like YouTube has changed from 26, like the drastic change between 2016 and on YouTube and Facebook. I just don't understand how that doesn't have a bigger impact on the normal person. Well, not normal person, the average person. Because isn't it weird?
Because they've got their businesses on there. That's why they integrated business so heavily into Facebook. Because now all of the new little nuances that wind you up on Facebook have a cash incentive to ignore them, right? For most individuals. And that's why people don't move from the platform, because it's like moving a business now. It's like moving a whole contact list, right? They made it such an investment into your time to be either on Facebook or Twitter, right? That now, in fact, it actually is much like moving, right? To move to a new platform and have it set up how it was over on Facebook is just like impossible. So we just attribute these bad sort of, points to the fucking site itself, to the points on the site itself. The people that use it for the very reason it was created don't end up having these problems anyway. It's only the people that are using it actually really for maybe the more sort of niche sort of directionalities that you could take it on. It's those individuals that notice these problems, and those are the individuals that could never make everybody change platform. And it's
you don't even need to do that. Just say, or you don't even need to put all that much work into it. Just say, hey, I'm getting off this platform. If you want to keep in contact with me, here's my phone number. Give me your.
No, I'm saying, like, how are you going to debate people on Flat Earth on a new place, right? This is my point, right? The moment that you start debating someone on like something like Facebook, right, and it's never going to be as big as Facebook, so you're not going to have the same reach. And then the moment it becomes as big as Facebook, you have the same problems with trying to push truth across to people anyway. It's only somewhere like this where you can sort of be somewhat semi-anonymous, right? That's why they removed anonymity from Facebook itself, right? They literally did it, and I remember it like converging specifically and exactly at the point where people were creating secondary accounts in order to argue for things such as truth and movements and flat earth and anti-vax and all this sort of stuff, right? Yeah, because that anonymity is a protection bubble from your own friends and family knowing exactly what you're up to. Because the moment your whole town knows is the moment that it takes sort of the proverbial sting off the whip, because now the whip is facing you and it's hard to whip people while the whip's facing you. Sorry, that probably sounded a bit aggressive. I wasn't meaning it to.
No, I think there's also a lot of people that just assume the worst of everybody. Like, I'm not even... What is it? I'm not a flat earther, and I think there's... If you think about the world from a different perspective, it's very easy to perceive that it could be flat. And I don't doubt that anyone here, or a lot of people here, know more than I do about the Earth. I'm just basically here to listen. But if you talk about something like, hey, don't get the
sorry guys,
the VAC, someone will call you retard and basically just go and say like, I've done my research about this, I know about this, despite them not knowing anything about, it's not actually been tested properly. And I've had friends where it's like, hey, you don't need to tell me about this. I know how to do my research. I know what I'm doing. And pretty sure they're going to get themselves hurt. We'll see what happens, though.
What's weird is they're using it as like a point of spite against any kind of conspiracy theorists, which is so weird because it's like this self-mutilation, like against your own, like, what's that line? It's like, anger is a poison that you drink. You know what I mean? Like, and that idea is like, they're like literally like, ha ha ha, I'm going to get my whatever, in spite, to spite all my conspiracy friends. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so weird. It's like this, like, what do you call it? Martyr complex.
Yeah, it's like sadomasochism. And to be honest with you, actually completely true, because that was really going on at the beginning of the Flat Earth, right, movement, like on social media, that is, right, which was that truthers started to eat each other, right? Dude, I used to be the co-admin on 3 very big truther pages, right? 1.7 million followers between all 3 of them. So I was posting shit all day, every day, right? Okay, literally I'm on about all day, every day. I ended up making a meme that become stupidly, ridiculously famous, and it was to do with Donald Trump and a hate preacher from the UK. And mate, I was shadow banned, literally not even just shadow banned. There was a group in the UK called Momentum. They're a left-wing group, and they were just targeting anywhere that meme was posted. And because they could origin it back to the post that I originally made was never deleted. It was just a repost or shares of it, which is why I knew it was a coordinated attack. And mate, I was getting emails from them telling me it was them that was reporting me, just to be pathetic, right? And then before you know it, people want to distance themselves from you, right? Because guess what? You're being banned and persecuted, and now the truthers are like, oh shit, this could affect our page, right? Fuck off, wake up call, you wankers. People like that. So when you're parts of big groups and stuff, right? And then before you know it, the people that you thought were truthers, I would say this is the only place that I've been where people are actually real truthers. And the only reason I know that is because you can spend hours speaking to them. I remember the first week I was here, I was like, I probably won't be able to spend much more time here. I was in the old server, but I thought it was a gaming server for Flat Earth, right, when I joined it. And I literally joined it once. Got in DMs with someone about a game, played a game with them, and I never went on there. Then I was in Gems. Got banned from there a couple of times. I reckon they don't remember me, but I know for a fact they fucking do. Well, I know that 1 or 2 of them do. Anyway, point being is that I came here, and then it was within the first 2 weeks, Eli is here, right? I'd spoken to Eli, dude, at an amount where I knew him better than anyone I'd known on Facebook for the last 4 years in 2 weeks. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know, Eli, what would you say on that, bro? It's true, isn't it? You're speaking to someone on voice. It's different, isn't it?
Yeah, that and it's it also depends on the people. Because for some it's about talking or communicate. Well, let me attempt to say it this way. So for us, it's I know that other than our physical selves in the physical world, the only way to communicate for me, and that's not just this Flat Earth stuff, but forever.
And brother.
The only way to communicate is to I'm saying something, I have a mental image, I'm using the words to communicate to you what I know, what I want you to know. And you have to gobble that up metaphysically, chew on it, process it, and give it back to me in a way that I know that is manipulated by your mind. Right? And if the communication is off, it feels wrong, it looks wrong.
I ain't gonna carry
in
on.
the mind, you know. So what I'm saying is, if you can't simply communicate what you have in your mind to someone else, it won't work. And we were able to do that because we're just being honest. And it's like, this is what I want you to know. Here it is. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Here's what I want. Cool, interesting. But that's not what people do when they come here. They say, I want to know this from you, this specifically. And then they just have whatever malformed question they have. Or ask you demand to know something from you that you'll admit to them readily that you don't know. And then they'll say, well, then you can't have your position because you don't know this. And I'm like, well, first of all, what's my position? And it ends up being a straw man. Mic check.
Don't worry, I heard you, brother. I was just about to reply. I had to unmute myself. But yeah, no, you're right, mate. So like, that's genuinely what happened. Like, I'm less frustrated when it comes to this place. What I tend to use this place for is those circumstances where I'm with friends, and I exponentially affect how this place works by affecting how it affects the people around me. So if I'm with friends, I'm not going to debate my friends, right? Me and my friends will beat each other up if we get in too big of an argument like that. Like, not really, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a good idea to debate your friends directly all the time. But it is a good idea to destroy Professor Phil in front of your friends and everyone be on the fucking joke. And understand that guy should have just wrecked me, right? I should have been wiped the floor with. But you're right, you do get strawmanned a lot. Every one of us, I mean, not just you. Not picking on you. I feel like, again, that's communication, right? Like, we had some kids come in yesterday, right? And a prime example, they wanted to strawman the fuck out of us. They were too young to even understand the argument, let alone even debate, but they come in calling us retards. And then I had to throw big words around in order to convince them almost that I'm not a retard. And then afterwards, I'm like, why the fuck am I even doing that, right? That's really frustrating. It did work. It took the troll out of their tail. But the point is that people aren't going to trust what you say until they understand that what you're saying is somehow respectable or is somehow even, knowledgeable in some way, shape, or form. Usually that's people that you know. Unfortunately, with topics like this that have been strawman the fuck out of, guess what? You then not only have to undo all the straw mans and unstack the hay from the fucking body of the straw man, scarecrow himself, right? You have to then steel man every single one of your positions in the best way possible while keeping them engaged. And to be honest with you, like I said, we're all better off for doing this and trying to attempt to do it, because at the end of the day, we've all become better communicators. We're all the types of people that would actually run companies and run rings around most people in companies because people don't know how to fucking communicate. Pretty sure I do, though. And we have some pretty stiff competition.
Easy, but you know what's broken? What's broken is our ability to assess the customer.
Yes. Well, I wouldn't say that about everyone.
In general, like in the server, a lot of times it's that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that about everyone. I would say that obviously, we know who, I think me and you are pretty good at assessing the customers. I'm only going to speak about the moderators. I'm not going to talk about anyone else.
In sales, there's this.
If I'm talking quick, I'm talking quick to someone who's talking quick.
Yeah.
But I'm also attempting to slow them down. which is hard to do when other people think that you're just trying to rattle off points and they want to hurl points too to win because they're on your side. It's like, no, you're not doing what I'm attempting to do.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not attempting to have an argument for 5 hours here. I'm attempting to slow the person down, or like the reason I'm trying to slow them down is because I'm trying to decide whether or not I can even not waste time, but spend time trying to really communicate my thoughts to them. But I don't know that unless I attempt to disengage them first. Because when they initially come here, you have to disengage whatever it, like they're on a kick. Because we find that often when someone's like, "What's this? What's that? What's this? What's that?"
Yeah, they just start
at some point when you hit them with like something like the Selenian eclipse, it's like, "Oh, I didn't know that," and then they're very receptive to what you're saying, and it's like, it's
you have to
I hate
teach them
to
something they
lose
don't know.
people because something that's undeniable that they could know then, or at least consider then to be true.
Yeah. That's probably one of the main issues, right? It's like, even myself, bro, I have to talk to people pretty quickly, right? You want to give everyone a chance to talk, but when it's like the truth concerned, sometimes you're a bit like, for fuck's sake, like, I should be able to conduct myself in a way that is best for this current conversation, not based on the medium that I'm in. That makes sense. Which happens all the time, obviously. There's a lot of, but that is the beauty of this place, that we have so many strong personalities and strong minds, as well.
Well, what's very funny, I like have ended up debating people on just like communism and other things passively, and you'll have someone that brings up something like, well, communism is great, but the problem is the human element. So what if we had it all ran by robots? And you say, well, yeah, Venezuela had a computer that would dictate where all the resources went, and a ton of people starved. The best example was, Soviet Union, and they ended up just using market dynamics from, America, or something like that. And they say, yeah, but what if we had a robot controlling everything? It's like, I just explained that. It happened. People starved.
Mm-hmm.
And just
aren't
it's
robots
a circular
controlling
thing.
anything now?
Oh, they are, but they're not controlling the market. They're it's something like Costco, for example. If in a particular area, an entire pallet of sea cucumbers, dried sea cucumbers, gets bought up in one day, they get another shipment in, and then it gets bought out in another day. They'll say, okay, this isn't just a trend. This is something consistent. I need to order more sea cucumbers in, or whatever
I know, but a
item it
computer
is,
can be
and
the thing
there'll be-
ordering it, right? No, like
Yeah,
what
totally.
Elijah meant. Yeah, so that's
Yeah,
what I
but
think I meant by that.
The problem is that
the numbers are so great that you almost have to rely on tabulation, right?
At this point, any place you shop at, unless it's a mom and pop store, is probably using computers to order merchandise. The difference is setting demand via the computers is the issue. So
I feel that does get done in the sense though via algorithms, even if it is individual personal customers. And then obviously as well, like there are places like Amazon, for instance, that exist with fulfillment centers everywhere. People don't know why they did this, and actually there's cash incentives to join businesses in order to buy your way into stock, and they'll give you profit. And people go, well, what would they make from that? And I tell you what they make from that. The ability for the mass movement of stock all the way around the world at all times, and actually you can make it seem like it is actually a purchaser sort of system going on, and you can the proverbial sea cucumbers can be bought and stored, right? And you can actually control markets even at the mum and pop store level, right? I mean, products individualistically, like what is going to do well and what isn't going to do well, right? Like there are examples of this, in fact, with the revolving door and like lobbying, right, where people literally have only got like about £500,000 and they've got quite a small store or whatever, and then they give they go to one of these mixers or whatever, and the next thing you know, their fucking business takes off, like massively takes off. And like it's like because these people have the abilities to push people on algorithms and stuff like that because they know the CEOs of certain companies. You know, like just stock movement all the time is done as transactions between two different companies that have shell, like a shell company, like you know, like a bank, like an offshore account, right? And they'll buy stock from themselves effectively under a different name. And they'll send it around the world almost, right? Around across the world. And then effectively they've just like almost pretended like they've just like let's say they've got 100,000 units. They sold 20 million units of the very thing they're trying to sell, boosted the price up. They haven't actually sold any of it. They've just sold it to themselves loads of times. And moved numbers around on a computer or even potentially even shipped stuff to be positioned in the actual best position to sell it for real this last time, now that it's worth 10 times more, and they do that over, let's say, 2 years. You can do that when you have long-term business goals and you have a long-term business profile and long-term business model that is already effectively running and making a shit ton of cash doing the same thing every single year with lots of other products all at the same fucking time. Like, when you've got that stuff going on, we really don't know whether the markets are basically controlled by robots anymore because of effectively people know when markets are about to dip and reading it and effectively just knowing almost down to a T, almost like a prophecy. And it's like, well, that's not prophecy. It's game theory 101. It's socially engineered. It's algorithmic control. And it's like, I don't know anymore what's really in the market, what's actually wanted and what's genuine and what's not anymore. I really don't. I'm being deadly serious.
Well, I think I don't think that the markets are necessarily controlled via computers. I think they can definitely determine what you would want though before you realize you want it. So in the sense of that they are setting the demand, you can make that to an extent. That argument to an extent. I don't think that's fully the case though. I think they're definitely reacting to it though before you realize you want something.
But I'd say, like, let's say for instance with graphics cards with this the lockdowns, right? Graphics cards went through the roof in prices, right? And there was a certain graphics card that was like not even really being sold at all because there were better ones that come out, and it was kind of like they needed to get rid of all of that stock because they weren't anticipating these other companies releasing theirs so early, and then they didn't think about they were going to flush through the two pieces of technology they made that were just slightly better than the other. So it's like there was a little gap, right? And then so they made the other ones so much more expensive, and then they ended up selling that one actually for the price of, like, you know, the next one to come out anyway. But everyone bought it because they couldn't buy the other two, and it was just like, well, to me that proved that they could really just shift numbers theoretically on a computer, right? I don't care how it was done on a computer, whether it was people analog doing it through computers, whether it was a robotic system, whatever, right? It's the overall theme of what's going on. This cronyized system of a so-called free market. Again, yeah, you know the price of the graphics card before you buy it, but like when every other option is sort of cut out and you're sort of told everything will be this way before you invest in, say, graphics card, and you were definitely going to do it this year, yeah, you're sort of not really left with much choice, are you? You're going to pay extra $80 instead of paying an extra $350 for the one that's one above. You're going to pay an extra $80 than what you expected to pay for the one below when you thought you were getting the one in the middle. Again, when I see this sort of stuff going on, I'm just like, meh, I don't really know what I trust anymore when it comes to this shit.
Well, what's really peculiar is if you look at stuff like I was trying to get my dad computer set up, and how some people end up reacting is not what I expected. I was telling him, like, hey, instead of getting the $250 graphics card, you should just go for the, $350. Even if you have to compromise somewhere else, forgo getting a little bit higher resolution screen or something, this will make a huge difference for you. because of the tasks you're doing, he's doing CAD, and it ends up being graphically accelerated. And like, drove this point home, just multiple different levels, and it ends up being it's like double the performance or something. And that there are so many people that are hesitant to make that little jump is very peculiar to me. So like, I don't know. I don't think you can really do the market dynamics like that with a person all that easily. I think much more, you can, to an extent, you can understand like, hey, where are people going to top off in one area over another, like one region over another. Actually, you could probably even predict that with a computer. I don't know what's possible. It's crazy.
I wonder what that guy thinks about the Level documentary now.
Who's that?
His name Robot something. Alien Robot or?
What about an alien?
The guy from earlier that went to go watch the Level doc.
Hands for Africa. Sorry, that was so bad. Yep, good new profile pic, bro.
I'm so excited. I'm seeing ammo finally returning to the shelves.
Who said that?
Hmm?
Who said that?
That was I.
Chemo, do you need any therapy?
Do what?
Do you need any therapy, mate? Apparently you've been saying some proper globy shit over at Gems.
Go on, let's do it. Like what?
I don't know, people think that you might be getting affected by your overly long stays over at Gems. Would you like to make the panel feel a little bit more better?
What have you heard?
I didn't actually hear any specific arguments, I'll be deadly honest with you, mate. Someone just said, I'm a bit worried about chemo. You might need some therapy.
We're absolutely destroyed. I mean, I've destroyed 2 Globers this morning with Black Swan already. What you got to do with these Ball Earthers, because it is about the therapy, isn't it, right? These guys are going through a traumatic experience. They've been lied to. So I've always understood it's not about evidence. It doesn't do with evidence. You can give them a picture, you can give them the mathematics, you can give them the science. That's not going to show them that they're wrong. Now, for me, it's to go into their world and beg the question for them, with them, and show them that they don't actually have any science to support their own begging of the question. So, for example, there's a BioDual guy called BioDual. Now, he's insistent mass attracts mass. Mass attracts mass. And I'm like, well, mass doesn't attract mass. Mass doesn't attract mass. So I'm like, okay, look, can you show this experiment? And he's like, yeah, we've got blue marble.
So I'm like, all right, fine. We've got variables accounted for, magnetics, electricity, blah, blah, blah. I said, what about the atmosphere? Like the air? He's like, oh, it's been done in the vacuum chamber. I'm like, okay, let's have a look. He's like, here's the paper. I'm like, yeah, but where's the actual observation? He's like, oh, why? You just don't want to believe. So I'm like, this was in December, mind. So I'm like, well, look, no one's ever seen Cavendish in a vacuum before. So why do you believe maths accounting for the variables? So we're going back and forth. I'm saying, look, it doesn't move in a vacuum. He says, yes, it does. He says, I'm going to go to a college, university, and speak to professors and ask them to show, like, I can record it. So he come back, he says, I can't get a college, I can't get a university. This is what you're going to do. He says, I'm going to buy a vacuum chamber myself, put the Cavendish in it and do it myself. This was December. So I keep saying to him, look, you're going to be a famous glober here because it's never, ever been seen before, Cavendish in a vacuum. So they keep pulling up pictures and papers and pictures and all that kind of stuff, but we've never seen it actually move. So Blue getting a little bit upset because he's like, oh, it doesn't need to be done. And I'm like, look, the paper that says it's been done tells you why it's been done. So they've said they've done it, but they've never shown it. So like I said, look, Bio, if this shows you it doesn't move, what are you going to do? He says, oh, well, I have to give up the globe, give up science, physics, review, revalue. So he's gone out and bought the Cavendish, he's gone and bought the vacuum, and then he's going to try and do it. So we're waiting for him to do it now, and he's going to see that it doesn't move in a vacuum, and he's going to give up the globe. So, yeah, we had Ranty in this morning as well. He brought his observation. Again, you've got to go into their world. So Ranty brought this picture, and he was like, look, it comports with the globe model, proves it's not a flat Earth. I said, okay, fine. It proves it's a globe. It proves it's not a flat Earth. This is a white swan, right? This is what we expect to see if you're on a ball.
And that must be what you said.
What?
Yeah, I get it. That must be what you said then. That must be what.
Yeah, you got to listen to the full scope of things, yeah?
Oh, I get it.
They were getting nervous because they know where I'm going. Some of them started to click. Oh, goodness, what's he going to do? You know, why is Chemo agreeing? What's he up to? Yeah, so you got to think, like, what am I up to? What's going on? What path am I taking these ballers down? So I'm like, yeah, okay, Ranty, what are we arguing about? This image agrees with the globe model. Because remember, you've got to beg the question with them, to work with them. Otherwise, they'll think
dude, don't worry, it's not me thinking you need therapy. I'm just giving you this option to, clear.
Yeah, but let me explain to Ranty how this worked today, because he ran out the room, because, like I say, the argument is just way too powerful. So anyway, I'm like, Ranty, this picture, it looks like a globe, feels like a globe, model, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We all agree we're on a ball, spinning ball flying through space. So he keeps on going on, trying to argue this picture. I'm like, Ranty, what are we arguing about? I agree, it's a ball, it's the white swan, it's what we expect to see. So then I've gone, okay, so now we've got the radius, got the R value, we've got all that kind of stuff. So I says, look, it takes one black swan to debunk your white swan. And then the whole room just went crazy because they realised we can see as many white swans all over the place, but it just requires one black swan to destroy their geometry. And then they all, Ranty left the room broke down, everyone was in chaos. He was saying, you just said it's a globe. I said, yeah, but because I thought we had geometry. But now the black swan has broken your geometry. Where do we go from here? And, everything just spiraled down from there, you see. So you've got to go into their world to show them that their geometry, science, or whatever is wrong, basically.
But Chemo, they're talking about...
No, it'd be something like that.
In a disjointed way where...
Go on, Lige.
Left side doesn't matter. I'm
breaking up, I think.
I'm bringing that a...
You're not breaking up with me, are you, Elijah?
I don't know if he was breaking up or what. He was coming in and out.
You better not be breaking up with me.
Go on, Elijah.
You can do it, Elijah. Bite his freaking head off.
I mean, my method is very unorthodox. I mean, the ballers, you know, you've got to beg the question with them. Otherwise, they feel like you're against them, and then they won't be honest in their answers. So, getting them to answer things is very difficult. You know, they like to play games, mess around, derail, obfuscate. And getting them to admit this is a white swan, this is what we expect to see.
And I guess, see, you're saying it's a white swan. But
No, I'm not. I'm going into their world. If their world, if their world says this comports with the globe model, this comports with the globe, I'm not going to argue with that. Okay, fine, we have another white swan. So all we need is one black swan to debunk all of these white swans.
yeah, here's the thing. I don't understand why everyone's talking about it in this disjointed way, where the right side has nothing to do with the left side. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because whenever they're talking about it, they're talking about the one that they cropped, and it's like, well, they're like, well, why don't you deal with the argument or the presentation that Ranny gave? Why don't you deal with what they're saying? And I'm like, well, because it has nothing to do. As a matter of fact, I'll address it by addressing the whole. So I'll pull up the original photo that's not cropped, and I'm saying, okay, well, Ranty's saying this about the left side, that behind Blackpool, the mountain is lower than the tower because the mountain is at a lower elevation because of Earth curve. Well, they won't agree with the word. They won't agree with the word elevation, but it's beyond Earth curve, right?
Well, that's the thing.
Okay. No, I'm not done. I'm not done. And this is what I mean. It's like that's the only part that they listen to. But to the left of that, those mountains that you see are a part of the mountains that the Blackpool that Blackpool is blocking on the right. They're part of the same mountains. And on the left side, none of it is missing.
Yeah, but how
It makes no sense.
Yeah, but has someone like done like the lines and stuff? You know?
I don't get what that. I don't get what, because someone told you that that's what's required. Did you not hear what I just said?
Yeah. I'm saying like we need to point it out. So you're saying that this mountain,
what did I just say?
That the mountain is lower. Yeah.
That's what I said.
That the mountain shouldn't be seen. It should be lower. It should be at a lower elevation.
No, the other side should comport with the other side. What he's saying is
now, chemo. That's my problem with all of the flat earthers talking about this, because the globe earthers have told you how to think about it, and that's exactly what you're doing.
This sounds like a black swan to me, not a white one.
That's what I'm saying, but he's saying, well, I'm just talking about how to explain why this is happening on a flat earth. That's already a straw man that you're trying to argue your way out of.
I didn't say that. I'm saying point out the thing that you're saying.
I did last night on Brandon's. What are you talking about? And guess what? They told me it's irrelevant.
No, he means to him right now.
They said just focus on. They said, how could you be commenting when you haven't seen Ranty's argument? I said, I'm kind of dealing with Ranty's argument because at the end of the day, what Ranty is saying is that the reason the tower is higher than the mountains is because it's beyond Earth curve from the person who's taking the observation's perspective. But if that's the case, how come the mountains that are connected to the mountains in the crop photo, they're all there? And it's within the same photo, just the non-crop version. And they're like, well, you're not talking about what we're talking about. That's a weird flex.
That's what I'm saying, Lige. If we tell them, fine. Granted, they're looking for an argument where it's not there. If it's a white swan, it's a white swan. Now you're focusing on the black swan side of it, or the image to the left. But you've got to say to them, okay, I get what your argument is. You're saying that this right side comports with the globe. Fine, there's nothing new. We have these images all the time. But now let's look at this left side where there's anomalies going on with your globe.
That's a weird way to say it. Because I wouldn't say fair enough. The right side looks like how it would comport in a globe. Says who? They didn't take any angle. They didn't take any angle measurements at all. And this is the thing.
I think you're just looking for an argument.
You've already said, okay, it comports with the globe. No, it doesn't. No one's modeled it out.
No, but that's why you beg the question with them.
Crack, this is what people are saying chemo needs therapy for. This is it in a nutshell.
Yeah, but again, I could argue with Ranty all day and say, no, it doesn't comport with the globe. You haven't measured it. You haven't done it right. And he's just going to get upset.
Why would you argue all day?
Yeah, but we're not trying to argue. We're trying to get to a resolution.
That's what I'm saying. Why would you argue all day? By trying to explain to them, because you're only explaining to them what they're telling you need to explain. Why do that? It's like, well, I mean, it makes no sense. The logic is literally contradictory when you look at the left side of the photo and you say, well, don't worry about that part. Those mountains, the ones that are connected to the ones that I think are missing due to Earth curve, even though they're not missing, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about the geometric horizon. We don't give a shit about any of that. We just want to play the game and think about how this is in relation to the cropped out version of it and explain to me why the tower is out. Why? I'm asking you, why do that after everything that I've just said? And you keep saying, no, I'm just saying this is what's wrong with them and this is what we need to do. I'm asking you why.
Because you're, like you were on Brandon yesterday, you didn't get any information out of. All you got was, no, you're wrong. You didn't look at the argument. This is what you need to look at. Focus on what we're saying. And no matter how many times you repeat to them, no, but you need to check this out. No, what about this? They're saying, well, we're not hearing that. You need to look at what
you're repeating to me what I told you they do, and I'm saying, who cares? Why?
I'm saying that's my point.
I'm not arguing for additional information. You're saying that I was trying to get No, I wasn't. I was telling them, look, this is your position. Look, there's a paradox. Look at this, the photo that you didn't see because the person who's arguing gave you a cropped out version. It's as simple as that. A normal person says, oh, I haven't considered it. Guess
They're not normal
be quiet and investigate further.
Are they normal people?
So then why do you give them therapy?
That's the point. They're broken. They need therapy. You're talking to them like they're normal. You're getting frustrated because you're like, I can't get through to them. Why aren't they listening? They're not acting like normal. Well, of course, that's the point.
No.
You're misinterpreting.
That is not what I'm doing. What are you talking about? Do you see me and Gems getting heated? Or do I try to talk? And like yesterday, you know what happened? I tried to talk 3 times. And in the middle of me talking 3 times, you tried to introduce me 3 times. And I left because of you.
What, you didn't want to speak?
Well, as I was trying to speak, you were trying to introduce me. And then you did it 3 times.
You didn't want to be introduced.
You did it 3 times. Well, Elijah's in the server. He's going to get you now. And I'm like, yeah, okay, thanks, Chemo. So anyway, yeah, Elijah's in the server. You kept talking over me.
I didn't hear your mic. Your mic was very low.
But anyway, I'm just doing now what I wouldn't do in gyms, just arguing with you. Doesn't matter to me.
Well, the point I was making is they want the argument. They want you to argue over their picture and explain their picture away. So instead of just arguing with them, give them the picture and then explain, well, we have a black swan. So what does it matter?
Yeah, it's just that, Kimo, I feel like you're more. I feel like you actually do want to help the people in there to understand, right, that the Earth isn't a ball, correct?
To understand that what?
Am I coming through all right, or?
Yeah.
All right, sweet. I said, I think you actually want to help the people, don't you, in there that are globers to sort of understand that the Earth is not a globe anymore. So that's fair.
Well, there's kind of two orders in there. I mean, I know I'm not going to convince those guys. So there's an audience that listens who wants to hear globers who they think is an authority on the question. So when they hear the globe Earth is failing to answer simple questions, they get to wondering why they couldn't answer those simple questions. That's one.
Maybe that. Right. So maybe that's the issue, right?
Well, I've had a few people come in and say, left messages on my videos. They've debated because of me. They've become flat earthers because of me. They like the arguments with how I bring up the black swan. So I mean, I get like feedback on the method, and yeah, it's very different to what most people would do.
I haven't seen the current method. What you're doing, I usually love everything you do anyway, but I'm just saying, obviously, like I personally haven't seen this Ranty's new image or any of that shit. If someone would want to post it, maybe I'll have a crack at it, looking at it. But what I would say is,
let me ask you
it's
this,
that atmosphere. Yeah. Go ahead, dude.
Sorry to interrupt. Well, okay. So not say. So what happened is, okay, Rancy's showing a picture that someone took, and they're applying trig to an image.
Mm-hmm.
So they weren't actually there to observe and, do angles and all that. They're actually just doing it to an image, right? Not only that, unbeknownst to everyone at the time, it was cropped out. What was cropped out is the portion of the mountains that aren't obstructed by Blackpool. The thing that is obstructing the image or the picture that they show.
Yeah, so we've got half a horizon that comports apparently with the globe that hasn't even got the geometric angles to the other side of it, in which to derive the fact that it even comports with said globe.
Well, not even. Well, Blackpool is in the way of the mountains, so they can't really say, well, it's obstructed by the horizon. But they're saying due to the mountains appearing lower than the tower in the foreground, based on perspective alone, that shouldn't be happening on a flat Earth. That's the argument. But then, come to find out, the portion that's cropped is not blocked by Blackpool, and you can actually see the land that is there all the way up into the mountains.
Yeah.
Stop smacking your lip.
Yeah, no, I got that.
So the question is, what takes precedence, or how do you go about, like, is the argument still important when they're saying, well, like, would you accept someone saying, don't worry about the left, let's just take this cropped version?
Not me personally, no. You know I wouldn't.
I would say it's a separate argument.
How is it how? Okay, you crack, please. What do you mean? Ask him.
It's the same photo, right?
Yes. Except
not a
one is
separate
cropped,
argument.
one is cropped, and one is not.
How's it? Give it genuinely, and I'm not trying to get on your back, mate. How was that a separate argument?
Oh, you're asking me? I thought you were talking to one another. Because their argument is they're saying the image that we're looking at cannot work on a flat Earth, and it comport. In fact, what they've even said now, they don't even know what the shape of the Earth is. They just know it's not flat. So the point is to get them. See, we're doing too much explaining, which is I find the problem. We're not on trial here. If they've got an image that explains whatever shape they think they're on, they need to give us the numbers. So this is why I don't really want to argue with them too much over it. If they think it looks like a globe, well, that's up to them. If they're telling us it doesn't work on a flat Earth, that's not even our claim because we haven't got a model. So we don't say that's what happens on a flat Earth. So they try to give us the presuppositions to work with, and all we've got to do is say, because if we're working with the black swan, that's already working with the presupposition that the Earth is 39. We've already agreed 39.59, and we've agreed 1 foot observer cannot see past 1.2. We have already agreed that. So that's the point. Once we agree those numbers, what more is there to talk about? Every
for a math model.
Maybe no. Hold on, Lemon. I'm sorry. Maybe you can ask him the question again. Or am I bugging?
It's a white swan, isn't it? What are we talking about?
Hold on, Chemo. Am I bugging, or is there a need to ask the question again?
Ask it again, because I don't get. I'm saying it's a separate point. You won't get an answer from them on this black swan.
You're saying it's a separate point, and then the question was how, but that's not the question you just answered.
They have a question, and we're answering something else.
That's not the question you just. No, you have a question that Crack just asked you, and you're answering something else. It's not about they right now.
Yes, I'm saying it's separate. You have a question about the left. They have a question about the right.
How is it separate?
I've just said there were two different questions.
How is it a separate argument? Like, how is it? What makes it separate?
Because the ballers are asking a question and the flat earthers are asking a question. We want our question answered about the left, and they want their question answered about the right. Two separate issues.
I don't know.
So while you're asking the question, they're still asking their question. So you ask yours, they ask theirs. They ask theirs, you ask yours. And that will be the argument all day
The
long.
nature of the question is really not helped when they have a bad understanding of the perspective principles we're trying to get across, so their models effectively become.
Sorry, I had myself muted and was talking to myself the whole time then. Great. Sorry about that, Elijah. No, you're not bugging, mate. No, you're definitely not. Yeah, but Chemo, mate, like, they might have their question, you might think you have your question, but the relevance of this as an image as a whole is the real fucking question, right?
Is the question, yeah.
Well, no, there's one question at this point. Why the fuck do you crop it and then assert that there's two questions? Not you, but why crop it in the first
your
place?
question. You're saying, why did they crop it? That's the question, yeah?
No, I'm saying I know why they did that, because it makes it, it's to steel man their own argument, right? But because obviously if they show the whole image, it clearly doesn't show a white swan, as you would claim, and it doesn't show a white swan anyway. I've just looked at it. I don't see why you would separate the two things in the way that you're sort of categorizing it, like what make a concession in order to get a later concession. But there's an issue with that.
Answer their question. If you're saying it doesn't, so what is their question? Does this work on a flat Earth? If you're saying yes, it does work. What?
And that's what they want to. What? No, that's what they want to hear.
I don't know. I don't know what you answer. That's the point. I don't need
no, but
to
you
answer.
said it. Yeah, but I thought you said you agreed it's a white swan, and that's what I was saying. That's you saying no.
For them,
you know what I mean?
for their model, this is a white swan. They will see white swans everywhere. This is nothing. I said to Ranty this morning, this is nothing new for a baller, Ranty. Why you keep talking about it? They see this all the time with their model. To them, it comports with their model.
Only if
Not
you
to me.
only if you manipulate the image.
Whatever you manipulate it, whatever numbers adding up to them, it comports with their model.
No, it has nothing to do with numbers. It just simply has because they don't have any numbers. How are you going to get the angle from the top to the base if you can't see the base of the mountain behind Blackpool? You can't. So
What
they
image are you
modeled
guys
it
talking
out
about?
somewhere else, right? And then that doesn't have anything to do with data, right? And then they apply terrestrial refraction. And all that is basically the straw man that says this wouldn't work on a flat earth. Who cares? Ultimately, there's one observation. And if you consider the entire observation, it's just simply not a white swan. Because what you think you see on the right isn't connected to what is on the left.
What is a white swan, like?
To be honest, the only thing that's been good about this is the idea that they're even using the term white swan.
But what does it mean,
That's
white
brilliant.
swan? What does it mean?
We know what it means, mate.
So it means that every observation they make is what they seem to think that looks like on a board. Oh,
They didn't make this observation, did they? They didn't make it, did they? They didn't make the observation. Ranty didn't make the observation. He found a photo and clipped a portion of it.
What photo are you guys referring to? That's the point. You can argue with Ranty about that, right?
He took it from Bev, right?
No, no, but you're saying it's an observation. No, it's not. It's not even a video.
Yeah. I got to agree.
It doesn't even matter to me. They can say any of it. Doesn't. I'm not arguing that point. I want them to see that it comports with what they think is the model. Get them to say yes. Then you introduce them to a black swan. Then it doesn't comport with their model. Now where do they go?
Hey, Chemo, check this out. They're still trying to claim at the end of the day that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, which it obviously is not. So, and they'll say it's not because you can't see the geometric horizon, and so they're stuck, man. They have nothing. They have nothing.
Well, Chemo, how about you answer the question for me? You say, okay, you introduce to them the rest of the photo, then what do they do? Well, I introduced to them the rest of the photo, and they said, well, that part has nothing to do with the cropped out argument. What then?
I still think
that now becomes a circular conversation because you just gave them the globe already, right? And you said, okay, that's what you got in your crop photo, whatever it is, with your observation, all right, blah. I give it to you. White swan, white swan, white swan. Great. Well, what about this? What about the rest of the photo? The answer was yesterday on Brandon's. The answer was that's irrelevant. Kosho told me it was irrelevant, and Jim told me it was irrelevant.
Well, that's what I was.
What are you guys talking
my
about?
argument is to get their attention to the white swan, so they understand the argument, because they don't understand the black swan argument. That's the point. So them saying white swan, do they even know why they're saying it's a white swan?
Look, why you?
Yeah, are you under the impression that they don't understand the black swan? That's
forget it. But we don't even have to say anything about. Well, I mean, the black swan is important, yes. But what I'm saying is, without triggering someone and saying, "Well, it's a black swan," what I'm saying is, you said, "Well, first there's a white swan, and then you show them what you're talking about." And I said, well, I did, because you said that was the solution. You get them to see that there's more.
You didn't do that. You disagreed with them and said, forget that, focus on this. I got Ranty to say, okay, we agree. Now he's focused on, he agrees. Now we can look at other things. We forget that argument, not focus on it anymore. Look at the black swan now. Now, Ranty, explain that. Explain why the horizon is further than it's supposed to be geometrically. Oh, I can't. Okay, bang. No more geometry, no globe. End of subject.
Okay,
well, I'll see how you get on.
All of them understand the black swan. All of them understand it. We know it. They know it. I'm sorry, Elijah, but they know they understand our argument with the black swan, and they can claim ignorance, but they do understand it.
But I don't want them to claim ignorance. I want them to be.
I'll see how you get on when you go to let's go to Jim's right now, and you tell them you accept that that's globe proof or a proof that the Earth is not flat. And then you say, now that we've accepted that, let's take a look at the photo in its entirety. And then you say, what's going on there? And then let's see how the conversation goes on. And if that's that, as you just...
Yeah, but before that, can you point out to me in the picture where you're saying the black swan is? Because I've looked at it and I can't see where.
What I said was the mountain that's supposed to be missing due to Earth curve is not missing on the left. That mountain is part of the same mountain range. The same distance.
It's supposed to be lower, yeah?
Well, they're saying there's Earth curve, you just can't see it because Blackpool is in the way. Well, on the left, guess what? Blackpool's not in the way. So you can see the mountain.
Can you point it out? What can we see? I can't just go in there and say, to the left. I want to know what I'm talking about. What is on the left? What are we seeing?
I'm literally, you know what? In order for you to know it,
somebody post the picture, please.
You can get on Google. You can get on Google Earth. And you can look at what's there. You can look at the elevation of land that's there, and then you can know it for yourself.
Oh, I've got the
then
picture
you can
here.
go to Jones.
Oh no, that's
So did you hear what I just said?
I did, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Wrong one. Sorry, wrong one.
Okay, never mind then.
Let me delete.
By the way,
I think the picture that he once posted is the original photo, not Randy's photo, but the original from the article. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Chemo.
What is this supposed to be What exactly is this supposed to indicate?
This is the argument based on perspective. If the Earth is flat, right, the top of the mountain should be higher than the tower. Therefore, it's not flat.
Wasn't Zanuck trying to bring out some shit about perspective and like something? Like if something's high in the foreground, it should be the same level in the background or something. This kind of reminds me.
So they're looking at a photo and they're saying what? So the perspective is. So is it perspective that's wrong? Like is it like this? Based on what are you saying this disproves a flat Earth? Because immediately when they say what they've done, which was I forget what they did in what program, but over a plane they've modeled this stuff out and they've applied terrestrial refraction, which has a radius value, and that's it.
There is.
They don't have angle measurements. They don't have anything. They just have the image, and then they have what they've modeled out. And they said, well, in this model, this is what's happening. In the photo, that's what's happening. It's different. Therefore, the Earth is not flat. Because this is how it should work on a flat Earth, aka straw man.
Right, crack. What is that? What is that? It's like a year ago or a little over a year ago, I think. Reds Reddick was captured an image and then scrunched it. And it's like, there's the curvature. Scrunched the freaking video like from left to right, scrunched it up, and it's like, where's the curvature right there? It's like, no, it's not.
So, Elijah, can you just point out then exactly on the left? Because Anthony
No, I can't. What you can do, right? Because I've told you, and you said, how do I know? And I told you because of Google Earth. So the only way for you to know it is do what I did, right? Because I've already told you. So you're saying, yeah, but what does that mean? So for your satisfaction, the best thing to do would be to get on Google Earth and see what you see, right?
I just want to know what the claim was, Elijah. That was it.
That mountain on the left that you're looking at is missing due to the same amount of Earth curve that's on the right, except it's not because it's there. You can see it.
Come on, let's go in there. Let's explain this then. I mean, again, because you haven't given me the numbers, the measurements, so all I can do is tell them what you told me.
No, what you can do is go on Google Earth and figure it out.
Like, I'm not just about to do all of that. We've got the Black Swan already.
Well, then you're not about to argue because you're not prepared.
No,
seeing as that I'm working, I can't pull citations and I can't pull screenshots at the moment. So I can't do it right now.
Okay, well, again, I'm not doubting you or anything. I'm just saying, Anthony made a video yesterday with the wind turbines, the same similar thing, where he says it shouldn't be seen. And, they just said, oh, it's not that or something. So I'm just saying we need...
Yeah, because it's supposed to be missing due to the elevation of land is 700. So you add whatever height the turbine would have been at to that 700, right? That doesn't amount to the 1,300 plus hidden there should be.
What
so those are the numbers, but again, what does that mean to you if you're not looking at Google Earth?
I have a question. For you. So what's the tower height again in that Ranches image exactly? Anyone know what's the height?
To me, I don't know. I haven't looked into it. To me, we can just, for me, how I argue it is just accept it, fine. It proves whatever you think it does. Now let's get the geometry. We have geometry. Black Swan, broken geometry. Where do you go from there? So that's
no. The thing is, okay, it's a big problem. And listen, because they claim there's a land that is so high in elevation that is beyond the park, and it should be as high or as long or even higher than the tower itself. But you can't see it. Now that's the claim. Can they substantiate it? That's the question.
Yeah, they've got their model, and they say it comports with their model. We don't have a model. That's the point.
You're not answering his question, Emo.
I don't know the height. I don't know the height of any of that imaging.
That was his former question. Oh my! What is?
I don't have any information about this image. All I know is that they're saying it comports with the globe. To me, that's a so what. Fine, have it. Now they've got to explain the Black Swan. That's it. And this morning, I've knocked 2 ballers out the park with the Black Swan by accepting their royal claims and saying, "We'll explain how we have the horizon in front and behind the object."
You're not wrong. Let me be clear. You're not wrong in doing that. I'm not saying you're wrong. That's fine. It's just
what,
as well as them not accepting the left of the photo, they're not accepting the Black Swan either, because they'll just say, "What does the Black Swan have to do with this image?" Right or wrong?
Because the Black Swan is about geometry.
Right or wrong, and then say what you want to say. But I asked you a question.
right or wrong.
If I may, real quick, how do you guys counteract was the argument of light refraction? Like, light comes through the atmosphere, depending on the whatever different areas of heat or cool throughout the atmosphere, it changes the way light moves.
What does that have to do with geometric obstruction?
I don't know what you mean exactly by that, but it would create.
Meaning the Earth that's curving. What does light? What does light have to do with that?
Everything you're seeing is based on light.
But what I'm saying is, are you saying that it's curving around a surface that's curving? Like, I don't know, 7/6 the radius?
To an extent it would, so you'd be able to see a little bit past what the horizon is. This is, by the way, under a globe Earth model, but you'd be able to see a little bit over the horizon what you should be able to see.
So this is terrestrial refraction. Terrestrial refraction doesn't help. It's not enough. But not only that, but it's begging the question of a sphere in the first place. And then how do you have light rays, which are also theoretical, right? Because people say that light bends, but it doesn't. Because if I put a piece of paper in front of my face, you're not going to see my face because the light's not bending around the paper to meet your eye, right?
There's not the circumstances there to be able to have it go around the paper. It's not saying
you're talking about light going. Well, you're talking about light going around the obstruction that's supposed to be where the horizon is demarcated to be, right? So, what's different about it? Can you tell me?
I don't know. I'm asking how you guys would end up combating that.
I'm saying what's different. I'm telling you by asking you what's different, because we know how light works, but for whatever reason, globe earthers want to say, well, no, light bends around objects so that you can see the image beyond the object. Well, that's a hologram. No, I say no. Give me a demonstration of that. They don't have it.
Yeah,
They just have a demonstration of Snell's law, which is different than terrestrial refraction. Did you know that?
I don't know the difference, but no.
So the difference with Snell's law is you're working with different mediums. The air is just the air. It's one medium.
Okay, so you're saying that it would act the same throughout that medium? It wouldn't be able to change? Is that what I'm understanding, or is this... I'm trying to get the point clear here.
I'm saying light doesn't bend at the rate they claim because it's not demonstratable. You can't do it with one medium. No. That's their claim, but then we say, okay, so demonstrate it, and they can't. Or if I say, okay, well, you're attempting to explain that refraction is working in this specific way. Can you give me a definition that's describing what you're saying is happening? Like, say, for example, in the Black Swan photo. I could just say you can't, but I could ask you, could you provide me with a definition that details and describes what is happening in the Black Swan?
Not really, no. That's not my... The problem is, though, is that if you're trying to understand something like...
Well, if you say not really, well,
no,
that's exactly what you would need, right?
I'm
Because
saying
that's what definitions are.
I'm saying I couldn't do that.
No. But could you go away for a day or two or a week and find the definition? Do you think it exists out there?
Oh yeah, most certainly.
Yeah, the thing is,
okay. So I'm not asking you to act on what you don't know. I'm asking you, as a person to another person who's building a rapport and a relationship. Instead of telling me what you think, go do it and talk to me about it later.
So
is that fair?
Yeah, I hear you. No, I'm the reason why I'm asking this is just my dad. He was Radioman, he did a lot of things with bouncing signals off the ionosphere, which, that's his account, and you have all these variables you're counting for, all this math that's being done, and you end up coming out with an answer, and you're able to do, huge things, which he's not able to perfectly describe because it's all a lot of it's classified. So
I have a question. I have a.
Go for it.
Yeah, the thing is, I've told them about this diffraction thing. I was like trying to challenge that shit, but someone posted me this video, and like I don't know what to respond to it. Like, check it out. It's basically a guy who pours some fucking cold water in the flow, and then the fucking image behind this fucking appears. I don't know if this is the atmosphere or no, but like, what do you guys think? I'm gonna post the link now.
Yeah, things change based on the atmospheric conditions of the day. Post it.
Yeah, I did it. Just like take a look at it and please help me about it because I don't know what the fuck to say about it.
But guess what? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Right? Because what's happening there is not describing what's happening in the Black Swan, is it? Because you're not seeing the obstruction go behind. Listen. You see an object being quote unquote more obstructed and less obstructed. What you don't see is that line going from in front of to beyond. That's not what you're seeing.
And it's worse than that because apparently wait there. Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat are also apparently being loomed up over the horizon, also apparently with heat shimmer effect attached, meaning that they're apparently being loomed up over the horizon. While doing so, right, as they're being loomed up over the horizon, the light itself is taking a path that is shifting left or right, to make a homogeneous shape that shows said heat shimmer effect, looming up over the curve while the curve itself, the horizon, is being pushed back behind it, all in the same fucking field of reference homogeneously in an almost V-like shape, right? Obviously meaning to the observer being the one singular point with two things homogeneously looking exactly the distance they should be to one another, how we would usually see they would usually appear. We have two different movements attributed here to light, refraction. And, well, three, for instance. Heat shimmer, loomed up over horizon, horizon being pushed back behind. All in the same field of reference. Field of view, sorry. Did I come through or not, Elijah?
You're coming through, man, but I don't know, man. It feels like it's a weak argument, dude.
Yeah, I hear you. No. Look. What I said was factual. I'm not providing you an argument. You're saying this effect is happening. And I'm saying, yeah, that seems to be what happens. Like, for instance, when you look at Skunk Bay, the horizon appears to obstruct more and less of it as time goes on due to the temperature change in the atmosphere. That's cute, that's nice, that's beautiful, that's acceptable, that's something that we all can see and observe. What's being described in the Black Swan on a globe Earth is not parallel to what you're talking about. So we aren't arguing because I agree that what you're seeing is what you're seeing. But as far as the Black Swan is concerned, it's not even addressing it.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't jump in a bit more there, Elijah, mate. I'm sat next to my cousin and he was eating, so...
No, it's all good. So do you understand that we're not in disagreement? Because that's a big thing, right? Like people think that we're in disagreement. We're not in disagreement because we're not talking about the same things.
Yeah.
One of these days, you're going to hear a honk. Elijah's going to stop talking, and we're all going to be grief-stricken.
Yeah. First year of my friendship with
God
him was
forbid, that's how you guys met me. I went through a windshield. I went through the back window. Yeah. My beautiful face. I had to be humbled by God. I accept it.
It's fine. I've gotten.
You look cooler with the scar, bro. Trust.
I mean, what I find is that if you give Globers an inch, that would take a mile and
So don't make any concessions.
Hey?
Well, that's what
So
Elijah's
give
sort of
them an
saying.
inch. Saying what?
Like, as in, like, conceding, like, in a way by saying they've got a white swan, you know? I think that's kind of what people are a bit annoyed about, you know?
So you say to them, it's just like when they show pictures from space. So I'll say, show me a picture of the Earth. They'll show a picture of the ball in space. Then I'll say, what's that
This is
black
what he
area?
does.
What's that black
Bro,
area around the ball?
What's that got to do with what we just said?
I'm
Like,
just pointing
Chemo,
out
that's why people are thinking you're sounding like them over there, mate. 'Cause you're just fucking ignoring everything everyone's saying. I'm starting to get fucking pissed off myself. I'll be honest. It's like you're just not... Mate, it's like you're not replying at all to what everyone's saying, like, at all. Like, it's just like you just want to... doesn't matter. Don't worry, I'm not trying to argue with anyone, mate, today, I'll be honest, and I'm sorry.
Well,
I
what's
might
the
just be in a
question?
bad mood.
What's the question?
That's what I mean. You don't know, do you? That's the issue.
I don't know the question. No, what is it?
It's more a statement or an addressal to you based on what you've already offered. But it's like the energy being put into responding to you is falling on your deaf ears because you're talking about something else when this detailed the response was tailored to you. And it's almost like, even though that's the case, you're having a different conversation altogether.
Okay, so what was the question?
It was a response to you. You said, don't give him an inch. The short of it was, yeah, that's why we're saying don't give him an inch. Because you're giving them an inch.
Yeah, but if you argue with them about...
But you just said don't you, but now we're arguing because you said don't give them an inch while contradicting yourself by giving them an inch.
No, but that's the point. I don't give them an inch.
But you do give them an inch by telling them you have a white swan. Instead of telling them, well, this picture has been manipulated. So that is literally giving them an inch.
But then they're going to spend hours explaining why you're wrong.
I don't care what they're going to do thereafter because you're saying, but then. The point is, you said don't give them an inch, but now you're justifying what's going to happen after having given them an inch or not giving them an inch. But you're giving them an inch.
Yeah,
and you're saying what happens, but okay, you're justifying you're justifying giving them an inch because of what would happen if you don't give them an inch. That's a better way of putting it.
Because if we don't give them an inch, they're going to go for the mile.
So you're giving them an inch while advising not to give them an inch. You're a poor therapist.
I'm saying we're trying to prevent the mile of their rhetoric.
No, what we're trying to do is figure out what you're saying. I'm not talking to them. You said don't give them an inch. I'm working off of what you said. And I'm saying, okay, if we shouldn't give him an inch, Chemo.
No, I didn't say that. I said if you give them an inch, they take a mile.
Okay, so what's your point?
Give them an inch, not to take a mile.
So you said okay, so now okay. So you said if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So give them an inch so they won't take a mile.
Right.
What?
If you give them an inch, they'll take the mile. So instead of letting them take the mile, give them an inch and then that's it. You're supposed to give each person an inch, not a mile. They take more than an inch. But if you take away that mile...
Kim, I'm not being funny. You need to go on the live stream, mate, and just rewind back 30 seconds and listen to what you just said.
Well, what I'm meaning is give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Chemo, they're not going to take anything. They're never going to change their mind. I don't know why. That's
I
well,
agree.
they're not here. They're not here because because we don't want them here, because they obfuscate every single point that we make, and there's no. And we're not here to change people's minds. We're here to help people to have to use their own brain and have ideas, not just to read articles and watch the news and believe all that bullshit. We're not here to change people's minds. If you're over there, I mean, God bless you for being over. I mean, for having the patience with those assholes. But yeah, so yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to them. They're just going to just make fun of us, and it doesn't really matter to me. I don't really care what they think about me.
I'm not really there to change their minds, but more to expose their lies.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, God bless you.
Why are we giving him an inch?
I don't see the point of trying to not give people an inch, because there's going to be things that you don't know how to answer, and you're going to end up either saying, well, I have an explanation for that, and then fumbling through it, making yourself an idiot. Or you just give that up and say, yeah, but you have all these other examples.
No, because here's the thing. It's not a game. Like in the real world, the things are happening, right? And people make claims that they can't back up. And we're saying don't make claims that you can't back up. It's as simple as that. But people want to make claims that they think they can back up later. No. Just go do the work, attempt to back it up, realize you can't back it up, because that's why I'm here.
No, what is it? The thing I end up seeing is basically people not fighting on the ground they're on. They'll go ahead and try to act like they're in a much better strategic place than they actually are, and they end up getting knocked down.
Yeah. That's what we're on about. Don't end up instead fighting ground that you're not capable of throwing kicks in, let alone fucking roundhouses.
Right.
And not at you. I wouldn't. Not being nasty or anything, But like again,
well, that's what
that's
Elijah
the
was
whole
saying.
point.
Yeah, exactly. Like Elijah was saying.
That is what I said. That is what I said, and because at times I'm not here to be agreeable. At times I'm here to be very considerate, and that just changes with the mood of the day. Everybody knows what they get from me because I'm honest. In the moment, I try to be as honest as possible always. And you just said no to basically, you said no to my point to basically make my point. And so now my only purpose is to illustrate that that's absurd. because again, we're not in an argument. You don't have to do that. What is the purpose of disagreeing with me when you actually agree? And then on the flip side, people say, well, we have a disagreement, when actually we don't have a disagreement.
Maybe you misunderstood your point and then perfectly elucidated your point for you. I don't know.
Maybe.
On accident, wow, come on, mate. What are the odds of someone somehow completely missed your point, didn't understand it, and then somehow completely elucidated the point you were trying to make perfectly? Nearly fucking impossible, actually, to do it.
Oh, no, that happens, though, sometimes.
What, with the point that was that long-winded?
But I'm not saying no. But here's the thing. I'm not.
It was in his subconscious. I get that.
I'm not saying. Well, I can't say it's not dishonest, because what I would say is people lie to themselves. Once you're a false witness to yourself, you're a false witness for everyone else. And so I don't know if people realize this or not, and that's the truth with me. Why? Because I deal with people in everyday circumstances, and there are people that I wouldn't say is trying to play a game. Yeah. That I would say are very dead serious, and they believe what they're saying.
Yeah, I know.
I know that they believe what they're saying, but it's a paradox, because at the same time, on a deeper philosophical level, I know that they believe it because they've lied to themselves.
Yeah.
Right?
I think I sort of know what you're on about there as well.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
It's like, no, people try to argue over disagreements that aren't disagreements. You're just talking across purposes. And then,
I don't know if I'd agree with that.
I'm trying to jump to your lily pad, and the moment I jump to your lily pad, you jump to another. And I'm like, well, I don't know how to be on the same page, because you claim you want to be on the same page. I try to get on the same page, and you tell me no. While thinking, I don't know, it breaks my bed. Like this is a every time I try to explain it, I stutter like this. I don't understand.
Yeah, because it's painfully it's painful. That's why. It's like being punched in the stomach.
Yeah, it's like the obvious should be obvious to everyone, but you can't.
Obviously, it isn't.
I guess not.
Well, no, like I said, I'm not saying the guy did that on purpose. Actually, elucidated your point. It's the point.
I don't think
that
it was
just
on
made
purpose
to him.
at all.
Me
That's the
either.
painful
In fact,
for me,
it absorbs into our subconscious, right? But I'm gonna say that, right? You did that on purpose, maybe just to make someone go for a second. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Like, no, I didn't. Or in their head, go, did I? Because that's the point where they're gonna have to be honest with themselves, right? Because now you're gonna have to ask yourself, wait, did I say the exact same thing as what he just tried to say that I said? And again, like I said, I don't know the motivation therein in which someone.
but that's what
do that.
I would do. I'm sorry to interrupt. But exactly, that is you and I's thought process, and some people's thought process. But for whatever reason, that's literally not other. It's almost because by that person's actions, they demonstrate that didn't happen, right? Because they'll just do it again 5 minutes later. Like for me, I have conversations like that. Who was I talking to? I was talking to someone the other day. We were arguing, debating, I guess, and I said if there was less pressure above our pressure, then the air would fill that space. And he said, well, there's a difference of pressure between the top of a mountain and here, but the air is not filling it. And I said, to be honest, I don't know how to answer that.
Oh, was that the guy the flat earther
What's wrong
guy?
with saying that?
Yeah. There's a differential pressure. Yes, we know. We all know there's a differential pressure between
but the problem was the way that I set it up, and I had to admit, well, because I set it up that way, they responded that way. Therefore, I took responsibility in that moment and said, you know what? I don't know how to answer that. It's my fault for setting it up that way. So
which is the right thing to do.
Right.
That's the intellectually honest thing to do, anyway. I purposefully would have been non-intellectually honest and then probably pretended they made the point. And it wasn't me set up that way. I'm just saying. I'm just being honest.
And that's honest. At least you got to know who you are, man.
No, I'm joking. I wouldn't really do that. I wouldn't really do that. I was just playing devil's advocate a little bit there, like what someone else might do.
Well, it's like when people talk about the differential pressure of it, and I think I know what you're talking about, Elijah. Are we talking about the same guy, the flat Earth guy that was like talking about the differential pressure between
him? Yeah.
All right. So I mean, I'm not making a claim necessarily, but doesn't all of the gases come from Earth?
Sounds like you're making a claim, mate.
Well, that's a claim. Yes, all of the gases do come from Earth. That's a claim.
All right, just fuck me.
It is.
Of course, all the gases that exist on Earth.
Yeah, and they
come from Earth.
They're cycled by Earth and reused by Earth, and so most of the gases that you're going to find are going to be near sea level. on
Of
Earth.
course, they're produced at sea level.
Yeah,
The gradient could be explained as it's like shooting a shotgun up in the air. I like to say that way, Helio, every time, right? Which is that the gas molecules, as they go higher up, right? They basically. I'm not saying that we know the pattern in which gas is released, but I would say the pattern would be more crepuscular than it would be, let's say, intrapuscular, as in like moving, crossing each other over, and like from the point of where the most oxygen is released, I'd say they would move upwardly rapidly into a much bigger space than where they left, i.e. in relation to one another, like shooting a shotgun up in the air, the pellets of the said shotgun being shot, the higher they go up in altitude, the proximity in which the pellets to one another is greater.
Yeah, look at that picture 11.7 put right there. All the gases that are, the gases as they're released are utilized, in a system, and they function. They just like helium.
They get recycled as well before. Exactly. Most of them get recycled before they can get up there.
By very many organic, materials or anything. So it's, it's just it's kind of a.
That's why oxygen's such a low number.
Yeah,
because they say there would be an updraft, and first of all,
why
updrafts do exist? Number one, but they think there should be some uniform, kind of updraft.
Oh,
but I'm not standing at an ocean right now, am I? I'm not standing next to, there's certain things that convert into gases, and it's most of the oxygen comes from oceans.
Most of the oxygen.
Eventually, the question becomes why.
Mm-hmm.
and I answered the guy, I don't know.
Then you're back to 3-year-old.
And then I told him, Helio. And then I told him, isn't that the very first thing that I told you when you first asked? When I said,
can you ask me the question?
When I don't know what the sky is.
Exactly how it was said, or can you not remember? It's fine if you can't remember. That's fine. But
I'm trying to think, because it got to the point where I said, well, our sky can't exist next to a lower pressure. Because I want to say nothing. I just want to say space, but they'll say, well, it's not really nothing. It's something, and it's hard to.
Yeah, well,
so
his question,
because I was trying to
remember
say it in a way that would be relatable, but I fucked myself by the way I set it up. And I said,
his point was you guys.
All right, sorry, you know what? My bad. Crack asked Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Elijah, I apologize, bro. Go ahead, man.
But you can go ahead. It's not
if you can remember it.
If you can remember better
than a tense situation.
Well, I was listening the whole time, so I had an opinion, but I was at work, so I didn't get to say anything about it. But what he was saying was that, okay, you guys say that you can't have gas pressure without a container, and there's a lower pressure in the higher atmosphere. Why doesn't it all equalize? Why is there a gradient pressure?
Very obvious why.
And why isn't it all just equalized? And that's pretty much what he was getting at. It's how can there be a gradient? Why shouldn't everything?
Have you ever heard of a polymeric microstate of entropy?
I know, and that's why I was bringing up where are they created? That's why I brought up they come from the ground, they come from Earth. So
you can't have an equilibrious state of gases when gas is effectively in the micro state that they exist in their remember, oxygen itself is a smaller portion, right, of the atmosphere than what most people think. They probably think it's 50%. It is not. And then obviously we have a system that has energy input that is being put in, right? Some of this same energy in which that is being put in is not always being put in, and it leaves said area where it's just been put into. Things get cooler, warmer. So, in fact, what you would say again is that the gases that are being produced at ground level, obviously, again, recirculated and re-grabbed hold of at ground level, right? as they go up higher and move in relation to one another and further away from one another in proximity to one another is farther, the ones that do escape the recyclic nature of the actual ground level of the actual Earth itself, the molecules naturally will disperse in a magnitude that is greater in proximity to one another as they get higher in altitude. That's just natural. That would create a gradient in and of itself. But we don't see a actual static, equilibrious, or should I say homogeneous gradient anyway. What we see is as the sun comes over above the gradient, portions of the gradient itself get warmed up, they get more excited. Yes, the lower pressure points that are down below, the ones that have just been heated, in the column that's now being heated, that's more excited, they then switch with the lower parts, and the lower parts that are now higher pressure do the same and follow along with the sun. And that's how we end up with all of these different atmospheric effects that sweep across areas throughout the day, right? So it's pretty simple, actually, to explain why there would be some form of a gradient, but to assert that the gradient itself is some form of a homogeneous thing is ridiculous anyway. Like, how did he even verify in any way, shape, or form that it is a homogeneous gradient anyway? It's not homogeneous. This is how we end up with winds and pressures and down pressures and up pressures and all these different variables, or should I say vectors of movement.
Yeah, it's just like they want like some simplistic explanation. But if the world were simple, wouldn't it be that noon would be the hottest? But that's not what happens. Yesterday, the highest temperature was at 6 p.m.
Dude, it snowed. It snowed
so
like
ultimately,
it snowed like 3 inches. It snowed like 3 inches here the other day, and then the next day it was 70 degrees. You know?
Yeah, that too. And it's like, well, why?
Yeah.
And then someone will say why, and we'll say, well, ultimately, because we don't understand the variables that are involved, because we don't know what the sky is. We don't literally know how it all works together. Like, we can't. I don't know was ultimately the answer, and that's another problem that people have. They can't accept when you say you don't know. Because once you say you don't know, they say, therefore, then how do you know it's not a vacuum? And then it's like it repeats itself, the whole conversation. Because I told you I don't know.
Do you know what I'd say, Elijah? Is the heat traps throughout the day. The same with you with the snow, right? The heat managed to get trapped underneath the snow throughout the day. And believe it or not, right, convection, melting, cooling, whatever you want to call it, right? Air leaving an area, like Jimbo said, just sucking the air away from where between your toes as with a vacuum, it gets cooler, and you create a little bit lower pressure point there, and eventually, if you take that vacuum away, that lower pressure point gets filled back up and equilibrises second law of thermodynamics again, right? But the same thing again. The noon won't be the hottest point. Before noon, the sun was already beating down again on that area, right? Before it got to noon, and then after it left noon, it was still beating down on it. So there's heat absorption into the very ground that we exist on, right? This, in and of itself, is a way that heat gets trapped, and then throughout the night can get, again, released via, the slow dispersal of the heat itself, of convection. But again, it's like, right, I don't really see... Like just because there are nuances, we always say that this is a dynamic system. It's like people want to sort of say, nah, we've always said it's dynamic every time.
Yep, we always do.
There's many variables.
That snow came down, and it was coming down in big clumps. It was like 2-3 inches of snow, and within like 3 hours, it was all melted. It was like, it was all while I was at work, and by the time I got home from work, there was no snow anymore.
That would have been the heat trapped into the ground, and then also the sun itself. Yeah. What time did you say? What time?
If it's as simple as us spinning away from the sun, like if it's as simple as that.
No, it's not.
Then and there really is no change other than the wobble over time. Then that doesn't explain why there are these drastic temperature changes and weather changes. It honestly doesn't. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Well, it's
I
like
agree,
I was
mate.
talking about the other night. You know, they have the globe and they show the Analema on the globe. Shouldn't it be like a real figure eight equal on south and north? You know, if they claim that the seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth going around the sun, shouldn't it be equal? Why do they have a different Analema? Why is the Analema of the figure eight like way larger in the south? I mean, if we're a ball, you know, going around the sun, it's you know, the figure eight is much bigger in the south than it is in the north. So that's impossible. If you know, in what they claim is the heliocentric model.
I heard that they took that off of new globes because too many people were catching on.
Hell yeah, man! I mean, look at it. I mean, and you can capture it yourself. You know, just take a picture of the same spot. You know, throughout the year of the sun, the same exact area. Same picture or the same figure that you see on. I have it actually. Well, I'll share it. It's just like, dude, why does it look like that? If you're claiming that the Earth's tilt is causing the seasons, absolutely ridiculous. Got it somewhere in all these fucking memes. Analema. Analema.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, again, it does look kind of odd, but I think as long as we can expose the globers to be liars and show them that they don't know what they're talking about, because they obviously say things like, well, is every scientist lying? Is every mathematician? And we get a couple of those guys in GEM, and we get to embarrass them, you know, every single day by exposing that they don't know what they're talking about.
No, if you're talking about the guys on YouTube, I could give a shit about those guys because they've been doing this for a long time. They know how to, you know, they know our arguments and they know how to manipulate and freaking act like weirdos. But like someone like you remember when what's the Australian guy's name that talked to the astrophysicist?
Ryden.
What's that?
Is it Riding on Eggshells as an Australian guy?
No, it wasn't Riding on Eggshells. No, I'm talking about he's a YouTuber. He makes videos and shit. But he went and talked to this lady in Germany, astrophysicist.
What, a woman one? I haven't actually seen many women astrophysicists. Not being sexist in any way. I was just genuinely surprised though.
No, I can't remember his name, man. You guys probably heard the interview, but you can't remember.
Well, who was the astrophysicist? Was it the woman or the man?
Yeah, it's a German astrophysicist. And
was it the woman or the man who was the astrophysicist?
The woman was the astrophysicist.
All right, thank you. That's what I wanted.
And he was saying that he was doing some article. He lied to get the interview, basically, but he got the interview. Was asking her, you know, questions about wakey. You never heard that interview, Craig?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't watch the interview,
you know
bro.
what I'm talking about.
If you find the interview, can you DM it to me?
They deleted it off of YouTube, of course, but
it'll be on the archive then. All right.
No,
sweet.
I think it's on BitChute. I'll find it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, like on somewhere like BitChute. Yeah, sweet.
But anyway, yeah, he started. He had a whole. It was like over an hour long, where he was talking to her, and he started. And then the deeper he got into the interview, he started asking like flat Earth type questions and stuff. And he got her, man. He got some shit. Go ahead.
I just want to quote Sleeping Warrior. So they all ignore the horizon. That's why you need to mention that turbine at 700 feet. The mound it sits on at 1,000 feet is going on their model. That's why they cropped it out. They don't want to focus on that over there.
I would have said it's all one argument, the whole image.
Somebody making tea?
Yeah.
That's you.
Coffee.
Oh, coffee.
Why can people hear my fucking mic? My cousin sat next to me and you can hear him eating. Like, oh, fuck's sake.
Now I hear clickety click. I know that.
Oh, I've turned noise suppression off, that's why.
Tea and crumpets.
Tea and crumpets over there.
I'm actually, listen, I'm actually having a Philly cheesesteak, man.
You got your British tea crumpets.
Bro, do you want to actually know what I'm actually making? I'm actually making Irish cream coffee.
That's good. That tastes good.
So I mean, the argument's kind of like...
right, I was just about to ask you, Chemo. So you said, what are the numbers? What is there to discuss? Well, there's a mound there, right? That well, listen, I'm just taking this at face value. I'm going to go home and actually work it out, right? But if we're to take this at face value and say, okay, well, let's just assume that this is the case. So they all ignore the horizon. That's why you need to mention that turbine at 700 feet. The mound it sits on at 1,000 feet is going on their model. So essentially, we're looking at something that should not be there, right? If it were a globe.
Black Swan.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying on the left that you see stuff. You see it, right?
I'm not even arguing with that point. I'm not even arguing
Can you
that.
stop whispering?
I know. That's the right. And that's the thing. I know that you're not arguing the point. You're not engaging it because it's not a part of the ballers' argument. Is what you're saying. It's not a part of it. That's not what they're talking about.
Right.
I get that. I'm saying, why the hell would you do that?
Because, like I said, I give them therapy and I've got to work with them than against them. Get them to see that there was no ghost.
So ignore the part that would wake them out of their, because they're saying that that's gone, right? But let's ignore that. Let's ignore the fact that it was cropped. Let's ignore everything and just act as if they have a win so that we can do what?
Because again, Lige, I don't know, I'm not being funny.
To pull the rug away from them is what he's sort of saying. Is like at the last minute. But
these people believe in ghosts. Okay, you've got to show them there are no ghosts before they can talk about anything else. Show them where's the ghost. Take them to the ghost. You open the door. There's no ghost. There's no ghost. Now their mind is ready for something else. Well, can you look in this room and explain how this works? And that's when they start to understand, okay, there are now no ghosts, there was now no curvature, there was now no geometry. They can start to think about other options. But until we tell them, Lige, there is no ghost, they're going to continue to say, well, I see ghosts. It's a religion, not evidence. It's not proof. They've been indoctrinated. They were never given globe evidence in the first place. So why would flat earth evidence or any evidence convince them otherwise? It's not about evidence. It's never been about evidence. They have fake images. That's not evidence.
Not flat. Hold on. There's where you and every other flat earther fuck up. It's not flat earth evidence.
There is no evidence.
It's not evidence. It's not evidence of a flat earth. It's not.
My point is, they've never been given evidence, Lige.
No, but you're saying my point is, but I'm addressing something in your premise that's faulty. You can't just. You could do what you want, but it makes no sense to not deal with what I'm saying.
Because I'm not looking for an argument, like a long extended argument. I'm there to tell them that
I'm not looking for a long extended argument with you.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not looking precisely. I'm going to give my point, and that's it. Is that they think they're a ghost, You tell them there are no ghosts. They don't believe.
I don't know
it.
what you. I don't know what. I don't. How does? I don't know what you mean by it. Like.
What's going on,
weird
mate?
flex.
So they have a religion. They have a belief.
No,
in
I
We get that.
the
Humo.
belief we get. Yeah. That. What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Nothing about this is religious.
So if they have a religion, a religious idea, then there's nothing.
We're not talking about that. You're saying.
Shut the fuck up and let him finish.
Yo.
Who just said that?
What's your name?
No.
What's your name?
Yeah, the
What's
same
your
guy
name?
who told me to shut up earlier.
What's your name?
Kimo.
No,
Not
not
you,
you,
Kimo.
Kimo. What's your name? Pussy fucker. What's your name? Go ahead. Go ahead, Ballsy. What's your name?
I think he's actually a
That's
bull.
what
It is I, Stein, who told you to shut the fuck up.
It is I, Sign. You get the red gavel. Fuck out of here. I don't even know who you are. Goodbye. Let somebody else deal with you. Anyway. So, Kimo.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with what was just told to you?
Because you're not listening. You're saying there is another argument to address. That's left of the.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm saying the claim from them is that this is proof that the Earth is a globe. And I'm saying, no, this is not proof if you look at it. That's all I'm saying.
Again, that doesn't work with them. Because they have a religious idea. You've got to show them that their idea is not true. They believe they have geometry. You've got to show them they have no geometry.
Kimo, can I ask you a question? Doesn't work with who?
Pardon?
That doesn't work with who?
With Zealot and with heavily.
But who cares? And who cares? Oh, man, but who cares for them, man? In this whole situation, in this whole 5 years, you want to convince one Zealot?
No, not at all. Again.
Alright, okay. Why we don't spreading the information for people who are still don't know anything about this?
Sorry.
In the last 5 years, do you want that Rumpus became flat earther, for example, Zanik or whatever? Ed? I can name them like 100. Do you want that they became flat earthers?
No, I mean, again, it's not about convincing anybody of anything. It's just showing that the person making the claim doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, but they're like just saying.
Hold on. How do you do that for the people that are watching if you allow them to ignore the portion that does that?
Because of the Mulder's Totems.
But you're okay. So you're saying, okay, let's accept this, and then let's accept that as true, and then go to the Black Swan, a different observation, instead of looking at the same observation.
Yes, there's nothing new. This is what they've been showing for the longest time until the Black Swan came along and we understood the horizon's not physical. So anyone would be crazy today, Ranty included, to come forward with an observation that says there is the drop, there is the horizon. It'd be insane to do that. What ball earther would do that today after the Black Swan? So
but
why
they don't have to do that. You know why? Because they're setting their audience up, and anyone who is looking for a way out, they're saying that the geometric horizon has nothing to do with this. They've already said that, so they've decoupled what would prove them wrong from the conversation entirely. So when you go to the Black Swan, they'll just say that when you go to the Black Swan, right? They'll just say, yeah, but that has nothing to do with my argument here. You're not addressing the argument here. And they would be right to do so because you've not addressed it. You've allowed them to say that.
Because Lygie, they tell us they have a body of evidence. They have pictures. So it doesn't matter what the situation is.
It's like every time I talk to you about your logic, you tell me about them.
Because I'm saying to you, how I see it,
I'm kind of confused.
Right. It doesn't matter what they've already got a body of evidence. They say they've got pictures. Okay, so people can either make their choice through that picture or not. If they believe that's the ball, then they can have that belief or not. But if they want to take it as serious, they've got to answer questions about it. Like, how is the space next to the ball? You see, so now...
But Chemo, when you show them the Black Swan, all they're going to do is say refraction. What do you like? So I'm asking you, okay, go ahead, and then what?
Yeah, then they have to talk. They have to explain what kind of refraction. So, like, for example, this morning, the baller was in there. He said it's refraction. I said, what kind of refraction? He was talking about light bending. I said, okay, so you've got a physical car in front of the house. You turn around, the car's behind the house. How do you explain that? He said, magic. I said, okay, you've got a physical earth in front of the platform, and then it's behind the platform. How do you explain that? Oh, wow. I can't. That's the point. They can't explain this without breaking their geometry. Yesterday, they said it's a bigger ball. Dr. Bob yesterday said, well, it must be a bigger ball then. It's still a ball, but it's a bigger ball.
The issue is
they've got right now.
We already know that though, Chemo. We've known that for a year now, right?
The issue is
basically what you're saying is, I'm sorry. Basically, what you're saying is, okay. So in other words, they have this new photo. No big deal.
No big deal.
We'll just say, okay, no big deal. That's fine. Let's go back to the Black Swan. But all they're going to do is give you the same arguments they gave you before.
No, they're not. Because like I said, we've had people come in there.
No, yes, they are. People, normal people, the audience that you're talking to, they'll probably get just about as much of it as they have been getting.
To be fair, though, one point
you're talking to, they're not going to get it.
They do.
Elijah, can I chill a little bit for Chemo, bro? One thing that no, Chemo, I'm trying to help you out. 1 sec, bud. Wait there. I've not spoken in a little while. I was going to say, Chemo, is your point this? I'm asking you this instead, because just because you two are talking past each other, it's going on forever, and other people are trying to speak, so I have to moderate a little bit here, right? So, is your point to sort of get them to reassert that there is a geometric horizon altogether again? Is that what you're trying to do?
Get them to admit their model and prove it. Yeah, get them to say there's mass, get them to say there's curvature, get them to say there's geometry, and then we talk about that geometry.
Right. Just remember what I just asked. Are you trying, and I mean, try and answer it as specific as you can. Yeah. So you're trying to get them to reassert that there is a geometric horizon again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand why that might be a good idea to do that. In some ways, I get that. I do get the point. Okay?
And get them to admit their own claims. Because remember, what we're not getting is that they say they have science, but they never produced it. Where is the science?
So what are people like Scott Veach saying?
About what?
Like, I'm trying to make, I get Elijah's point as well, mate, is that, why it's sort of like we should deal with it as truthers. We should be fucking dealing with the fact that they're actually lying through their teeth and cropping images, right? Obviously, that's my ultimate go-to straight away. It's like, no, you lied. And you're lying about this image again. And you're doing it again, right? I sort of get like, all right, fuck it, let's tangle them up in the lie as well. I sort of want to also feed into that as well. I can sort of see like both points of view on it. But, like, I don't know why you didn't just say at the beginning, like, look, I just want to make him reassert there's a geometric horizon again.
I did say that to get them to beg the question, to get them to admit their own model, their own science. They don't do that at the moment. They dance around it and say, well, it changes from day to day. So if we get them
so what are people like Scott Veach and that saying? That's what I want to ask.
And the final thing I want to say is that John put Bob Ibor for a reason. There's a reason for that. Is that any other observation after that means nothing because we've got the Black Swan. That's the point.
I do know that, right? But I'm asking what are people like Scott Veach and Jem Panda and stuff? What are they saying to Ranty producing said image? Like, because obviously,
that's not the argument.
well, I'm saying that they reasserting a geometric horizon and they're going along with the observation. What are they saying?
Well, they know that because my method is unorthodox. They try to be very tricky. Try not to answer that, but the point is that
that's Elijah's point.
They said yes. They at one point they said there was no refractions. So, but the bottom line is, I already have a different argument that I've been employing, right? Like, so everybody's talking about this, and I'm like, guys, asserting that there is no geometric. No, they're asserting that there is a geometric horizon. However, that's not the one you see, because where it geometrically would be, it appears elsewhere. And we're saying that's not true. That's not what you've been saying all this time, because it has to physically be somewhere to block boats. They denied that their position was opposite, right? And so they say refraction, this, that, and the third. Well, you know what I've been doing? Didn't I share to you 5 videos of pre-Black Swan?
Yes.
Chemo even. I know I sent them to you, Crack, but Chemo. Didn't I not send you 5 videos pre-Black Swan where they've asserted and even argued against Flat Earth by talking about the geometric horizon being where the apparent horizon is? So I don't have to argue with them, because my tactic is to say, well, this is what you guys have been saying before the Black Swan.
How about a different tactic? This is Paul, by the way.
Hey, Paul.
And I've been thinking about this in your discussion, because now the argument is you don't see the geometric horizon. Do you know what the next question out of your mouth should be?
Why?
Why? Why can't you see it? What's going to be their next answer?
They've given it.
What is it? What's the next question?
They say there isn't one.
Refraction.
The only option they have is refraction. If you do not see it in its geometric location, and then you have to say it's refracted. Now, at that point, it's over.
We know that, but
I know, but I mean, so that's why you got to stay on target. Don't let them distract you. Don't let them get into arguments. Just bring it back to that.
Well,
so if you say you don't see it, why?
I get that, but then they say, well, no one's ever said that. And that's when I say,
well, then get them to say it. Then get them to say it.
They won't say it now.
Are you guys talking about the Black Swan photo? Like the pictures of the rigs?
Have I seen it? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, is that what we're talking about?
Anything. It doesn't matter what Well, it doesn't matter if it's the Black Swan or if it's the new fancy video or picture. It doesn't matter. So just stay on target, as I say, or don't let them distract you. I mean, and make them say it. Then even if you want to get into minutia, what kind of refraction keeps you from seeing the geometric horizon? And even then, they're done. But no matter what you do, they're done.
We got that. Yeah. What we're really sort of arguing about is that point of like, don't get distracted. And we're sort of, I've been trying to figure out what Chemo's tactic is here by not addressing the whole image.
Paul,
right?
I've said all of that to him already. Like, so now we're here. Like, we're talking to Chemo about, like, the reason we're here talking in this way is because of how the conversation has evolved with Chemo. I already said everything that you just said. Yeah,
I came in late. Sorry about that.
Because he's talking about when we give them an inch, don't give them a mile. And I already told him, but that's what you're doing. But he didn't really we're trying to find a way to communicate with Chemo. Pretty much. So yeah, I mean, when they say they lied, they never said that the horizon was geometric. Obviously, it has to be geometric to block things. So if it's refracted, then goodbye for that. I know that, but what I'm saying is, that's cool. But when I want to catch a liar, like someone who's someone who's like Jim, when they say no one's ever said that, I'm going to go, oh no, you argued exactly for that position. Well, maybe I can't find videos of him specifically, but I can find videos of Flat Earth debunked videos based on the geometric horizon. And they explicitly state everything the modern day Glover would say, I never said that.
Right, so Elijah, that's the one bit of power that's the only bit of power I see in Chemo's maybe method, but he didn't sort of say, I don't know, Chemo, I know you said, yeah, they won't admit their science and da. But if I heard you just say, look, I'm trying to get them to basically say that, basically what those videos say that Elijah sent you and me, I'm trying to get them to say it out of their mouths again on clip, that would make more sense. I don't know, what do you think, Elijah? Like, get them to admit that it's a geometric horizon again, but like, I don't like the way of doing it.
If that's his tactic, that makes sense. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But I just didn't hear that. I just didn't hear that come out of your mouth, Chemo. So that's why I jumped in and spoke over you a little bit. It's because I was sort of trying to stop people from talking past one another, really. Because if that is what you're saying, then it makes more sense. But maybe you did say that, but it didn't sound like you said that, right?
Well, see, my question. This is Paul again. Sorry. This is the thing I always ask the Glober: what causes the bottoms and boats and buildings to disappear? What do they have to say? What do they have to say?
They say perspective sometimes now, mate. This is the thing.
well, it's perspective. Then is it Earth curvature? Really? You see what I just did? You said perspective.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is what the globe is. Well, I know why it disappears bottom up first. Is the angle of incidence and how cute that angle is to the observer.
Well, there's also atmospheric conditions that can cause it too.
Of course,
there's a thing called sinking.
We know that, but like the atmospheric conditions that they do dictate where the horizon is and how the effects therein of what we see with refraction and the different effects of refraction. But like. But they have hijacked perspective, like a 6-foot observer, roughly, right, with another 6-foot person walking away, expects to see them to start to disappear at about 3.48 miles away. Well, if you look at said feet of person instead of said head, right, that's around about the exact same formula as 1.225 times the square of the observer's height in feet, right? That formula.
Well, see, the only reason I don't go there, like what you just did, I don't go there. For multiple reasons.
I'm not going there in this argument. I'm saying it to you because you can understand it. So I'm saying that.
Wait a minute. Have you not realized I've been in this debate for 3 or 4 or 5 years? And I understand. I've been in this debate for a while. I've been on Nathan's show.
That's why I said it to you because I know you would understand that part exactly. Do you see what I mean? I'm just saying that's the hijacking of perspective, obviously, right? It's like we have the formula for the perspective, right?
Well, I see, and I don't go after, if you notice, I don't never go into, because for one, I don't have enough knowledge to be able to withstand that, to get into that minutia. I just don't. I don't have the time and energy to really invest into really understand, breaking all that stuff down. No. But I kind of look at what they're arguing and see if it's consistent. And then I go after that. What's not consistent? That's why I said, when you ask the question, what causes the bottom of boats and buildings to disappear? We've been told throughout our educational system that's the curvature of the earth. That's what we've been told. And even in the beginning, I remember them arguing that point. Even Bill Nye has the video. Everybody's seen that boat's going over the curve. So we've all seen it. But if they know now, I think the original Globers will not argue that now, is because of the black swan, because of refraction, because there's other factors that can account for it. So if you force them to go to curvature, that's why they won't answer it. Because then you say, well, is there any other conditions that can potentially see that? Or if you say you can't see the geometric horizon in one position, but you can't, when can you ever see it? Well, you can never see it under their argument. I've never heard them say that you can ever see it. Because there's obviously photos shows that the horizon should be closer to you, under the geometric conditions. So if you can never see it, it's always refraction. So then it's over. It's over. So we gotta go ahead. Sorry.
This conversation didn't really start with the black swan per se or refraction. It was about me saying, Chemo, why do you have to pretend as though they didn't crop the photo? Because once you do that, you can no longer, because once you take the photo into consideration, including the part that wasn't cropped
just out, for clarification, sorry, Elijah, sorry, just for clarification, this is the image that Ranty is currently using as a line of argumentation Sorry, I had to do that. Just carry on.
Yeah. So all I said to Chemo was, why would you ignore a part of the observation? Because ignoring that allows them to straw man us, number one. But if you want to deal with the photo, all you got to do is say, well, you're saying that this is what's happening on the right, but I'm looking at the mountains that are supposed to be going on the left, and I can see all of the land heading up to the mountain. None of it is gone.
Well, I would take that same approach, Elijah, like as in deal with what's going on the, on one part of the image and say, well, okay, so what you're asserting here is this comports with the globe, right? Correct. If they say yes, okay, what? Right, because I see the geometric horizon, right? Correct. Yes. Right. Sweet. Okay, you're asserting a geometric horizon. You cannot derive geometry from any horizon because here's the black swan, twats. And then what about this other part of the fucking image, dickheads? But like, I guess that is kind of what Chemo's saying or whatever. But like, I would not do it too long form. I don't want to be like pushed into a straw man by these idiots, by them sort of, I don't know, because then they can chop the clips up, mate, to like make it seem like you're agreeing, right? And that's kind of what's happened, I guess, this morning, Chemo. I personally took no issue with what you did. It was actually, I had people come in here and say, the fuck's going on with Chemo over there? He's admitting all sorts of stuff, saying, you know what I mean? And that's kind of what happened, I'll be honest. Did I come for Elijah? I don't know.
Yeah, you did.
That's alright then. I just cut out all the time, so I never know.
All I was saying is there's no... well, yeah, at the end of the day, if they accept the geometric horizon like they did in the old days, then that's it. If you accept what you've been denying over the past year, if you now accept that again, then okay, let's continue where we should have continued from last year.
I mean, like, the method is very strange and peculiar, and it's very odd, and people are often confused about the motive and the outcome. But usually, I mean, if you have a claim or you believe something, by the time we end that discussion, we'll find out whether it's real or not, is what I mean. And so I'm always just looking for a way to extract from the person information. You see? So, you have to kind of interrogate them in the right way, because they play games and they're desperate to hold onto the ball. So, that's
so
why...
Would you say that interrogating them the right way would be to allow them to say, yeah, this doesn't work if the earth is flat? Or do you think it would be better to say, well, what do you mean this doesn't work on a flat earth? Based on what?
Well, when someone commits a crime and they're guilty, you've got to make them feel...
I kind of gave you an either or. I kind of... Do you not accept the either or? Because you can just tell me, I don't want to enter it in that way.
No, it's not that. I don't think it's that way. I think, like I say, because I'm telling you how I see it, how I view them. So I view them as criminals, right? And they're making claims and they're on trial. So I need information from them. Now, I'm not going to get that information if they feel I'm against them and I'm about to attack them. So I'm like, well, hey, let's work together, and then we can find out if what you're saying is true or not. And by the time we finish, we find out that there are no ghosts. There is no curvature. The Earth is not spinning, and all that kind of wonderful things. So that's probably why I think you guys like the confrontation. Like, give me the answer, prove it right now. Otherwise, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that.
That's not entirely true, though.
Well, I'm just thinking that's in a general sense, but in the sense of this particular argument, I didn't do that last night. All I did was ask them for their claim.
No, but they already
their claim turns out to be a straw man, as detailed by what's his name, Jim Panda, who said they modeled it out over a plane, applied terrestrial refraction, and then said, this is what it would look like on the straw man reified flat Earth. and then this is what we see in the photo. It doesn't match up. Therefore, the Earth is not flat. Don't you think it's pertinent to address that?
Yeah.
Rather than say, yeah, you're correct.
No. That at that point, because I remember that point when they were saying we did it on a computer, and that's when they were on trial. Now that's when we should have calmed the room down or whatever, and had somebody interrogate Jem or whoever and said, okay, you've got it on a computer. Does that match your model or what the Earth actually does? And then you would find out that they've just based it on a straw man model and told us, well, that's how it would work on our flat Earth. And so that's the point. We didn't get to that though, Elijah, because the point was everyone was just shouting everywhere. So that was the point, really, is that you've got to get the person making the claim to speak, get them to say what's going on. Because remember, Jem said it's on a computer, and then it just went past. No one could get to say, well, what do you mean it's on a computer? Did that match? You're going to give us a straw man model and then say it didn't work. So
well, here's something I caught. Let me tell you something I caught in the conversation just now. They used terrestrial refraction. How did they determine terrestrial refraction?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
They had to have R. So how can you apply an R-based refraction on a flat surface? You got to listen for the inconsistencies in the argument. You got to know the argument on both sides, and then you got to be able to see the inconsistencies. And right there's the
How do you assert an effective refraction without the R value to begin with, which you cannot get because you cannot derive geometry? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, why the fuck was Alberuni even trying to find a sphere?
But again, like we're having a conversation with Chemo, right? And so had I been talking to you, Paul, you would have said, they said, what? What? Oh, I see why you asked what you asked. And then once they said that, I see why you responded the way you responded. Chemo, when I said that to him, it didn't click. He basically took them rejecting my line of questioning as a justification for why he should approach it a different way, because what I said was ineffectual when actually he didn't think what I said was significant either, but you caught on.
Well, and even Andrew Thomas Young would actually argue that they figured out refraction on a flat surface and they factored in R afterwards. So, come on now, think about that for a second. Think about that. I'm driving and it's raining, so it's probably going to be loud. That's why I'm just standing a little bit in the muting.
You sound fine, buddy.
Hear the rain. Okay.
You sound alright.
Making sure. I'm not a long talker.
I mean, you're coming in good.
I'm not trying to argue with anyone here or anything like that. But to me, it's not about evidence for them. You could show them a picture of the flat Earth. You could give them the model of a flat Earth. It wouldn't matter. They have a belief. That's it, a belief. You can't change their minds with evidence. You've got to take them back to where this belief happened and then try to get them to prove their own belief. That's why I'm not trying to convince them of the flat Earth. I'm trying to get them to say, well, do you have evidence for your belief? That's it.
But see, here's why that won't work. Because they're playing our position. Because they're saying we have proof that it's not flat, therefore it's a globe. The difference is, right, we don't have a model. But when we do it to them, it's because they have a model. There's the difference.
The thing is also, if you talk to anybody about this stuff, are they going to be an expert in refraction? Are they going to be an expert in how you would go about measuring curvature of the Earth?
You don't have to be an expert. All you have to do is...
No, in active argument, you absolutely have to know these things well enough to be able to explain them.
I disagree, because here's the thing. What you're talking about, like all of the facets of refraction have nothing to do with terrestrial refraction. That's why. Because you're saying, well, Snell's law and everything that has to do with Snell's law and everything that has to do with how light attenuates through our atmosphere, our air, right? That is very complicated. Okay, sure. But taking all of that into consideration, I can still tell you without a shadow of a doubt, it has nothing to do with light bending around a curved surface. And then when you say, well, it must, I'll say, well, take a week, take 2 weeks, take a month, take as long as you want to find the information, the source that tells me exactly what you think exists today. Because I'm not trying to make you feel away by saying, look, this doesn't exist. I'm saying, all right, that's how you feel it exists out there, this information, and it might take you some time to sift through it and all that. Fair enough. Why don't you go do that and then figure out for yourself if an argument can be made, instead of saying theoretically there probably is an argument that can be made, because there are experts that come in here that can't deal with the questions anyway. But I'm not telling you to accept that. I'm telling you to go away and figure out as much as you can.
Well, I ran into this yesterday, where I was talking about someone was saying that the vacuum of space cannot exist next to an atmosphere, and it came down to basically, one of the laws of thermodynamics, which is kind of, I mean, it's not perfectly phrased, and then you also have a disagreement on whether or not gravity exists and gravity functions the way we think it does. So it's just like, how do you, like, if you can't agree with a base fundamental gravity, how do you agree with any of the rest of this? And I'm just like, it's just odd.
Because as I detailed before about disagreements, there is no actual disagreement.
If I say gravity exists and someone says it doesn't, that is an absolutely huge disagreement. We will never come to terms.
No, it's not. Because when you define what gravity is, because the average person will say, well, you drop something. Obviously, that's gravity. I don't disagree with you there.
No,
but then you establish a cause, right? A force, a cause.
Yeah, and then gravity.
I don't disagree. I ask you, where's the evidence for that? Dropping something isn't the evidence. Dropping something is an observation.
That's the funny thing, is how little we actually know about the world. Like, we're doing, supposedly we're doing tests in 0G. I think we are. You guys?
No, but we're talking about disagreement. We're talking about disagreement, right? That's what's most important right now. Not talking about everything in the world. We're talking about right now, you saying there's a disagreement. I'm telling you, no, there's not. Because where you will move along to say, well, there's this force, I'll say, oh, go ahead, give me citations for this.
Yeah, I also have no appeal for authority, so citations really are not the thing that come to mind for me.
So when you say a force, you don't have, what evidence of this force is there?
See, that's the thing. I don't know how you go about explaining that, and I don't know many people who would know.
Because you're not supposed to explain it. It's
Eli.
Yeah, I'm talking about people wouldn't be able to, your average.
Let's just run through that very quick. Let's just have me and Eli run through this very, very quickly, what he's talking about, because me and him are on the exact same accord on this one yet again, which is this. So, there's an alarm going off in my bag for no fucking reason.
I thought you were talking about the geese that were fighting in my background.
Right, no. There's an alarm in my bag. So Eli, let's go through the disagreement, the agreement, and all the disagreement. I believe there's no disagreement. Okay.
I'm getting into.
Wind tunnel. I get it.
But go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just saying that basically the agreement, right? So if people apparently disagree, well, no, again, what we agree on is that things fall. when you drop them. Okay, I agree with that. You're choosing to call that gravity. Alright, cool, sweet. But we still agree things fall. They fall at a rough rate of 9.8 meters per second or 9.8 meters per second squared. Right, I agree. Resistance is what causes the differentiation in said fall rate. Alright, sweet. We agree? We agree. Okay. Again, let's again say, fine. What else are you sort of trying to assert is involved in this said word called gravity? Warping magnetic space-time, you've got any validation for that? You haven't? Okay. Does anyone claim to have any? No? Okay, we agree. That's sort of what Eli's saying on that, right? It's like, again, mass attracting mass. Any evidence for that, really? No? Okay, sweet. I agree. Cool. The word itself, don't agree so much on it. Why? Probably because of the fact that it has other things attributed to it, but all of those things, again, like we just stated, have no validation or verification therein for them, and they're not at the level of science or even maybe necessarily even in the field of scientific questions, because gravity cannot be manipulated. Therefore, again, we might agree. As long as we can get to those sort of terms and like get past it in that way, we sort of agree. And that's what I would say, like, is where I'm at with that as well. I disagree with...
Where's the disagreement?
Yeah, I trust me, I completely fucking get what you're saying. I hope...
In order to disagree with something, I would need to first see said evidence. But exactly. I'm not getting that. That's exactly what I'm not getting. I can't disagree with something that isn't material.
So again, we're of one accord on that, right? Like, just wanted to make sure. I completely got your point.
No, like I have a buddy of mine who will do stuff like. I have a buddy of mine who will do stuff like just for the hell of it. If someone thinks they're, all high and mighty on physics, he'll say, "Oh, I think gravity is magnetism."
Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone believes that here. I have no clue what the stance on
incoherent dialectic.
Some people do, but I would say, well, how do you prove that there are magnets in the sky or in the ground or wherever you think they are?
No.
You can't.
The Earth is round. Here's his observation. The Earth is round. You have a magnetic field. We have iron in our blood.
So what causes the magnetic field?
The field permeates up. Yeah, but the field permeates up through the medium. So what creates the directionality?
This is his argument. This is something he came up with to be absurd and mess with physicists because they couldn't explain what gravity was. This was the entire point.
Oh.
Yeah. So he doesn't believe this. I don't believe this.
Right, but even still, I would ask him, wait, what's causing it?
Yeah, it would just be magnetism.
But what's causing it? Like, because this is the foundation is missing for both parties, right?
Well, actually, with the magnetism part,
that's the problem, because where both people are lacking is the cause. Whether he was joking, whether he was just fooling around, at the end of the day, neither have a cause for what they claim is a phenomenon.
Well, we could agree that there is an electromagnetic field to the Earth, but again, like, what would cause the bias toward down? With this sort of, like you said, it's a basis sort of assertion you made because of their limited evidence for, or lack of, or therein none, or no evidence for gravity. But like, obviously I would sort of, I'm not trying to argue his point or make you argue it. I'm just saying that, like, again, the bias toward down because the field is everywhere, right? The field is everywhere. We're saying the field itself we can measure, but what would create a bias toward down with that? That's the one bit.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if he would have, at the end of the day, the same claim is on the table, that there's a universal downward force.
Yeah.
And to that I say, well, that's not what we experience. There are things that rise, sink, and float, and move laterally.
Well, and that can be explained by
Well, the
explained.
up and down
Not
can be explained by density.
Not explained. It's a part of the world. Not explained. You can't say that could be explained by density, but thereafter, it's all still affected by gravity. No. How do you think that makes sense? Not you. Well, yeah. Well, maybe I came out wrong with that. But
no, you're trying to say, I believe this is the observation, and the science should be performed based on, okay, I have a theory for this, I'm going to try to practice my theory. The issue is proving something like gravity.
Maybe you misunderstood what I said. I think you misunderstood what I said. The claim is that everything is affected uniformly, right? It's all affected by this downward acceleration. I'm saying that claim is false because that's not what we observe. You then said, well, that's because of, which is a justification for why it isn't what the words are describing. The words are this: downward universal bias, except here's why this is why we don't experience what I said is happening.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm just saying that it's not a universal downward where everything's being pulled downwards. I'm saying that there are things that are different than other
You're saying you're not saying that, but that's.
I'm saying it's not a universal.
Maybe you personally think that, but that's what they're saying.
Oh yeah, no. Well, here's the thing. I'm round earth, but I agree. The majority of people who are going to come in here and try to argue this stuff know nothing about the world. So it really, it just ends up being that you're arguing with people who, in my opinion, are coincidentally right and they know nothing. So it's
right about what? Sorry. Wait, you're a baller?
Yeah, no, I'm just in here to listen and see what people, basically the ideas are, and try to get an idea of it.
He's very good. He's very cool. In fact, this is a situation where I would think that I'm not a good enough teacher. Like, sometimes that happens. There's a difference between the people that come in here and troll and poop their sophistry all over the... I don't think that's what's happening here.
No, it's not. You're right. You're correct, but
I'm also working and realize I don't have the patience. I'm not exercising the. I'm not even giving my best.
I'm not surprised.
After
what you just been through.
Well, chemo kind of wired me up, and now it's like,
I mean, what we have here is just a very enlightened Glober that's trying to listen and hear what our point of views are and what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And who are you?
Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Enoch.
Enoch's cool. Enoch's the very first. Did you say yesterday you had Tourette's? Was you, wasn't it?
Yes, I do. I'm actually muting my mic after I talk.
I know, dude. We appreciate you, dude. Yeah, it's exciting to have our first flat earther with Tourette's.
To be fair, a lot of us have Tourette's without the condition, so you're doing better than us.
I know a lot of us would like to think that we have Tourette's, man, but living, actually being diagnosed with it is not the same as
we know
seeing people that have tics. Like, I understand what you're saying. Like, people have tics, but an actual Tourette's is the combination of both motor and vocal. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
dude, one of
Like,
my
I
good friends
understand.
has Tourette's. One of my very good friends has proper full-on fucking Tourette's, you know, and, you know, he slaps women across the face and stuff and across the ass when he walks past them, you know, and, you know, make sure to call their boyfriend's little dick as he does so. And, you know...
Yeah, I'm a Lucifer tick.
Yeah. See, like, and I fully understand what that entails, mate, for you, bud.
I didn't mean to. I'm not trying to make
No,
light
you
of it
didn't
or
go for
anything. What I'm saying is, I was just trying to relate. I'm sorry if I.
Oh, I understand. No worries. I'm not offended at all.
I will say, I was taking a medication that caused me to have random just arm twitches, random facial tics that didn't make any
Muscle
sense.
spasms.
Basically, yeah, where it's just like, I'm not in control of this and this is happening. And it didn't end up ever being like,
it's slightly
it never ended up being where I'm like slapping someone on the ass or something. But it kind of makes you feel like, oh, I'm going a little bit mad here.
Well, with I don't know if with Tourette's, it's sort of more like you're doing it based on the fact that you probably shouldn't be doing it at the same time.
Well, my understanding is that
it's a neurological condition. So what's happening is that the brain is sending signals to my nerves, and the signals are misfiring. So think of like a lot of like thunderbolts that are coming down from the brain, and it's like sending the signals, right? And it's like it's sending the signal to my arm, my right arm, or my left arm, or my right leg, or my left leg. But the thing is,
develop tics to control
are
it.
not registering correctly. So what ends up happening is that my body not involuntarily does things like such as speech and movement, and I have a neck movement that I cannot control. It actually affects my spine, and I actually I actually saw my neurologist, and she said that everything I'm doing, I got to continue doing it because it's helping my body. And I do a lot of like holistic healing, like massage therapy. I smoke cannabis. I don't like taking pills. So a lot of what I take is all natural herbs.
On your toast.
Well, my understanding is, to an extent, that some of this stuff is almost like an invasive thought from anxiety, where it'll sit underneath the surface. And you'll think, man, I really shouldn't slap that woman's ass. Oh shit, I just did it.
Well, like the way my friend explained it is like
ask me if I'm wrong, of course.
Yeah, but for us, like we're not thinking of it. It just happens. Like the muscle, we're not trying to sit there like, man, I want to smack her ass. No, and then all of a sudden, because he's thinking that he wants to smack her ass, his body automatically, involuntarily does it. No, that's not what's happening. What's
your
happening is
subconscious
that
mind knows you shouldn't. Exactly. And then it fires, and then because it does fire, it allows for the ability to think about it like this, right? This is where my friend explained it to me. Every possibility that could occur when you walk into a room can occur, right? As in, you can kick the fridge, you can fucking punch the wall, you can turn on the tap, or you can flick your wrist in the air, or you can, throw a headbutt a few times to the left side of it, And my friend said that basically all of those things could occur, and in your subconscious mind, you could not even be thinking about doing said things, but you have a pattern of, neurons that fire off that basically allow for one of those things to occur. And this goes with inside a thought as well, but you don't have the thought. You're not like, yeah, I'm going to fucking do this. Right? But then the tics themselves develop over time, where the tics become almost like a control for the actual misfire. So it's like, believe it or not, when you hear someone with my friend, like that's a serious misfire where he didn't get his tick in time to stop himself from slapping the ass. Like he controls his put it this way, right? I see. He
doesn't really control. He suppresses it. He
feels the misfire
to another direction.
Yes, exactly. Like obviously you get it because you fucking got Tourette's, but like he redirects that misfire to the exact place where where it's more controllable for him. So he can control it, but like it's not as bad as him like whacking someone across the face. So
Right,
like he
so-
feels the like lightning bolt come, and then as it comes, he's like, right, I better say wanker.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely. It's like we know that a tick is coming and it's going to happen, but we don't know which one's going to happen and we can't control it. The only thing that we can do is redirect it. So if you have watched the Avatar, right? The one where the uncle was taking the lightning, the fire from the niece, right? Remember when she fired the fire at the uncle, she directed lightning, blue lightning, right, to the uncle. The uncle took his fingers and redirected that lightning towards towards another direction. Correct? That's exactly what people with Tourette's have to do. When we have a tick surge coming, we have to direct it to another direction.
Yeah, and you guys actually, a lot of the time you were like, oh, they're being a bit provocative, and it's like, no, what they're actually doing is by developing ticks, and people say, well, they must have control of it, they're doing the same thing over and over, and it's like, no, yeah, that's just a much less worse thing than what could happen if they just let go of it. Like, that's what
The worst part is the people that trigger the ticks purposely.
I'm upset that this is the first time that I'm actually learning and understanding. Now, I don't fault anyone else for my own ignorance. I get that. However, what I thought about Tourette's was given to me by jokes on TV, skits, this, that, and the third. So my point is, even though I could have gone out there and educated myself on the matter, what I'm saying is what was there that I didn't ask for was a miseducation of what's happening, which could cause insensitivity in an actual real world situation. And this is what's wrong with the Glover.
To be honest, the thing,
I think this is what's wrong with the world today. Period. People are like that. Period.
I might actually make a Tourette's tag just to give it to you, just so you don't accidentally get banned, because you genuinely have fucking got Tourette's, and I know you have. Because I have got a friend who's got Tourette's, I actually know for a fact that you've got Tourette's. A lot of people, may think it's a troll, so I might. But then it's labeling people, right? But like the one thing about people with Tourette's, like my friend, like they luckily it's pretty hard to offend them.
Like you have to really get to know, like if you know what's under their skin, bro, like that's the
what is it that makes your
them, you don't know what pisses them off, then there's like you don't want to know.
What is it that makes your ticks come out? What's your trigger? So I can write this down.
Right, so you can trigger me.
So I know what not to do. So I know what not to do.
Correct.
Yeah, this is
right. So I go by the name Enoch. I don't go by my birth name. Now the reason why calling me by my birth name is one of the ones that trigger, like, is one of the worst ones that trigger me, because it sets off I'm Lucifer, you fucking queer. I have that tick.
In the New Jersey accent.
So wait, hold on, guys.
That's all right, mate.
It sounds like he's a tranny. You call him by his birth name, he gets all upset.
No, like when I start talking about it, my body starts sorry. Whoa!
But yeah, and the thing is when that's the thing, is because it makes you rethink about the pattern of it. It brings he has to. It's the rerouting effect again, guys. It's like there's a route that was already caused years ago that has like a sort of almost like a lineage, almost like. And like I said, the only reason I know about this stuff is because you really don't have a clue what Tourette's is until you meet someone in real life with it. And when I say lineage.
You cutting out?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
Yeah, the last thing I heard you say was just lineage.
You got me thinking now about forget her name, but she's a streamer on Twitch, and she has
Sweet Anita.
Yeah, Sweet Anita.
Yeah.
What is it? She had a tick for banana, and would just start basically.
I'm a banana.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
Okay.
I seen her, so it's like I'm a banana. I seen her ticks, so it's no worries.
No, but basically people were just being awful with her, where it was like she got to the point where her throat was physically damaged from her ticks. It's just like, I don't know why people would go in and do that. It's like, it's just, I don't know why you would. I don't know. Just messing with people with thin skin is one thing. Messing with people with a physical issue is a whole different thing.
So, like, I'm a TikToker, and I get people harassing me on TikTok, calling me a certain name that I don't like being called because it triggers a nasty derogatory tick. I have a masturbating tick, and I've had this tick
we
ever
probably
since,
don't need to know that. We probably don't need to know
ever
that,
since
right?
I was 5.
Yeah, that's
Well,
all good, but
I'm pretty sure you would like to know that if it was Sweet Anita, right? So all I'm saying is that
I don't want to hear about that on this stream. We're not going to talk about that.
well, that's not what I'm trying to. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to direct towards. But you know what I'm trying to say is that I was being picked on. That's what that's what I'm trying to get towards. I'm not trying to talk about the tick itself. I'm trying to get to the fact that when I was on my stream, he was referring the fact that she had lost her voice because there are people, right, triggering a certain tick that caused her to lose her voice. So what I'm saying is that I was talking about a tick that when I was on my stream that was directed and initially to direct that tick purposely. Like people were triggering that tick purposely to see it done so that they can ban my stream. I get haters on my stream so that they can trigger my ticks purposely so that they have a reason to ban my stream. This is why I don't do TikTok anymore.
Okay. I don't know what this has to do with Flat Earth, though.
Yeah, he was just.
It has nothing to do with Flat Earth. We were just talking about Tourette's. The subject was about Tourette's when we were talking about it.
Yeah, we
So,
were
you know.
we were having a casual conversation because there were no. Well, there is one globe earther here, but we were chilling.
All right.
I mean, we can go back to the Flat Earth.
I come in and the first thing I hear is that, and then I'm just like, what?
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought you were here. Okay. Yeah. No.
No, I understand.
No, I left and I came back.
Yeah, no, I totally understand where you're coming from. It's just that, when I come in here too, I don't go and say that and blow off my lid just like you and be like, we can just change the subject and blah, blah.
No, you can sit down and listen for a second. I'm a lead moderator here, and the first thing I hear you talk about is masturbation ticks. You think I don't have a job to pull that in?
I didn't say that you didn't have the job to pull it in. All I'm saying is that you could have just listened for a couple of seconds when you just came into the party.
No, that's not how this works. My job to make sure we're not talking about that shit on this stream.
Which it did work, which is why
I understand.
Which is why I said everything is cool. We know that it wasn't exactly. It sounded crazy because you just came in. But we were actually chilling, talking about Tourette's, and that came off of. I don't even know how it got there, but we were talking about Flat Earth, and then somehow we ended up on this topic, which was fine. It wasn't, it wasn't. I could see how.
Educational.
I could see how you came in on that part, but
I was chill until he started trying to tell me what I can and can't do. Right? That's
Negative.
not his job.
I was not telling you what you can and cannot do.
There you are.
No, I was just addressing what was
You
happening.
said, "Oh yeah, you shouldn't blow your lid like that." I wouldn't do that.
Okay, I apologize for telling you that you shouldn't blow your lid, but what I was addressing was the fact that maybe you could have just sat and just listened for a couple of seconds, other than the fact of just blaming me that I was talking about that.
I could have done, but I didn't.
Right, we can move on.
Chose not to, and I don't regret it. I think I made the right decision.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the thing here we don't do is we don't concern troll. When the moderators do tell us what the fuck to do, you gotta do it, you know. There's a reason for that. You know. Sometimes
By all means, do your job. I'm not trying to troll at all. I was just informing.
No, not troll, concern troll.
I didn't accuse you of being a troll, dude. I don't think you are a troll. I think you're pretty genuine. Look, we had a pretty nice conversation the other day, but you have to understand, that this server has to have certain rules. Otherwise, it's just going to go to shit, right?
Understood.
Okay, cool. Let's try.
I'm not offended at all.
All right, let's move on then.
But yeah, no, that was interesting. Sorry, I did IDC, bro. But yeah, no, it was cool to speak to you because of that. Like about the what is it? The way the wave function of it sort of works. It's actually quite funny. One of the guys that I ended up becoming friends with, Crypto, you'll probably know who he is. He's a guy that he has Tourette's and he won Big Brother. You remember him?
I don't watch TV.
I didn't watch it either like that. It's just someone I knew ended up being on there. He won Big Brother. Yeah, it's quite interesting. But yeah, he taught me a lot about it. It's very fucking cool. But yeah, so is Chemo still here or not? Elijah.
I don't know. I wanted to say something also. I'm ready to poke fun. I'm not gonna lie. Because I was gonna say the effects of like refraction as it pertains to Snell's law, and that could be very complicated. The subject of light in itself, because we don't know exactly what it is, right? That in itself is a complicated subject. But trying to apply a theoretical light ray that bends at a rate of 7/6R is something entirely different.
Damn straight.
And that latter cannot be demonstrated whatsoever. In fact, it isn't even well defined anywhere.
Well, so idea of like light
because globe earthers made it up. That is my overall take. Sorry.
It's definitely made up. No, it's definitely made up, bro, because like Bible Literature spoke about this last night, ladies' night actually, about columns of air almost that would be needed, like and tapered columns of air. I say it's even worse. You'd need tapering up and then down columns of air, in fact, because there'd need to be like heated up columns of air with denser based on the energy input into them, i.e. more excited in those columns. But you have a problem as soon as you start to create columns of fucking air that are homogeneous, because now they're higher pressure adjacent to other things that are lower pressure. Now we have like this sort of like volumeric area, right? Like a micro state of entropy is going to take place, right? You have a quick switching and changing. So to try and even have, and that's what we would see with like these mirages and like these rapid effects of like, you know, these like visual effects that are like very optical, changing quickly, and that's probably what's occurring there. But like with things like the Black Swan, or me looking at France, for instance, where there's clearly, it's completely brilliant to look at. There's no issue whatsoever. It's even worse when there's issues, or what they would call issues on the globe side, like, you know, with the heat shimmer effect and all that shit. That's worse. Again, it's loomed up over the horizon is pushed back behind it, all in the same field of view. Now as well, they're going to have to say the light was going left to right at the same time, somehow going up and down, like going up and down a curve, right? It's just like, this stuff is made up, literally made up.
As a matter of fact, let's have a learning exercise because I have a video on this too. And I think they attempt to talk about light bending and all of this, and the belief comes in the latter part of the video. But first, he explains why light moves in straight lines. So, whilst he's explaining how light moves in straight lines, he says, "Look at this ray; it goes in one direction." But if you look at the divergence of a, say, flashlight, look at how the light bends. Now I'm like, I don't see any bends there, but for whatever reason he chose to use the word bends for in the place of a divergence in the beam of light, right? So it's like, okay, no big deal, whatever. And he explains how light travels in straight lines. And then he explains what you would do in order to bend light. And so I don't even know why. Can somebody play this video for me? Let me.
Yep. I'll do it if no one else is able to. Just give me like 30 seconds. What is it a clip of? Oh, that's the clip.
Give me a second, hold on.
Do you want me to play it through the bar?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, where else would you play it?
Oh no, I'm just asking. Like, it don't matter.
I don't know how else it would play.
Well, I just thought maybe you were thinking like I could screen share it in here, but I can't. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
See what I mean?
Okay, good. I found it. And I've also went a block too far. This is how I get into accidents. I'm riding my bike and I'm looking at my phone. It's literally like every accident I've ever been in involves me in my phone. Isn't that crazy? It's not crazy. It actually makes sense. But we say, isn't that crazy? It's not. It's like, motherfucking duh. Like,
duh. You distracted as shit.
Is Snortfrog still around?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, you said something earlier which I find interesting, and I wanted to maybe have a conversation with you about. You said that most Globers basically they're wrong by accident. They're right by accident. Sorry.
Yeah. It is a coincidence. They're right. They know nothing, and basically you come into a space where you think, "Oh man, all these guys are idiots," and they just end up like. You guys end up being corrected by a lot of observations, end up being wrong on some observations, and ultimately it should be a humbling experience. And I say, man, what idiots. When it's just like you know nothing about what basically was just said here.
Right, yeah.
That's the observation I've gotten where it's like, okay, someone will say, oh, there's pictures, of the Earth. It's like, yeah, you think they haven't seen the pictures? Do you think they're like, whatever tribe in Zimbabwe or something that hasn't seen, man? Like, what are you thinking? What's going through your head? And there are definitely some things like the images where you'll end up seeing like a cloud twice. And I have an answer for that, but they just know nothing about the subject. So they end up, not being able to answer it. It's just goofy stuff like that where it's like people are, they're correct, but they would not have come to that conclusion on their own.
But how do you know they're correct?
Just different observations I have. It's
like how slightly lesser degree.
Say again?
How do you know that you don't have the same problem that they do, but to a lesser degree?
Oh, I probably do on a lot of stuff.
Well, what about the clouds? So you're saying there's a perfectly good explanation for it?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, do you have the example?
So an example would be,
the example. Like, I mean, like, do you have it to share to look on as?
I'll be back in a minute. I'm just waiting for a call back from someone.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry, did I just hijack? I just, my bad.
That's all right.
I'm sorry. I'm sitting here trying to say sorry and then justify it, but I don't want to because I just told everybody all morning stop doing that shit.
You know, it's a bit twitchy today, mate.
Sorry, there. I got a call.
Yeah, I'm sure we all get that way. It's not an issue, but I would like to have a chat with him because I don't really feel like I've had a proper debate with Stormfront. Every time I get into it with him, I get rumpused by half a dozen people.
No, what I was going to say a minute ago.
Sorry, dude.
Oh, go for it.
Well, no, I didn't realize what you were going. No, I was just saying he seems like a good conversationalist, Crypto. I probably know what you're thinking.
What I was going to say with the picture is, and this is giving, like, of course, the benefit of the doubt, on the flat Earth, but if you see an image from NASA of the Earth, that's not a single image of the Earth. That is a composite of multiple pictures. So if you were going from, for example, left to right, and clouds were moving left to right, you could end up having a picture taken. You go, whatever, so far in your orbit, then you take another picture and you're getting the same cloud again. And you're stitching these images together, and you have two pictures of the same cloud, same shape. You see Mickey Mouse on the Earth, whatever cloud shape, but it's clear and distinguished. And there's examples of these I've seen, and it makes sense if you understand taking images and digitally stitching them together. And while you're at it, you're taking extremely large images. Why wouldn't you go ahead and, edit the background oh so slightly, and, basically you end up creating an image that is not what you started with. And they don't oftentimes post the original images because, just why would you? They should do that though. So that's my opinion based on like photography I've done and compositing like HDR images from multiple pictures. Could also be wrong, could be fake. I don't know. Does that make sense to anyone, or?
Yeah, of course. I was waiting for Crypto to come back. What I would say to you is, just to let you know, sorry, that may be a question that's popular, but that's not a question any of us, it's not a question we would ask, because
no, I'm just saying,
forget
like,
the because.
just
no, it makes sense. You don't have to. I heard what you said. I get it. What you said makes sense. So within a vacuum, yeah, I see what you're saying. So assuming that they are taking pictures, assuming that they have to be composites, yeah, they stitched them together. This is why you see. I get it. No one here would be asking you why that's the case.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's like one base argument.
Can I say something very quickly? It makes sense, buddy. I also do a bit of photography. The issue therein would be that and because what we're talking about is photo stitching, and Crypto, as soon as you come back, let me know, and I'll finish this up as quickly as I can.
I'm here, but current.
Oh, it'll take 2 seconds anyway.
That takes
the issue. No. If you've not had a chance to talk to him, I haven't, but I'm not that bothered. Anyway, the point is with the photo stitching, I get that because I myself have had to do photo stitching for macro shots because you end up with portions, obviously, that are out of focus, right? So you have to stitch things together. But this is a moving craft, for instance, right, that is taking multiple shots, i.e., obviously, this is slightly different than taking lots of shots of the same thing from one position, which is actually all you would need to do if you're in a field of view that allows for you to see something from said altitude, right? Then are you saying that they're taking said shots from much closer, which is what would be the making sense part of doing this in a stitch, and that also you'd have to take shots where clouds were not visible, or that where clouds probably did block the way, therefore that's why you need to take so many of them, and that's why you would need to stitch them together, and also for them to be in focus, because obviously if clouds were in the way, you'd have to delete said clouds, and then really would you actually have an image of the thing underneath it? But yeah, really the distance thing is what I would ask you is, are you saying that they are closer then than what the image shows?
Either they could be physically closer, or you could be using, what do you call it? How do I put this? They could be closer, or you could be using like a lens with a, instead of using a wide-angle lens, you might use more of a telephoto lens, or something like that. You could do this all kinds of different ways.
Okay, so it's just a might on that. All right, no worries.
This is not, by the way, my argument for flat Earth rebunked. I have pictures that I can now confirm are real.
Yeah, it would have to be that every photo they took, in fact, had pretty much no clouds in them, and then they stitched it together, and then they had to add the clouds afterwards in order that they could see what they wanted to see, etc., etc. Sort of understand that line of argumentation on this of an explanation. Again, it doesn't tell me that it has to be taken from space. This could be taken from any plane, at any altitude or any height, because it could be done in segments. This is sort of mainly our argument with this.
Oh no, that's fair enough. I didn't think about that actually.
Yeah. All right, sweet dude. All right.
But I assume we're still talking about the clouds thing. It's an effort getting most globers to admit that they even enter these things into Photoshop in the first place, and so it's good that at least you're kind of willing to admit that that's the case.
Yeah, I don't.
Even if you think that the shots are kind of legit.
Well, this is the thing. I don't know why it is that people would assume we did this all. I don't know why you would presume that there is a movie shot that is purely practical effects. Why would you assume that pictures of Earth were taken and they didn't do any kind of Photoshop? What?
Because
it's because they think that if you admit to a flat earther that the images of Earth are Photoshop, that you're admitting that they don't have any proof for the Earth. Because the only proof for the Earth being a globe to them is the first place.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing as what is it? Someone saying God doesn't exist because I would see God flying around, or I would see God doing what? And it's what? Who are you talking to? That's not an argument anyone would make.
We've heard the dumbest of dumb arguments in here.
Oh yeah, you have 50 trolls for every person who's genuine.
If you haven't heard Pagas's sex robot excuse, me, Wolfgang, Hope, and Elijah were talking to this guy called Pagas, and I basically asked him to construct a model that would make reality not be reality, and then it devolved into him talking about how the next door neighbour was a sex robot banging his wife. Anyway, let's not go there.
That's quite peculiar.
you might want to listen to. Well, it's it's a crude subject, obviously, but it's
yeah. No, it makes sense.
The leaps of logic and mental gymnastics is not even doing it justice. It was a sight to behold. It's I was almost impressed. How contorted
you have?
Sorry.
Best debate I've ever heard you have, to be honest. Loved it.
Funniest. It was the funniest, but no, man, it's you have all these. I was debating an astrophysicist PhD the other day. I don't know if you were here, Snortfrog. I don't think you remember the server back then. And because his argumentation relied on correlation implying causation, he then had to he had to hold the position that the rising sun caused cups of tea to be made.
Oh yeah, there's the problem is there's so many variables in order to be able to actually have your average Joe isolate and be able to simulate any of this stuff in their own environment and basically practice scientific theory or scientific method. I mean, you just can't do that. So I was trying to figure out, okay, how would you simulate, for example, create a zero-G environment on Earth and be able to simulate basically the formation of a, I don't know, let's just say a small little body of water within not a vacuum, because it would just end up dispersing and you need a lot of time for it to coalesce, but let's just say, a pressurized container full of air. And I was thinking okay, so you could have some kind of drone fly something up, and you could have it descend, and you could have the rate of descension be 1G or negative 1G, so it would end up counteracting gravity. But how long can you do that for? Would you be able to stop in time? Would you be able to do this? How would you go about even constructing this? How would you go about analyzing? And it's just okay, you just can't do it.
You've already gone wrong though.
Yeah.
Because you've said, oh yeah, how would I emulate a zero-G environment? Which implies that gravity already exists.
Yeah, I mean that's the issue of how would you go about doing even gravity assuming experiments though on Earth, and that's that just turns into nonsense.
Yeah, but of course, I don't think gravity exists at all, so I don't need it. But if you're starting off from a false premise and you're not even aware of it, then of course you're not going to get the results you think you should get.
What is the observation for gravity, or for what we experience?
What do you mean?
What's the idea on this forces pulling us towards the Earth?
Who needs a force?
I'm not understanding.
So actually, nobody says that there's a force anymore. Nobody says there's a force anymore. We say that it's just pressure mediation. Some people might say that it's electrical in nature. Other people might say that the cause of the thing falling is I picked it up. Whatever. The why isn't very well answered by science anyway. But of course, the theory of relativity doesn't describe a force either. So I don't know what this obsession with the force is. That's just what it does.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was an answer for why that does as it does. So
well, there isn't an answer either. That's not really.
Yeah, that's fair enough. There is no answer.
There isn't an answer. It just does that.
No, this is one of the reasons why it's fascinating.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, this is why I feel like a lot of modern science, they don't seem to understand philosophy very well. Or they do and they don't care. And so they'll just say, oh, well, I think that gravity exists, and therefore that explains this shit going down and this thing going up. And therefore I need to simulate a zero-G environment in order to do other stuff. Well, you don't know that there is a G environment. So trying to simulate a zero-G environment is going to be very tough.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. If you could if you could observe the concept of microgravity, where basically you have two, very very small, minuscule things coming together. I don't know how you go about doing that yourself. You'd have to do it in a lab, and you have to do it with very complex equipment. So it ends up becoming where it's unreachable, and it's okay, this is just, it's nonsense.
Yeah, I agree. It is nonsense. And I would say that relativity theory is actually a religion.
I see, that's the thing too, because I'm not. This is where I'm definitely I can get along with a lot of this stuff of things not being how we perceive. I just don't think the end conclusion is correct. Time is not necessarily linear. It's obvious that there's some wiggle room there, and like both me and friends have had things where we've ended up seeing the future. And is that in our minds where we are somehow able to just predict the future, or has it in a sense already happened and we are observing it differently?
Yeah, I mean that's all well and good, and we can have the time travel discussion.
Yeah,
I would much rather.
Well, I don't think it's something you can travel through, though. I think it's just our observation of it is incorrect.
Okay, yeah, maybe you might be correct. And also, if there is an omnipotent, all-knowing being who created us, then they would know every possible path already, and so yeah, of course, they could be giving us reflections of a possible path that maybe we haven't tread, or maybe we won't tread. That's possibly true. But with regards to the actual nature of our very environment that we live in, I kind of wanted to ask you, why do you think you live on a ball? Because I can guarantee that they told you the same thing they taught me without proving any of it. They showed me a spinning ball at 4 years old and they went, you live there. And that was it. So did they ever prove to you that you lived on a ball, or did they just repeat it until you believed it?
No, my dad was he was a radioman in the military, or in the Navy actually. He operated with just various different elements of things associated with the like a round Earth model. So he's basically taught me, a ton of this. Whenever I have questions, I gotta answer a call. Shoot.
Okay.
I'll catch back later.
Yeah, you know.
Someone's playing louder or Crowder.
Yeah. Well, he seems pretty respectful. Fair play to him.
Oh, is it his phone ringing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Do you like Pogo's music? He wouldn't care about it on the live stream anyway. I don't know if you've heard any of Pogo's stuff.
I think it was interesting you mentioned his...
Before he... Oh, shit. Technically you were first. Go ahead.
I thought it was interesting he mentioned his father was in the military and talked globe craft.
Exactly.
Most military, no, it's not. They know it's stationary and flat.
That's what I was dying to get into, and then he answered his phone, and I was like,
yeah. As soon as he started talking about his dad being in the Navy, I was like,
Before he gets back, I just want to address, this is something I knew Crypto didn't want to talk about, because it was besides the point. But time, isn't that an illusion in the way that people, the way people think of it? All that exists in your experience is literally right now. The past is just, what you think of as memories, and the future doesn't exist. But time is just it's what the sun does in the sky. And then we've applied some units to what it's doing when it's doing it. But time itself is not a thing.
It's a concept, yeah.
The thought I wanted to share on that was all of us in here are in different places. It's all different times for us, but it's all now for us as well.
Exactly. And we know time is a look at rings on a tree, for instance. I was talking to Omega Genesis the other day about this, and sort of questioning the idea of rings on trees and age rings. But no, they do in fact get created 1 a year, right? 1 a year, right? So, which is interesting, but that's just due to the seasons, right? As in, once a year the seasons do the same things. Things get cold, things thaw out, but it just makes the sap seep down, okay, and then boom, it creates a dense line of sap that we can delineate as a line. But the differentiation between the lines and how thick it is between two lines, or age rings as it were, as it's known to us, that thickness between those two lines is how fruitful the year was for the tree's growth, right? And that's something that changes based on the year. It's not like a And I'm just saying, it's like all of these things that's, you know, have indicators of like a marker point for time in and of itself, right? Like, because I heard a scientist talking about tree rings, like, you know, we can literally go back in time when we look at tree rings. I'm thinking, you fucking twat. No. It's almost like layers of sedimentary layers of like sand, like, you know, blowing onto a hill over time. The hill that it's blown onto is going to get bigger, and you might end up with, you know, birds trapped underneath it when they died years ago. But like, trust me, you're not going back in time as you dig into said hill of sand. You're digging. So
looking
into
at a tree is time travel.
Yeah, it wasn't. He wasn't sort of being quite like that, but he's like, we can sort of.
I know.
But we can see the year that the tree went through a forest fire. Effectively, we may not have observed it, but it happened, and we know this now because of trees.
Yeah, but I think it was Elijah who said it, that they've made it to something that it's not. They kind of like personified it as an entity, where all it is a way to determine. It's like, say you're weighing something or you're measuring something, right? You have a scale, so you have the scale, it's evenly balanced, and you would put what you're comparing it to what you're measuring, and you'd line it up. That's what time. That's what, you know, quote unquote time is for, right? Like the meme that whoever posted, I think Flatman Can has posted. It has these different speeds, right? So we're comparing it to a scale, and the scale is the precession of the luminaries above our head. So it's just like a marker post for us to determine. Oh, okay. In that many rotations of that, or in that many subdivisions of that, or that many degrees of that, this is how long it took. You know what I mean? It's hard to phrase, but you get my point, right?
Yeah.
Get me.
You know what's weird?
Get me.
It's that people's imagination machines are broken. No, and what I mean by that is, like, I use my imagination to problem solve, which means, I can think of whatever I want. I know I can do that. I can do that. I'm allowed to do that. I can do whatever I want with my mind. But in order to get real world results, right? Meaning like a goal, and this is Earl Nightingale that said this, a goal is the realization of a worthy ideal, right? And so you work towards that goal. But you can't just, I mean, you could just use your mind to word salad yourself and then, you know, put together things that don't come together. But that's not how the world works. You have to use your mind kind of in tandem with the natural world. But people think that they can just use it to think what they want, which is true. You can do that. But to me,
you won't get anything tangible.
Your imaginary thing is broken. That's how I like to look at it. It's broken. You're using it to like draw. You're using it to build sandcastles and shit. And I'm like, bruh, like I'm trying to, you know what I mean?
I'm trying to build you a real house, brother. We're trying to build real houses out here. We ain't trying to build sandcastles. No, I get you on that one, mate. That's 100% true, right? You know, like, cool. Think what you fucking like. It might be crazy and out there. Like, you can do it, cool, but you won't make anything tangible come out of it. Nothing tangible will happen. Unless you do find some sort of imagination machine. That's what I'm imagining right now. Can't find it. My imagination machine is definitely broken. Fucking hate these people that park outside my house. Just piss off. Get your own house. Get your own fucking house. Fuck off. Yeah, mate, I've got like a full-on like drive and a carport, like, you know what I mean? It's just like, just rude. Do one.
Just go out there and slash their tyres.
Exactly.
Actually,
then they won't leave.
Push it out of your bay first, and then slash their tires. So they can't.
I'm strong enough. I'm strong enough to push them off of the carport anyway. The end of my knife has a window breaker, so.
No, rub stinky fish on the outside of their car. Clam juice, shit like that.
Nah, the seagulls follow you here anyway.
Take a pee on it.
Oh shit.
To be honest, they get like a 3-striker or whatever. If you do it once, you're alright. You did it twice, I tell you to fuck off. The third time I can't speak about on the live stream.
Oh, I'm so upset. That dude that came back isn't he the one that went away to watch the Level documentary?
Maybe.
Or Snort Frog.
Shit, I forgot.
Yeah, I've seen the first third of that actually. It's pretty decent, isn't it? I need to watch the rest.
It is decent. It's and decent is the. I don't have any criticisms about any of the information except for one bit of it.
Yeah,
but
Dave.
Outside of that, I love what they did with NASA. I love how they compiled all of the videos. It's amazing for someone who's visual, who wants to understand what we're trying to tell them, which is, hey, there's this wealth of information that was available that is no longer available, and all you're privy to is the information that they want you to see. Like, that's very hard to communicate to someone. So I really appreciate the documentary for that. But my question was earlier, don't you think Dave Murphy fucking understands by now that you cannot triangulate the distance to the sun? Don't we think
fucking had to be a Brit? Had to be a Brit, didn't it? It fucking had to be.
He's from Essex as well, isn't he, Dave Murphy?
Yeah. Twat.
It's just not good enough.
It's not. People say I'm a bit harsh on these people, and I'm like, yeah, I am, because I know like literally 1,000 people that wouldn't make those stupid mistakes. So I'm allowed to be.
Well, Dave Murphy actually came into the old server. We actually talked to him.
Yeah, he's cool. He was on Nathan's a couple of times as well. That's how. That was my first time. I wasn't there, but I was listening, and I felt like, you know how you're celebrity adjacent. That's how.
Yeah. Yeah, because
the second thing that I found wrong with what he said was, well, he had a few key things. He had a few moments to address the fundamental problem with the heliocentric model. And when he said there's this burning ball of fire 93 million miles away, it doesn't address that thing. And I don't even say it's a burning ball of fire. They say it's plasma, which is like really dense hydrogen and helium, and it's whatever. Anyway, so the point is, he didn't say it's a burning ball of fire in a vacuum, 93 million miles away. And I don't know why that. No, it bugs me because the main part is that the part that you're talking about that sun being in, that's the claim for me.
Yeah, not the sun itself, and then the triangulation part mixed in with that for good measure just really put the cherry on the cake.
But it was a good documentary overall. The dog whistles, to someone who's not myself, I caught them like, them, some of the vulgar language. You could, if you're a normie, you might consider it. It might trigger your emotional response where you might reject the information. On top of that, the fundamentals and the foundation isn't there. Like the geometry related to none of that's there. But really? That's fine, because that's why I said the information that is there, I don't really have so much criticism. I like it. My only issue is what it lacks. But other than that, I think it's beyond decent, if you ask me.
Well, Gemsy gave it.
Did it at least have an embedded link to this server?
Nope.
Didn't even speak about any of the it didn't have anyone different than it normally would. So Bonacci, Dubé, what's his name? You know, the usuals. So basically, it's
Bravo.
nothing different. There's no new information.
Bravo.
Oh, Robert Bassano.
No, Eddie.
No, Eddie Bravo.
Eddie Bravo, yeah. That's
Is she Bravo?
But there's no new information, right? Only thing that's new is the compilation of NASA stuff, the ISS stuff, and what they've done from 2016 until now to the internet, which is very important. Very, very, very important. I think that's the gold of the entire video. Gold, not gold, but gold. I think that is very important that they did that they've shown what happened to the movement between then and now.
Elijah, can you believe that they didn't invite Crypto on?
Was there a this is what I'm saying though. There's a lot of people that I think that they should have included.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Well,
do you think they've got their own little clique now and they don't want to invite other people in or something?
100%.
I mean, Elisha Savvy, did you get an invite to be a part of Level?
What's
obviously
Level?
he did.
The documentary.
What, the Earth that we live on? I didn't get an invitation. I was just born. You know, what do you want? No, obviously not.
I mean, what's that about?
They don't
No
want the
idea.
truth.
Because they heard you saying I lived in South London and they couldn't find me.
Oh, for fuck's sake. We fucked up.
They're like, nah.
There's no way on earth. Like I said, the two things I know. There's no way that Dave Murphy doesn't know or hasn't been told that he can't triangulate the distance to the sun. And there's
And
no
two,
way
Elisha Savvy
that
is from South London. Sorry.
And two, there's no way. I just cannot believe that they haven't heard the conversation up until this point, like about the geometric horizon, about because what I'm saying is like everybody that's moving the conversation. Because when I come head to head with somebody on Facebook, they're telling me to stop repeating what I've heard from Nathan or something, right? Like that's where the influence is, but it's not. I don't see that in the documentary. I'm not. Maybe I am kind of feeling like, you know, yeah, they should have picked up on some of our arguments. They probably should have even mentioned one of you guys, you know. But
what do you want? No, the truth is they shouldn't. No, the truth is Dave Murphy shouldn't have been on there, right? And fucking Crypto should have been on there instead. I don't care. Even or Elisha Savvy or even myself. Honestly, I'm being deadly serious, mate. At this point, I don't care what anyone has to say.
Yeah, but the perspective here is wrong because wasn't it? Is it me or was it produced by the Ladyboy?
No, I don't think Brenda would produce.
Mr. Thailand.
Eric doesn't like it. Listen, Eric doesn't like it here on Discord.
Right. So he seemed to be the only one that was doing actual new commentary on the video. Everything else, to me, unless I'm incorrect, seemed to be a lot of collection of clips from the past. So it was a presentation of a certain amount of people. The point and the perspective and the objective of it, they hit the nail on the head, right? Because that was their agenda, to raise awareness and to give you a whole bunch of things to make you think, or to make someone who's not heard of it think, at least, right?
But does it raise awareness if it doesn't direct people to the correct avenues to get the right information now? That's the issue. And I've invited Eric.
Yeah, but that's why I said perspective on the product itself from the motive, from its own motive. So a lot of those things were old clips, weren't
they? To you, Elisha. Yeah, here's my response to you, Elisha. While that's all good and well, The only thing, yeah, you can have opinions on the video because that's all you can have are opinions on the clips. But when it comes to the only assertions being made by the flat earthers, i.e., the sun can be triangulated, that is something that it can be took apart, right?
Yeah. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the why.
This is discredible because look at what they're saying. They're saying that you can triangulate the distance to the sun. Things like this. So it's really unimportant that people have an opinion on certain clips because at the end of the day, what are the claims being made and how do we verify those?
I thought it was actually pretty interesting, that part, and also where he said even that we can triangulate the sun using crepuscular rays. It's really funny because I think the day before, we watched that not last night but the night before in here, and I think a day or two before that I was just making the argument in here that I don't think, I know some people will disagree with me, but I don't think crepuscular rays are a good argument for us to use. I don't think.
No, they're not. A terrible argument.
Yeah.
Me either. I don't.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Then they're not necessary because the water doesn't have anything to do with the light. Water's flat. Get over that first, and then we can talk about the other stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that I thought that it was well known that the sun can't be triangulated. I thought that was well known.
It is.
So
that's the issue.
I don't really know why he's making that argument. You would have thought he'd been in the game long enough to know that. Whatever.
That's literally the issue. He has been in the game long enough to know that. Why is he making silly mistakes like that? It wasn't even a silly mistake. It was too well thought out and too well planned. As in,
Dave Murphy's got a history of some weird kind of ways of being as well. He had an experiment. I don't know if you guys know about this, but he had an experiment trying to be a breatharian for about a month. And he was talking about how you could just live on oxygen and nothing else.
What? So he just fasted for a month?
He basically fasted for a month, and then when he started talking more in detail about it, turned out he actually had eaten during that time. And also, you see him at the start and at the end, he lost an awful lot of weight, It looked pretty bad. Then when he started eating properly again, he kind of seemed to come back to normal. Another thing he said is, he was talking about how he got into this idea that, all of the kings of England in history were actually black, that they weren't white, and he was talking about this stuff as well. I don't know, Dave, I feel like he's got a bit of a
That's how they get him.
He's a shell, bro. Yeah. I knew it.
I wouldn't go.
I don't want to go that far.
Some of the stuff that he thinks, I don't think he's thought. Yeah. All I'm saying is that I don't think that Dave thinks things through as much as. Am I good? Can I finish my sentence?
I don't know what that was, mate.
So I think that Dave Murphy, while he makes some good points, also makes some terrible points. He doesn't really think through his worldview well enough to be a leader in this movement.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's too sporadic.
I've thought this for years, mate. Yeah.
He's a pee drinker too.
Did you say tea drinker?
Yes, that's what he said.
See, but this is what happens with. This is what happens with controlled opposition. People don't know what that. You think that people are going to be obvious? No. The thing is, we are too aware. For the casual observer, though, you could, for instance, oh shit, Bernie Sanders is a savior. For whatever reason, hundreds of thousands of people show up at all his. Whoa, I'm bugging out. Thousands of people.
Tens of people
show up. Yeah, tens of thousands. No, tens of thousands.
No, just tens.
No. I was in New York 3 times at 3 different rallies. This man had a lot of support. This was real support at the time, right? But what I knew was that as time went on, I realized he wasn't doing what he advocated for. And people had to begin to make more harder and harder justifications for said things. In the face of, well, we started this movement. You're the movement, not him. So now when he flips it on you and says, well, this is where we are, now you have a segment of people that are there just because they had a faith in a person rather than understanding that this person materialized from their wants and needs already. And then he kind of shaped what you thought your wants and needs were and kind of carried you. So in a sense, it's like, here's a person who comes along who seems to agree with you, who seems to make sense, because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to level with people, right? No pun intended. But then for the people that are casual observers, what happens when he says something like, well, yeah, I'm a breatharian now? It's like, okay,
exactly.
well, cool. But what do I have? See, I didn't want to, whatever.
I've just found that out. So, like,
I'll tell you what you want to hear.
But what I'm saying is, do they like, just like Bernie Sanders, like, he woke me up to the corruption. But the thing is, that wasn't his only goal. His only goal was to get me to accept a less harsh ruler. That was his goal. So these people, they're like, okay, well, we can't control that people are waking up, but we can control
how fast,
how fast and what exactly their conclusions are. Maybe we can muddy the water a little bit. And that's exactly what happens here.
Well, can I answer that very quick? Like,
okay,
so like what you just said with Dave is true. That's like people always say like, well, no, the shills are the FES. I'm like, Flat Earth Society. I'm like, no, they don't exist. They're not even an opposition in terms of like against society. Like me and India said it, and like in the check-in was like, no, they're just a joke group, right? The real let's say opposition is actually maybe the accidental ones, maybe like Dave. Like I said, maybe I shouldn't have gone as far as saying he's a shill. I'm not going to say he's a shill. I'm going to say he accidentally did something that stupid that, in fact, it can make it appear that way, and that's the real opposition. If it was purposeful, then that's the people we need to be afraid of. Alright? Those are the people we would need to be afraid of. The people that are going to just drop in a very small smear of shit in the eye. Because you still get pink eye, it doesn't matter.
I think it's very easy to do this if you look at politics and say, okay, there's a bunch of people who are, there's been a trend towards reporters basically being idiots. And in that sense, they're very easy to control, just by telling them, oh, this is the case. And they won't doubt it. They won't think about it. And then you have people, someone like a Tucker Carlson, who is at least somewhat bright, but he's getting all this money. He has made a standard of living, and he's actively being funded and being told, you can't talk about this, we'll allow you to talk about this. So, that obviously it's politics, but it's the same thing. It's either you are controlled by your circumstances, or you are controlled directly. Well, actually, even that, circumstances. You don't have someone who's fake being out there like they're a plant. You have someone who's controlled because they won't give up their lifestyle, or they're unable to come to a conclusion.
I don't know, the Tuck don't cook, if you ask me, mate.
I think you guys are, because that level thing, just especially that one line about triangulating the sun, that stood out to me. I think you're being a little bit harsh on them. I mean,
come on, Lee.
I think you are. It's just people make mistakes or whatever, and I don't think he's doing that to undermine. Hold on. I don't think he's doing that intentionally to undermine us or anything.
Exactly. That's your argument. But my question was it intentional? Was it intentional, or was it an accident? You're saying I don't think. I'm saying, really, is it really believable that there's some wiggle room to exist the reality in which Dave doesn't know that you can't triangulate the distance to the sun. That's hard to believe. You're whistling past that point to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I would agree with you on that.
If I saw more examples, I might give that a little bit more of a closer look, what you're saying. But I haven't really seen like this repeatedly from Dave, unlike I have seen stuff like that repeatedly from like Mark Sargent.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with that as well. I'd say with Dave, for instance, the ones that I've noticed have been the ones like, you know, hearing that he's a pee drinker now, like that instantly dismisses him as a viable human being. Also, the fact he was a breatharian, you know, what was he doing? Drinking piss at the same time as being a breatharian? I don't know. I don't know what that does to your piss either. But what I would say is that when you have those little factors in, you start to sort of create a little Mark Sargent, right? I'm just saying, dude, out of the people to pick from, right, out there, right, there's a lot of people that could. I know he's been there from the beginning or whatever. He's the British representative, but who the fuck elected him for this job? And in fact, actually, many people that I know have been up in these people's DMs saying you're shit. So, and they know they're shit as well, and they admit it. Do you know what I mean? Like, well, admit it, like I said, like, you know, I'm pretty, when QE like DMs Mark Sargent and says, you know, will you pretend to debate someone to sort of get in there and then pull out at the last second and let me do it because you're crap compared to me? And Mark Sargent's like, yeah, like, you know, obviously that's not how it went, but you know, that is just an admission of guilt. That they know that they're not the best. They know we're out here. This is my point, guys. These motherfuckers know we exist. Us guys here, and they know that some of us are better at debating because they have been willing to potentially switch out last moment because they would want the better person to do the debate based on the movement, right? I don't know. I don't know really.
But that's not happening. Right. In a real sane world where real things happen, you're not gonna fight the 6'7" dude if you have a 6'8", sorry.
Yeah, you sound like you're in a sawmill that time.
Yeah, you're not gonna fight a 6'7" dude if you're 5'9", when you have a 6'9" friend who's mastered judo. Like you're not gonna, you're gonna go with the better alternative. Like, come on.
Yep, especially for truth, bro. You know, like your ego might get in the way. Obviously, men have got egos, but like, yeah, I don't know. When it comes to this movement, like, I don't know. Put it this way, I'd be happy to give up my spot for someone that was better than me if I was Dave. Put it that way, and I'd actually seek someone out better than myself if it was about the fucking truth.
You know what one of you could do though? One of you who likes doing stuff like this could review the whole film, and edit all the parts that don't actually line up to scrutiny, and then represent it as the final abridged version.
Just
edit out a couple of parts and like, okay, we fixed it.
Yeah, no, for real though, because what they're gonna they can't. Yeah, they can't get. Yeah, exactly. They can't get mad. I mean, not with any great effect.
Who said that? Chuck in the Black Swan and
yeah, the FE core as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm pushing the FE core thing quite hard, but I'm amazed I'm amazed how often it's kind of overlooked and it's just not talked about. I find it to be one of the better objective tests that we have to present. And you know that it's a good objective test because the rebuttals are so weak. You know?
Yeah.
Like, the only thing that they can say is, oh, the laser wasn't leveled. Oh, brilliant, the laser wasn't leveled. There's no practical effect to that. We know that, they know that. But that's their best rebuttal. Because when we had these laser tests before, they had legitimate rebuttals. We fixed those legitimate rebuttals. They've got nothing left. So I'm amazed that like someone like Eric Dubay doesn't talk about it. Dave Murphy doesn't talk about it. It's like, come on, guys, let's talk about this stuff.
The laser not being leveled is worse.
If they didn't find curve because they did something wrong with their setup, and you know what was wrong, go out and do it. Show us, bring us that curve.
Yeah.
That's what all other people did in the past. They would take for instance, I know this is kind of like a little pet project of mine, but when Tesla was doing what Hertz said he claimed when he got those electromagnetic waves, he recreated Hertz's experiment and said, look, dude, you're wrong because I didn't get those results. So they have to go and do something like that before they can open their mouth. If they're just coming out with assertions against what has been presented, that means nothing unless they can present an opposite result.
Oh, they have one.
You are
right?
pretty savvy, aren't you? Fuck.
They have one from National Geographic, the one with the boat.
No data.
Right? Am I there?
Yeah.
So you have one on camera with the was it National Geographic with the boat, right? The dude went out with the boat and then had a board and
with no data, obvious signs of editing and
Wasn't that a black swan in the end though?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it was the same with the helicopter. So they faked it with the helicopter with the birds, right? So why would you then believe the laser test if they faked the thing with the helicopter? It's ridiculous. I mean,
yeah.
But I agree with Crypto. The laser test is the.
Do you want to know what it is? We need to hold lessons on it so that people can argue it better, like the Black Swan, because I find that's what it is. Is most people don't know how to argue for the FE core. Yeah, it's pretty fucking self-explanatory. People need to stop being lazy.
To be really good at arguing for the FE core, you pretty much have to have everything in that memorized. Like you got to because you're going to be going, here's the document, and people are going to be saying, okay, what is this saying here? And you're going to need to know, like what's on what page, basically, like all the information that's in there.
Yeah, you have it pulled up in front of you. Like literally,
I'm just saying you gotta have studied that over and over again and know it in and out to be good at.
And you've also got to know why it's relevant in context. You've got to explain that water pulls to the center of mass in their conception, and that water would necessarily curve, and the curvature would follow the globe that they say we live. Like you've got to go through all of that first. It is a bit of a slog, I admit, but it's, I think, the best thing we have. I think it's the best thing we've got, so we've got to talk about it.
Yeah, I agree with you also. I think there was a period of time there after the Black Swan where I think there was like a drought where I don't think we saw the FE core being presented once for 2 months. I was like, why don't we use the laser test more often? It seems like we haven't used that in a while,
Yeah, for sure. That's why I felt like I was talking about them relentlessly, because I was like, guys, we've got this thing over here. This is really good. Let's talk about it.
Let's see. This is where, and Kai, if you're listening, this is not me being a hypocrite. This is where you would explain the 8 inches per mile squared, because people bring up 8 inches per mile squared and then they talk about the Black Swan, and I'm like, no, that's the wrong application. Like, if you're gonna go with 8 inches per mile squared, you may as well lead with FE core. And I told her, well, I don't normally talk about 8 inches per mile squared. Why? Because I don't talk about FE core.
Doesn't really matter, though, does it? As long as you're, well, as long as it's close enough. I mean, there was a while. You'll notice these arguments come and go. Like there was a while where people were saying, "Oh, 8 inches per mile squared is not the correct maths," and then when we absolutely decimated that over and over and over again, it's like we didn't hear it anymore.
Yeah.
So bloody shut the fuck up, didn't I, mate?
Well, we even had some Globers from their side who were very proficient in their maths, like go side by side with us, like and say and agree, like, yeah, you're right, this works. This is, and I think maybe they actually reported back to home base and said, yeah, no, you guys are wrong. 8 inches per mile squared works.
Ooh. earlier I wanted to show a video before we started talking to that dude. Can we show it now? Or listen to it now?
Absolutely, dude.
What? Give me throw the link up there. Yeah. What are you wanting to show?
Well, people are always talking about refraction and how light bends. So this video explains basically how they attempt to misapply.
Is it that sugar water tank one that you got the thumbnail up on at 48 after the hour, like an hour ago?
Did I?
Yeah.
That bumblebee is fucking massive.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to be showing you a crazy cool experiment that you can probably...
I don't know, are we going to get some kind of strike for this?
But before
you know what? You're right. Are we? Hold on.
First convince you that light moves in a straight line. Okay,
so I guess maybe first mute the live for a little bit. I don't want to watch the whole 13 minutes. Because he says, today we're going to do an experiment that shows how to bend light. But first, and this is when he's going to explain how light actually behaves. point that I'm trying to make is light moves in a straight line here on Earth. I mean, that's basically what he's saying. So how do we have this position of refraction?
Well, they have to have refraction to justify why their globe looks flat and why the black swan could exist on a globe and all the rest. That's why.
But see now, prior to the globe Earth at all, the globe Earth, prior to the flat Earth resurgence, you would find people who was interested, because people are truly interested in this stuff. And so you can see them, double speaking, but they're not attempting to argue against something. So they're just explaining things as they are. And that's exactly what he's doing. Yes, he has this belief about a vacuum and all of this. But aside from that, he's explaining to you exactly how we experience life. Aside from, there's no belief there.
Do you know the problem with animation that nobody seemed to address? If light is always moving in a straight line, laser light coming as your point, then you would ultimately see the light as if you're in the path of the light. So why is it you can actually see the light
is
when
it
you're not
just
in direct
me, or is he breaking up real bad? Is it just me?
It could be.
Yeah, he was chopping for me too.
Yeah, it's not just you, bro.
Tell me, is that better?
No.
Is that better?
Can anyone hear me?
No.
I
No.
don't think so. Wait there!
Can't hear Roger, can't hear Crack, can't hear
Who's
anyone.
saying no? Who's saying I
Can't hear Elijah.
anyone? I can't hear them.
No.
Why is the stream so quiet?
Is this any better?
The stream should be up now.
Hello.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Hello.
we had it for 2 or 3 minutes.
Anybody out there?
We should have an Elijah versus Elisha deathmatch.
Who's dying?
Yeah, with Creation Bear doing the soundboard in the background.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. You guys up for it?
No, I'm a peaceful guy now. Come on.
Ah, fair enough. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
You're going down, Savvy.
Can I get that mic check?
Elijah, when you were talking about Bernie Sanders, I may have said this once before, but it's kind of funny on one of the radio stations.
Oh, the armbar.
Shut up. They have a morning show where every time they do like the news headlines, anytime Bernie Sanders is in the news headlines, it's just a policy on the show, I guess. Anytime they say Bernie Sanders' name, they have to say Bernie Sanders, self-proclaimed socialist who owns 3 homes. And then they go on with the story.
Well, this is the thing, is that I was trying to say to a few people about Bernie Sanders, and I just wanted to apologize to Elijah, because when you said Bernie Sanders earlier, for some reason I heard Joe Biden, and then when you were saying there were thousands of people supporting, I was just like, I don't know if this is true. But then I realized after you were talking about Bernie Sanders, and I realized he does actually have support. So I understand. I got that wrong. Apologies. But when it comes to Bernie Sanders, like, his quoted net wealth is $2 million. And I'm like, no, that's not true. I don't care who tells me that. There is no way that a man who has been world famous for getting on for 40 years as one of the leading politicians in America has a net wealth of $2 million. No chance.
You can only be worth about 500 grand at the most.
No, he's worth way more.
Yeah, I was joking. Yeah, he's got to be worth
I guarantee
hundreds of millions. Hundreds.
Yeah,
no, I was joking.
No, I know you're joking. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm continuing my point. I'm not. Sorry, all I'm saying is that he's going to be worth multiple million. Okay. Like, this guy will make 50 grand for a speaking engagement. And he's been doing that for years. He's been making 200, 300 grand a year as a senator, or, you know, all of those high profile positions pay minimum $150.
Yeah, when you make,
there's no way he's worth $2 million.
When you make a couple $100,000 in an afternoon, yeah, it's hard to be worth only $2 million.
Yeah, exactly.
I reckon he's a bit of a playboy.
So I just don't believe
it. Could just be that his account has a smaller hat than him. His accountant, sorry.
Oh, I see.
Another funny contradiction that's similar to Bernie Sanders being a socialist who owns 3 homes is what's his name? Al Gore, who pushes all of the, you know, global warming and telling us that the sea levels are going to rise. And what was it, around 2000-ish, when he was saying that in like 20 years or something, 30 years, we were going to be underwater, basically. I mean, he had this really
elaborate,
extreme like version of like what was about to happen. Like we were on the brink of extinction, basically.
I don't mean to shill my podcast. Actually, that's a lie. I do mean to shill my podcast. And there was actually, I did a 10-question quiz with Zanuck where I asked him about 10 climate change is going to happen imminently headlines. And even I was amazed at how ridiculous some of their predictions were. Like, there was one from 1967 where they said, like, in 1975, people are going to be dying of starvation because of the climate. Never happened. Never happened. And then, like, in the 80s, there were all these predictions that in, like, the 90s, there was going to be, like, Arctic, so ice-free summers in the Arctic, and all this other shit, like, Britain was going to be Siberian, and all this other shit that never happened.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, anyway, the thing is funny with Al Gore, though, is he owns a bunch of homes also, and they're almost all, like, on the beach.
Yeah. So he knows it's not true. Like,
I thought
he can tell by his
going
actions.
to be underwater, bro. You know, like,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, these guys are full of it, and they know it, and they know that they're part of they're part of an industry that only survives by promoting this stuff. That they're not, they don't believe in it, but they know that they have to say it in order to get you to believe it to extract money from you. So. Really is bizarro clown world that we live in.
If I could say it's. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say something random. So. Go ahead.
Oh, same here. I was just going to say, you know, whenever we go on about how corrupt they are and, you know, sometimes talk a little smack about them, you can't even help but to think that, you know that they're listening. You know they are, because it's one of the only flat earth discords, and you know that they're paying attention to what we say in here. So it's funny. That intrigues me once in a while to think about that, but no, that's all I was going to say.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. I mean, let's say that we're all on a watch list somewhere, like we probably would have ended up there sooner or later anyway, so.
Seriously, that's... I hate to be paranoid, but I mean, you know they are. So it's just, if you're going to make your shit talking, make it worth it, you know?
There's a pile on all of us. I mean...
Well, the thing is, the world that they want to create won't be worth living in anyway, so I don't really see the difference. Like... Sorry, Elijah, go. Sorry.
It's very simple to do a book report on all of us. Key phrases, arguments, utilize, all this, that. It's very easy to do. It's just people don't believe that that's happening. Yeah, I mean, if you think that links are just disappeared, wikis are just changed based on absolutely nothing, while coincidentally the things that are being removed or manipulated have been talked about within a 24-hour time period of a conversation in this room. I mean, then whatever. Be a conspiracy theorist if you want. Like, there's certain things that we can't possibly know, but on a metaphysical level, you can kind of pick up on. But, you know, you can't just go hurling claims. So it's like, all right, bro, I see you. I see you. You hear me? All right, cool. Know that I'm coming with the sword of truth, and I'm going to decapitate anyone who attempts to fool my friends. So long as I, you know, and my friends, who do I consider that to be? My loved ones, who do I consider that to be? Anyone who is looking for the information. I don't even care about the Globers that come in here that are not looking for the information. That's fine. They can think what they want. They can believe what they want. But they're in the way. So I'm letting you know out there that I'm coming for all the people that are looking for a light in the darkness. There's nothing you can do to hide the truth. Nothing. So long as I'm breathing. So if I get killed, this is all on live. So
those grimy bastards.
No, I mean, you got shit like, I mean, yo, I was paying heavy attention to politics. Like, it's just like the globe. When you begin to pay attention, you're like, holy shit. What's going on is not what's going on. I can't believe my lying eyes. This is insane. But people don't know that because they're not paying attention like you. They don't care. They don't have time, right? Same like Flat Earth. Same exact thing. So with when the Seth Rich thing happened, and they're like, oh, this dude got robbed of nothing but a flash drive? Come on, bro.
Come on, man.
I think I've seen this movie before, right? Will Smith?
Which movie's that?
Man, my brain is farting on the title, but it's with Will Smith and a file that he shouldn't have had.
Oh, you're talking about Enemy of the State.
That's it.
It's actually one of the first films that I watched that I really enjoyed, actually. Because at least it admits that the state can be your enemy. You know, a lot of films nowadays they try and push this idea that the state's your friend and that there's, you know, daddy government's going to save you from whatever problems come.
No, exactly. Just I think Crack is snoring, by the way.
Liar.
Oh, did I wake you up?
Did you say snorting?
Snoring.
No, I was snorting, don't lie, I was snorting.
Didn't you know he's a pig farmer?
Yeah. I'm bent down in front of one of the pigs, mate. What's your problem? You got pork, mate. You just have
telling Porky
straightener. Yeah. Do you want a straightener? I just fucking burnt myself. That's what I just did. How about that? Deserved
that
it.
Is not cool.
Deserved it because I was snoring and I was lying. And you did wake me up, Elisha.
Go to bed, mate. You're tired, go to bed.
I ain't tired, mate. Just called this hot ass sun right in my face.
What time is it there?
It's about 6
time for your bedside sunshine.
Time you got to watch her.
Hey, look on the floor, mate. Drop your gay card. That's like the gay bar. Gay bar.
Thanks for that. So speaking of filthy globes, I got in the chat.
What?
Oh, I just wondered if we had any filthy globers in the show.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Just do a few shout outs while I'm here. So that's up to Old Dude. Will be Flat, I know you never talk, but hello to you. Who does that's Goonus? That is Goonus. Haven't spoken to you, I don't think, but hello to you. Let's go up the list. Hello to new member Mimus Aurelius. Globe Mythicus, hello to you.
So I don't know if I'm coming through.
Someone make that Mimus Aurelius guy an admin.
Can y'all hear me?
You are super quiet.
Yeah, I'm actually on a speaker.
Sat on top of one, or?
I'm just listening, I mean.
Alright.
Cool. Glowy Schizo, hello to you. And I'll put my phone down now so I can't read anyone in.
Hello. Hello, Crypto. I heard you shout me, mate. I'll shout you back.
You what, sorry?
I heard
Would you like a translation?
Yeah, could you translate from Highland to Lowland, please?
Terribly sorry, old chap. Hello there. I heard you say my name, so I thought I'd say
That's actually not a bad attempt. I'm actually alright with that. It's not too bad. Is that how we sound when we try and do a Glasgow accent?
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you're not Glaswegian, are you?
Paisley, mate. I was the first part of my life. I grew up in Paisley, right next to Glasgow.
Right, yeah.
Glasgow. Fucking Glasgow, mate.
Why is Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat the movies that I can remember that had like the worst acting possible?
They had pretty bad acting.
Shit budgets.
Because they hired the NPCs themselves to do the acting.
Those franchises are like that. Oh my god!
You mean like?
And I love them. I love them anyway. Like I'm just saying.
You're talking like about the movies for those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the animes are okay.
Movies based off of video games always were trash. Like it's like up until there's a couple of them that more recently like was the Lara Croft ones. A lot of people like those, but otherwise,
that's just because she's hot. That's it.
Really.
It's still trash.
I was watching a Chinese one that had Mila Jovovich in it, and it was so stupid. I mean, it was like, who wrote this? Whose weird wet dream was this? Like, holy crap.
M. Scott Veach wrote it, dude. Have some respect.
Yeah, his father was an astronaut, don't you know?
Yeah, and he's a screenwriter, so.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. That's why I said he wrote it. He apparently wrote some of the CSI episodes. Makes a lot of sense. Oh. Wonder they're so shit.
Yeah. There's one about an astronaut who goes into an impossible medium.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Space?
Yeah.
I thought that was every astronaut story.
Yeah. But that was the only CSI.
Crime shit investigation.
Maybe CSI actually stands for Crazy Space Idea.
Never thought of it that way. New paradigm unlocked. Anyone got any of those paradigm keys? Looking for them.
No.
No? It's a new drug on the
solved
market.
my last one yesterday.
No, it's the new drug on the market.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I was looking for a key of it.
I spoke to some socialists on the street today. First time I've ever seen them promoting Marxism and stuff. Some like young kids, and they were so brainwashed. I thought they were giving out free flyers, but they were actually trying to sell me them for £2.
You funny cunt.
No, I'm not even joking. They were trying to sell me.
I thought that was a good joke.
No, I said, "Isn't this capitalism?" And they were like, "Oh, we need the money." So I said to them, "Why don't you just let people advertise in your little newspaper, so you don't have to sell it?" And they were like, "That's capitalism. We can't do that." And then they told me all the homeless people in London died of COVID. And I said that's not true. And then they said, "Oh yeah, they put them in hotels." So I don't know why they said that, but they're just like young kids who are like totally brainwashed.
Trolling.
How old when you say young? Are they like?
Well, they weren't super young actually. They were like early 20s, but
oh right,
I don't know.
So like my age, that's not a kid, mate. That's like just a stupid fucking adult.
I mean, they could have been 19, I guess. But yeah, they're stupid adults.
19's a kid.
Yeah, 19. It's still a team in the name.
But yeah, it's the first time I've seen them on the street, you know, like giving out leaflets and selling newspapers on Marxism, socialism.
I mean, there's certain aspects of socialism that there's nothing wrong. Like socialism has kind of a dirty name. Like people have a little bit of a. I don't think they quite realize how much of what is in our so-called capitalism that is actually socialist. You know, social security, public transportation, public parks, like
the army.
yeah, right. No, there's actually a really like strong history of socialism like within our societies, and like, but they don't ever teach that to you.
England is a socialist state, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, I was going to troll these guys, but instead I just went up to them and said, I told them I don't know anything, sell me on socialism. And I don't know, they made some nice little arguments, I guess.
Just filmed it.
Yeah, I know. I have spy glasses as well, but I didn't have them with me.
There's no need to tell us that, mate, at this point. You didn't film it. It's so simple. I'm just joking.
What?
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I said, oh, there's no need to tell us about the spy glasses. That just pisses me off even more, pretty much. No, I'm joking, though. No, that's pretty cool, man. Yeah, that's a bit weird that they're out shilling for Marx.
Yeah.
Probably 19. Yeah.
Do they all have iPhones?
They were all wearing masks. I didn't see any phones. They were just all newspapers and stuff.
Yeah, it's funny how these kind of compliant worldviews always kind of dovetail, isn't it?
Yeah.
They always have all of the trendy the same trendy opinion. But if you believe in face masks, then you'll believe that COVID is like a deathly threat, and if you believe that, then you'll believe that socialism is the cure to capitalism. And I'm sure they're probably all BLM activists, and I'm sure that they all have Extinction Rebellion, climate emergency opinions as well. Like, this is kind of what makes it so bitter for me. Is that these people have absolutely no original ideas of their own.
Yep. I've got some news for you. The mayor of Seattle, who we all know, has passed a bylaw. Anyone dressed all in black is subject to arrest.
Oh, that's Antifa, isn't it?
It's Antifa. Who were his allies?
What about
black?
What about goths?
Yeah, they can't. You can't. Can't do that. Like, even though
nuns.
You got to think about it in terms of which way the tide is actually turning. Between which way it looks like the tide is turning.
Okay. Yeah. So obviously he's like no more black blocs.
Yeah. Seattle's been black bloc since mid '90s, like heavily black bloc.
Yeah, I love a bit of Yeah, Scottish blood, mate. Got to do a bit of black blocking.
What about Orthodox Jews? They wear all black, pretty much. Black. Muslim women, they wear all black. A lot of them.
Ban them all.
Well, it also
sometimes it's pretty hard to tell, but I think those cop uniforms, I know they're supposed to be like a dark navy, but they look kind of black.
They got badges and shit on them. If you wear all black with a logo on your t-shirt or hoodie saying "Not Antifa," I'm sure you'll be alright.
Yeah, on the whole, Muslim women wearing all black, that tends to be more of a specifically Arabian thing. Like, you won't often see Muslim women from kind of the subcontinent of India. I mean, you will, of course, you know, there's variations and all the rest. Tends to be more like an Arab thing than a Muslim thing.
The ones in London and stuff, they wear a lot of like bright colours and, you know, nice light blues and.
Yeah, you see all sorts of them.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not saying that you wouldn't find an Indian Muslim woman in that. I'm just saying it's always, these things are always nuanced, aren't they? They're not kind of as monolithic as people think.
White people hardly ever wear all white, and black people hardly ever wear all black.
That's not true in London.
That is so not true. I was just about to say.
Fuck me. All you ever see is black kids in all black.
I used to have a very nice white suit as well.
I bet you did.
Yeah, but but come on, follow the example. You have to say whether or not you've worn black because you're black, Crypto.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, I'm wearing black now.
I just, like, you see a white guy wearing all white and you automatically assume he's a painter, you know?
Goes around painting people black and dressing them up in black. Living out a fantasy you just simply can't live. It's his job.
Oh, dude, I did some painting for a few years. It's amazing. You go anywhere and people just look at you like you're the fucking scum of the earth, bro. No kidding.
Whoa, what's wrong with painters? Fuck.
They have a bad stigma, and I'm not sure if it's all of the United States.
In the trades, it's hard to find like actual good professional painters. Like, they also professional painters, but they're like just doing a painting job to buy their booze till they're out of money again, and then they do another freaking painting job. You know, like, that's the majority of them.
That's fair. Most people just paint their own house these days. I guess work's pretty sparse for the old painters these days. Crypto, a painter's really frowned upon in the UK. I don't think there's such a horrible stigma here today.
No one talking.
Yeah, you can say hi to everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
They can hear you. You don't have to go right up to it. You can just right there.
Okay.
Say, is everybody having a good day? Something like that. A little small talk.
Is everybody having a good day?
It's a lovely day outside. Very sunny. It's about 65 degrees where I am, which is fairly warm.
Are you being a little bit shy when you ask them? Yeah. You don't have to be shy.
Oh.
I'm having a miserable day. I was late to work. I lost my keys. Today sucks.
Oh.
Well, actually, I already did last weekend.
Today, well, not
Last
today.
weekend.
Last weekend, I learned how to ride my bike without training.
Is it like a motorbike or a bicycle or?
It's a bicycle.
Yeah.
Nice.
Did you enjoy the sled that you got for Christmas?
Yes.
Awesome.
That thing's fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really fast. It's a little bit scary, honestly. Like,
He never letted me go by my own.
I was scared going down on that thing.
Yeah. Well, you know you made the right purchase then.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to keep in winter on it. I had to keep my heels in the snow to keep it at a reasonable speed the whole way down.
Oh, so that's why I never liked.
Yeah, because we had to keep the brakes on.
Crypto would have just full sent it. He would have figured, well, I've already done this much brain damage.
Okay. I'm going to go back on mute now, okay? Say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Is Earth glob?
What's glob?
Earth is glob?
Who?
Hey, I have a Crypto, are you there?
Yeah.
So I have a suggestion of something to do for you guys, just kind of a troll theme, but it's funny. So a while ago I watched this video on YouTube, and it was called asking cops the same silly questions that they ask us, or it's pretty much just treating cops how they treat people. And it would just be funny to me. I was thinking about this yesterday. If you treated the Globers the same way that they came in here treating you guys, like, just try to figure out how many ways you could fallaciously prove the flat Earth and disprove the Earth, all while kind of giggling and being condescending to them.
Well, we came up with one the other day. Eratosthenes proves that the Earth's flat. Just say that.
How so? I don't know anything about him.
Okay, so I can tell. So you know how they come in and they go, "Oh, duh! The Greeks knew 2,200 years ago, duh!" And then when you actually ask them about it, they're talking about Eratosthenes, and obviously Eratosthenes works on a flat plane or a globe. But we can do the same thing to them. We can just say, "Well, Eratosthenes proved the Earth was flat 2,200 years ago, duh!" You know? So
I was thinking along the lines of, like, while they're talking, just keep asking them the same stupid question, but just say, like, why wouldn't they lie? Why wouldn't they lie, bro?
Oh,
like,
yeah,
come on.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah, I mean that's something I've certainly asked that a few times. Why would they tell you the truth? The answer is, of course, there's no reason for them to tell you the truth because you believe them blindly. And that is actually the answer to the question, isn't it? The answer to the question, why would they lie, is because you believe them.
Well, there's so many reasons why they would lie that it's kind of like, bro, fucking, like, here's a bucket, pick one. Like, goddamn. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
just,
for sure.
to
For
them,
sure. But
to-
what I'm saying,
to
like,
ask
if
that
they lied to
question-
you, if they lied to you and you didn't believe them, then they wouldn't bother lying to you. Right? So the answer then has
Right.
to be because you believe them.
Because you believe them, why wouldn't they lie? There you go.
No, that's the answer to why they would lie.
I was thinking about that the other night when I was looking up fallacies. I was like, dude, what if we just used all these fallacies against the Globers just to fuck with them instead? You know?
Oh, it could be, I suppose.
Flat Earthers already do that on a daily basis.
They use fallacies against them?
Yeah.
Besides attacking the person or whatever, which Quantum Eraser famously does every time.
Well, when you explain how something works on a flat Earth, you're talking about a reification fallacy.
Also,
So
I mean,
it depends on how you're setting it up.
Gotcha.
yeah, a person. There is a difference between an ad hom and a personal attack. You know that, right?
I'm still learning. I'm still figuring them out. I have them written down, but I'm going over them once a day or so. I'm trying to keep up with you guys. You guys keep using all these big words and shit, and I just can't keep up anymore. So I just whipped out the computer. I'm like, hell, I'll give it a try. So I'm trying.
No, you're all good, man. But I can explain it to you. So an ad hom is saying that somebody is wrong because they're stupid or whatever. It's like if I say, "Oh, you're wrong because you're a dickhead," right? That's different to just calling someone a dickhead.
Mm-hmm.
So if I just say, "Oh, you're a dickhead," that's not an ad hom because an ad hom has to be within the context of an argument. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. I get what you mean. It has to be within the context of the argument. I get what you mean. Applied in some way.
Yeah, exactly. So if I say that, I don't know, Bernie Sanders come on the TV and I'm like, "Oh yeah, he's wrong because he's a dickhead," that's an ad hom. Just calling him a dickhead, it's not an ad hom. It's just an insult.
So what's the fallacy that the one I was looking it up and I can't remember the name of it, but it's pretty much where they name drop all these famous people that came up with incorrect equations to shit. Like, who came up with gravity? Who observed it and whatnot?
Did he cut out for me?
Who was that?
Well, you're cutting out crypto, but it's an appeal to authority. But the thing is that
That's the one. That's the one.
It's not that the equations are wrong; it's that the assumptions are wrong. The equations are wrong.
Right, but there's some people that still cling to it, is what I'm saying, is they cling to it. So, but that's Einstein, like clearly calling us the idiots because Einstein would know. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm going with that one. So I figured out the appeal to authority because some people are like, well, yeah, clearly you know more than Einstein. I've heard that multiple times in here. You know what I mean? But I'm figuring it out. There's so many of them that it's kind of hard to like remember how they all work, and I don't know. I should have paid attention to that in English a little bit more.
Did they teach that in English?
Now he's just talking to himself.
Yeah, they did. In literature class, my teacher taught us all about fallacies and whatnot, and I paid attention to a lot of them, but without regular use of them, of course, it's one ear out the other after you get out of high school, you know, if you're not practicing them.
That's interesting. I never had that kind of stuff in literature. I had that in the critical thinking, but no, literature was just read books and analyze them. It's just a whole bunch of subjective stuff and then prose stuff.
Well, I took AP Literature in high school, which was pretty much a college level class involving some philosophy in English, along with other sort of things such as fallacies and whatnot. But that kind of shit I just spaced out on, I guess. I never thought I would actually use them. You know what I mean? Like, what in my job line would I actually use calling people out on fallacies for?
In everyday life, all the time.
With your girlfriend
It's a
or wife?
It's a civil way of just backhanding someone for talking crap.
No, it's well. There's one way you can utilize the knowledge, right? And one of those ways is calling it out when you're having a debate. But honestly, what it is just understanding that someone's using an improper logic form. Because someone is telling you something that isn't adding up. And that's all it is. Sorry for the word. So essentially, it's like you want to know what fallacious reasoning is so you can know whether or not either someone is A, lying to you, or B, maybe they're not purposefully lying, but they could be believing something that they don't know or have not confirmed. Because all you got to do is ask them, how do you know that? Right? And they might employ some type of logical fallacy to not tell you how they know that, because they'll just tell you something else that you didn't ask instead, which is another fallacy, right? So it's good to know that this is happening in conversation so that you can get the best result from the communication as you can.
Hey, am I robot, Elijah?
Always.
Yeah.
Hey, will you guys announce the silver meeting?
There's a silver meeting?
Ask the silvers to go down there. Did you hear me? Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we can hear you
Just
now.
ask them to go down to the silver BC.
You guys heard that? There's a silver meeting happening. All of the silvers, hi guys, if you're listening, please go down to the meeting because you are an important part of this community. And yeah, something you guys have been wanting for a while is more meetings, and so here is one. And yeah, join them down there in the silver meeting room.
Yo, Elijah, you still there?
Yeah.
Dude, I showed, so one of my buddies, one of my really, really good friends, he's super political, and he was super bummed out about the whole election and everything. And I kind of slowly hinted towards, a lot of other things that were going on. But I recently just showed him the new level video that came out. And oh my God, man, I'm so happy. But I was surprised that he actually took it well. And he actually looked at it critically, and he was like, wow. He was like, yeah, a lot of the stuff on there was actually intriguing. He's like, I can't believe that they would lie about stuff like that. And I was like, yes, thank God for once. One of my in real life friends actually understands what's going on.
Let me share a similar story. About 3 days ago, someone I've known for over a decade, calls me up, starts shooting the breeze with me. And then there's a pause for a second. He says, "You know what I think? I think the Earth is a flat and stationary plane."
No way, just randomly?
Yeah.
Nice.
I said, that's interesting. What led you to conclude that? And he told me, he gave me a proof that he had seen. I said, "Have you been talking to your son? Because his son is one." And he said, Nope. I was looking into it, and you're the only person I knew I could talk to about it, probably. I was like, yeah, well, I've been there for almost 6 years now. So, he said he's got a lot of catching up to do. He used to make fun of flat earthers. Yep.
Is that your brother?
Nope, it's my wife's uncle.
Say your bro's not too bad, man. If I put my bro on here, everybody'd hate me. Be like, your brother's an asshole. Hell, I know.
Yeah, he is.
Tell me what I don't know first. Yeah. Your brother's all right, man.
He's more of an asshole than you?
He does act like me. You get him on a tangent, bro, and he's unforgiving.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
He's more open. I'm more subtle.
On the computer.
Like, girls used to throw themselves at him, and he would look right at him and say, "You're ugly. I don't like you."
Oh, your bro. I could hang out with your bro.
Yeah. He has no filter.
I kind of retrace. Yeah, the older I get, though, I retrace that shit I've done throughout my life, and I always feel bad for the girl I said that shit to.
Yeah.
Well, you get older, man, you realize that baggage could still be with her at 50.
Well, everyone should have a jerk brother that they had fist fights with.
Oh, my younger brother he was a dude that would repeat everything you say. And when you go to sleep, he'd lick his finger and stick in your ear.
Oh.
You'd beat him up and he'd say, "I'm still do it. You may beat me, but I will still get you.
I'll still do it anyway." That'll make you stop beating him up.
I said,
"I'll get you."
Dad, I beat bro up and he did it again. He said, "I don't know why you waste your time. You knew he was going to do it again." He's a tough guy, though. He got beat up a lot, man. He's my younger brother's just a tough motherfucker right now. There was 6 of us. He took ass whoopings daily growing up. I really think he liked it for a while. I'm like, man, he likes getting beat up.
My bad. My phone died right when you were speaking. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. We were just talking about siblings and whatnot.
But yeah, that's why I said I don't dislike the documentary. I like it very much. I showed it to my son, because it's definitely relatable. You know, there's a lot of imagery in there that people don't know about, and that's like the best aspect of it, in my opinion. So what was his reaction? You said?
Well, I sent it to him earlier, and I just was like, hey man, you should watch this, just check it out, because he's one of my like really more non-judgmental friends, you know, and the rest of them kind of are but he's a really close friend of mine, and so, you know, I can't say I'm too surprised, because he would actually take something I said seriously, you know, as would I, but he watched it, and when I talked to him, it's like he really started looking at everything a lot differently. Like, it wasn't so much about, you know, the fact that Trump lost, but it was more about like, because he was really pissed off about that. Like, he's a retired Army vet, and he fought for the country. He got blown up. He received a Purple Heart. He's been disabled since he was 22. You know, so he has really, really, really strong feelings about obviously where the country's going. So that's all I ever hear from him. And honestly, that was the part of me that didn't think would get through to him, is because of that. But he actually looked at it and he was like, man, like, it's really intriguing. Like, he was like, I can't believe that they would lie about that, which is what he said. So, and he didn't even start to talk about politics, which normally he loves to talk about, because he hates the fact that, you know, Biden won and whatnot. So I don't know. It was really cool to hear, but yeah, that's all I wanted to say about that.
That's what's up, man. Yeah, this is something I'm definitely ready to share with people. It's easy to. It's well produced. You know, people want that well produced product. You know, that's what they want. So good on the level, people.
Yeah, they did a really fine job on that video. Honestly, it wasn't. I'm thinking that they were trying to appeal to people that, you know, don't necessarily already know about the information, you know, instead of just to people who have seen a lot of proofs, you know, especially before it all got censored. But they took a lot of the footage clips, you know, and I kind of wish that they would have dove a little bit deeper. You know, they could have put like an extra half hour in and showed them a few more clips, but I don't know. It's they made it a short, you know, hour-long video with enough evidence to show that, you know, there's been a lot of deceit, you know, enough hopefully to where people start asking questions, or maybe go, you know, hey, what is the flat earth? And, you know, maybe they'll stumble across this Discord, but
Maybe they might look for like live streams where the conversation is being had, and that might lead them here, you know.
I mean, there's so much more. Like, I mean, you know the debate between Team Skeptic and freaking, oh God, what, Nathan Thompson. That's right. Oh my God, like, he just got shut down repeatedly. Like, there's nothing that the Globers have against the flat Earth in a debate, you know, and it's just, if they would see stuff like that where those debates have gone, and all of those hour-long clips or whatever, then yeah, it would click a little bit faster. That's what I was trying to get at, but you know, it's kind of up to people to do their own research.
This is why I wish we Like, cause that documentary is great, but for the things that aren't in it, that aren't lacking, I feel like it's actually on the responsibility of us, trench level guys. You know, like the ones who talk about this all the time. I think it's up to us to put a documentary together and put in our favorite debate moments, because we're the ones actually doing the debating. We're the ones here with all of the information. We know where it is. So all someone has to do is do it, put it together, and then do a documentary on that. Like, why not?
Well, that's very true. Some of the highlight clips and whatnot of, some of the main arguments that they use, because obviously that would appeal to a lot of the people that have the same questions. That's a great idea. That and I've noticed that the way you guys are debating people, the ones that aren't super trolls, even some of the trolls that come in, calling us retards and shit like that, like even they have been kind of switched around to think about stuff a little more critically. I don't know if you were here yesterday or could recall, but there was a couple kids that, I mean, God bless his heart, but I think it was Crypto or Crack, one of the guys, but they were just being patient with these two kids that were just pretty much scoffing at him and mocking him the entire time. And I couldn't have imagined, but at the end of the day, he started to slow down and actually listen to him. You know what I mean? Which is what it's all about. You want to just bring people the knowledge and make them aware of what's going on. And he did a fine job of that as well. Every person that you could get in here is another person that's going to tell more friends and more family members,
Right. That's why I'm always like reevaluating my behavior myself in the conversation, because I'm always telling myself, obviously I'm out of touch, because when I'm explaining things to people that I know, and then their eyes just gloss over, or they go, all right. And I'm like, damn, I thought that was pretty simple. It's like, it's not about what I think is simple. No, I'm out of touch, And I don't think we think about that enough. I appreciate the guys that exercise the utmost restraint and discipline and patience, because that's usually what happens. Someone comes in here full of steam, thinking they know what they know, and then, as the conversation progresses, they begin to slow down and actually have a conversation with you. Because it's not about winning anymore. Now you're feeding them. You're giving them, like, you ever speak to someone who's so interesting and you're just hanging off of their every word? They get to that point eventually. Eventually they're asking, where's the edge? It goes from that to, but, so,
yeah.
What do you think is beyond the 60th parallel? But it's actually genuine at some point,
Well, yeah, and it's not even entirely their fault that they're coming in here with that sort of mentality, because that's what the media is telling them. That's what other people are telling them, is that, flat earthers are just fucking idiots.
I agree.
That's
every YouTube. Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
victims. No, I was just saying we are all mind control victims. We are all victims. All of us, every last one of us in here, we are just members of the common general laity. So many of us forget that. Both Globers and flat earthers, we come attacking each other as though either one of us are the perpetuators of the deception. Which one, no matter which one you think is the deception, we are all on the same team here.
So true. It's like the good old playbook, getting the people to go against themselves, against their own interests.
Yeah. And the same thing applies. I was just going to say the same thing applies to all humans. You see, the tyrants are on the same team also. It's just they have absolutely no intention of repenting ever. They have absolutely no intention of loving their neighbor as themselves and doing righteousness in the world. Don't forget that also. But, yeah, hostility, enmity, contention, strife, etc. Unnecessary, unrighteous. Let's not do it. Edify one another. Love one another.
No, I agree with that. I'm really happy to see that, some people are teaching their kids about it, because in all reality, they're going to be lucky. They're not going to have to try to unlock their freaking head from deception and, start at such a late age. Like for me, I didn't start until I was I think like 19, like 18 or 19. I didn't start waking up until then. So I can only imagine what kind of knowledge a kid's going to have if they're learning the truth about this world at a young age,
There's no benefit in learning in believing falsehood. There's only benefit in believing truth.
Well, yeah, 20 years of thinking that you're just some evolved freaking monkey that's spinning on a ball and believing in this imaginative space and universe, and I don't know. You get what I mean? Like
oh yeah.
In a sense, that's just poisoning somebody's head. It's an illusion. You know what I mean?
That's a mental disease. To believe falsehood is a mental disease. There's some poison in the mind. Falsehood is poison to the mind.
Yeah,
that's... Believe your ancestors are monkeys who emerged from goo, in some primordial goo, on some ball, flying around in the vacuum that came into existence from nothing. Of course you're going to behave like a beast. Of course you're going to believe and think like a beast.
Well, yeah, and it could have. Could you imagine what it would do to the world if people knew the truth? Like, it would probably cure a lot of sense of depression. Like, I'll be honest with you, man. Once I figured this much out, like, it was like a huge weight of depression and anxiety was just lifted off my shoulders. Like, I finally felt like, like you mean something, because ever since you're a kid, you're told pretty much that that you don't really, like, you're a speck. You're just nothing, and so it makes all of your issues a lot smaller.
Yep.
When you realize, oh wow, I'm on a stationary plane. Okay, one created. All of a sudden, all these little things that used to bother me, just don't bother me the same way anymore, which is cool. But
robotic voice, but yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Yes, in the beginning, folks are taught. In the beginning, nothing, and nothing exploded, and then everything that exists came from that nothing, and nothing matters. Nothing has any purpose. There is no value to life. There is no meaning to your life. There is no purpose to your life. And then when we die, there is nothing. Nothing, 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 nothing. Everything is little to nothing, or just nothing. So, of course, that's how you're going to think. Nothing. I am nothing. Yep. I'm worth nothing. I have no purpose. Nothing is of any value. When I die, there will be nothing. So,
yeah, and in a lot of ways, that's what makes the fear of death so scary, is because people believe in their whole life that they're nothing, trying to amount to be something, all just to become nothing. That's crazy,
It's such a anathema. That religion is so anathema to humans that it bothers. It really does trouble any given human down to the heart of their very being. Folks don't want that to be true. Even the most devout atheist doesn't want that to be true. That bothers them. And so they still cling to that religion to the neglect of other options that are not only better, but are actually that are not only better, but are just obligatory. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. I think you know who said that.
Honestly, I don't. Like I said, I'm really not very smart. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay. No, I've never been very, very bright, I guess, with certain things. So for me, like 009, for me, I'll read the Bible and whatnot, and I'll be able to recall what the Bible says in it. But all the names and chapters and, you know, where it's at, and I can't recall stuff like that for some reason.
Yeah, you actually don't need to beat yourself up about that because chapter and verse numbers aren't scripture. But we'll talk about that in a different room. Yeah, people like to harp. I'm not going to believe anything you say when you quote scripture if you can't tell me book, chapter, and verse. Well, chapter and verse numbers aren't scripture. And the ancients never quoted chapter and verses because they weren't in the text. So calm yourself.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
You see? The apostles would have had no idea what you were talking about chapter 3, verse 16. You know, John 3:16. You, Kanan, John, would have had no idea what you were talking about. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, man. Oh, that gave me a good laugh. I would have never thought of that. I really wouldn't have. That's so funny.
Yeah, chapters came into the English translations in the 13th century by Stephen Langdon, the Archbishop of Canterbury, trying to make his commentary Bible. And then verse numbers came into existence in the 16th century, trying to make it even easier to navigate more specifically. So they're just navigation tools. They're not scripture, but they've been abused. And folks now use a chapter and verse number navigation convention to quote mine and to abuse the scriptures.
You know, I was talking about something yesterday with a few people, and it was funny. In that movie Level, I mean, I brought it up yesterday, but I didn't touch this subject. So they made kind of this
Robotic
skit
voice.
where NASA,
Robotic voice.
you know, I would get on the data. Oh, whoops. Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. So there was a skit in the movie or in the documentary Level where NASA goes on live TV to tell everybody that they've lied and, you know, they're apologizing and this and that, which we all know would never happen. But it starts to bring up the subject, like what will ever be made of this? Because I mean, at the rate that the world's going, you know, with the economy, it appears, one could say that it appears that giant corporations are taking over, places like Walmart and some of the bigger companies. They're kicking out mom and pop shops. And so if I do believe all of the, giant corporations at this point, all of the big corporations and the, I don't know, the electric companies, whatever you can think of, really, the phone companies, whatever, anything big in our lives is really owned by all the same people, probably people that all are buddies and friends at the top.
Exactly.
So if this ever came out and we tried to, take down this this evil giant, like, what would happen? You know what I mean? Like, if those stores shut down.
I know where you're going with this one. And what will happen basically is eventually when humanity gets onto the same page we're on, let's say, because we realize the discrepancies and the unbalance that there is out there at the moment, as you mentioned, with the companies, and they're making all the money, and we're left hanged out to dry. Wars are going on, and and people don't give a damn about it. But once humanity, let's say, finally realizes that, obviously the system that's in place cannot be, because not one facet of it can be. So it's a matter of cleaning house. That's going to take a little while, yes, but it means that we must not stop, though. Plant the seeds where you can, plant the seeds in your family, and so on until that day comes. It may not come in my lifetime, as I'm approaching 60 years old now. So, but I'm going to keep on screaming at the top of my voice of the injustices and the fact that NASA and the moon landings and the Mars landings and the ingenuity, that's all a hoax. I will shout that out till my head pops. You know what I mean? And if my head pops, that means I've made a mark there. Oh my God, he's blown up. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah,
yeah,
right.
Of course.
Right. So that's what we can do. We have to talk the talk, walk the walk, and destroy the fantasy that's out there. That's what you got to do. It might mean you have to break a law or two. I will do that in order to get the message out. Of course, the law being don't wear the mask. Get me fined, throw the bill on the floor. For example, they give me a citation, I throw it on the floor. I will never pay a single dollar, yen, drachma, franc. Yep. I'll never pay that fine. I'd rather go into jail. And then we have a battle on there, because Jin will go supernova, and now it's flat earth, it's vaccines, it's this and the other. So those stupid mugs that are in the prison will begin to wake up.
That's what I'm talking about, Jin, yeah.
Yeah,
get me going.
That's what you got to do, man. And of course, I know I'm going to be running a risk. I know I'm going to be running a risk because they'll want to poison me in there and shut me down. So what do? Try and befriend those who prepare the meals and be sure that I don't get drugged, because that's what they're going to do, as you well know. How far are you prepared to go to do this fight? That's what it's about at the moment.
I'm coming with you, Jin. I'm with you, babe. And when I say I'm with you, I mean I'm with you.
Yeah, I know what you mean, bro. I know what you mean, because I am. That's why I that's the reason for living. In fact, isn't it? To protect ourselves against this evil out there, these evil-minded people. And once humanity comes onto that page and finally realizes that there is something amiss. Yes, that we can't go to space. Let's shut down all space agencies today.
Jin, they got to realize that we're fighting against Satan.
Yeah.
That's right, man.
We're fighting against an evil out there.
You're fighting against spiritual wickedness. Hold on. You're fighting against spiritual wickedness in high places. The rulers of darkness of this world.
That's right, man.
Yeah. And that's where we're heading. That's where you've got to head. You've got to aim your arrows at that site, that cancerous, toxic site, and kill them all if necessary.
Want a good prayer?
When I mean kill them all, I don't mean end their life, but kill that spirit.
You've already been clipped out, and we're being reported.
Ask the Lord to open up your spiritual eyes. like he did Elijah's servant.
Yeah.
You'll see that there's more fighting for us than against us.
Yeah. So, just
So,
to realize
a person, that's what's going to happen.
Keep marching on.
No, I get you. It's good to see people enthusiastic about it. That's how I feel.
You know, folks have, a lot of folks have been more abused than
How can you not
others.
be enthusiastic? Yeah, how can you not be enthusiastic?
Folks like Jen, probably, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's probably one of those who's been ultra extra abused by the system. You know, your life is deeply invested in it. Like my life was not invested and hinged on the heliocentric model.
It's everybody. It's not just Jin. I've been crying for evolution for the longest time.
No.
Thank you.
No. I was saying, you know, some have become aware of the true nature of the cosmos in spite of their entire livelihood being hinged on that doctrine.
Yeah. I knew something was amiss when I was a child anyway, but I was distracted, and you trust your educators, fine. Came to the realization that indeed my suspicions as a child was correct. Well, I've just become a helium balloon now. Now I know that what I thought was correct. I will follow my roots and my path. If others are on the same path, then that's it. We're going to be very, very strong, because the path of truth is a tsunami against lies. That's all that is. And there's more of us. Look at us few, and look at how they're panicking now. They can't usher in technological prison quick enough. They can't bring in the vaccines and the ID cards, and they can't do it quick enough, can they? All because of Flat Earth, by the way. Flat Earth was the catalyst for all this in the end, yeah? Because the secret came out, and they went across Europe, across Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and the Americas. It's time to do something. And that's what they're doing now, okay? So, we are a formidable force, without a doubt. You just got to stay true to the truth, stay true to yourself, maintain your health, don't eat the junk and that, and try and do something. And that something is waking up other people whilst we gain the numbers, whilst people become aware. And don't get me wrong, there are more people more learned than I am, that are able to think of better plans and ideas of what to do. So many good people are out there at the moment, but they're running scared, or they're just biding their time. So, let's not give up so quickly. Those words, give up is not something we can have on the menu. A get out clause. There is no giving up on this. Unfortunately for them, not for us. Unfortunately for them, give up is not on the menu. So you're going to have to be thinking of your lies until we get you. That's what you're going to, and your lies are not good, because you're tripping up at every step of the way. Every step of the way, you're making a mistake. And we're coming for you. We are coming. Don't worry. I know I am. Huh.
What else is there to say?
Unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable what's going on.
No, I feel like Jen fucking nailed it on the head. Pretty much what a lot of people in here feel and think on a daily.
What else is there to say?
There's really not much else. That's pretty much it.
I mean, the cherry on top, all I can say is repent and believe the gospel. But we gotta go to
if that's your wish. If that's your wish, then fine, yeah. But bearing in mind, keep it clean and clear. We're under attack, regardless of your religion, mate. So that's a fact that we need to keep clean and keep a clean breast of. We're all under attack. Our children's not yet born, children's under attack. That's how ridiculous it is. That's how assured they are their plan is going to work. We've got to be aware of that fact. I tell you.
Anyone else want to speak up in here? Anyone on the fence? Any Globers in here that want to speak up and have have a conversation?
Yeah, anyone on the fence, because the earth is not a spinning ball. And what the individuals need to ask themselves is this: how is it I can't prove the earth is a spinning ball in space, and I've carried this belief for many years? I've trusted my educators. Now I'm checking what they've told me, and there are a number of anomalies and discrepancies I can't prove. What does that mean to that individual? Are you scared to admit to yourself that it doesn't exist for fear of standing out in the crowd? I love standing out. I love standing out when it comes to the truth there. I will stand out to the point where people will be bouncing off me. That's how much standing out I'm going to be doing. Telling you. Those who don't listen will feel. That's what my dad used to say. If you don't listen to what I'm telling you and do good, you're going to feel the pain. Okay, Daddy. So that's how it is. Got to stand out to the point where it burns their ears. This afternoon, I was talking about vaccines to some youngsters. 3 of them had their hands over their ears. These are Japanese kids. Had their hands over their ears. They didn't want to hear what I want to say. They had their hands over their ears. And then the ones that were listening, I said, look, why would I come to Japan to lie to you? What is this? What is my motivation for this? I have to live in this city, don't I? I'm the only black guy around, so I don't want to be famous as a liar, do I? Okay, just thinking it. I'm older than you, so I'm going to know more than you. Can't know more than me. You cannot. You haven't lived long enough. That's the truth, yeah? Okay, so I'm giving you good, positive advice. That's what I'm giving you. Huh? You will never see me wear the mask. When you see me wear the mask, you know there's danger. And it won't be the mask that I'm wearing, this paper thing that doesn't work. You're going to see the military one. That's when you know there's danger, yeah? All my family's going to wear that. So please wake up, okay? And I showed them the videos of how the masks are ineffective. Man, the 3 girls that were putting their hands behind their ears, I said, go and get the injection. Hopefully you don't get sick. Huh. Honestly, it's what we're living under. You've got to stand up. Before. Yeah, you got to stand up. Stand up, tall, loud, and proud. Right, and let them know. You're the fool. Yes, you have a PhD. Yes, you have a master's. Yes, you have a doctorate, but it's all in the toilet. That's where you're at the moment with all that. Don't mean shit at the moment. If you can't work out what's going on. So, yeah, man.
Well, anyone who has yet to speak up and is a global or is on the fence, you can tell that there are very passionate folks in here who are really, 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 really irritated and fed up with being lied to and abused.
I'm well and truly ready to take it to the man. I've been ready for years. And I don't need a weapon. My body is the weapon. I'm going in, head first. Throw those people out of office. That's your right as a human being. They're not doing the job that they said they were going to do. They're allowing people to be killed on the streets. So you rush in there. You say, I'm sorry, we are the people. You're out of a job. Get out. No. Take the uniform off because I paid for it. Now get your ass out there. Now I'll put the uniform on for now. Temporary police officer. Okay, let's go and do the patrol properly now. That's what you do. Replace these idiots, especially in City Hall. Wow. So I shit you not, I kid you not. It's time. They don't know how their time is numbered, man. Their times are numbered. We're gaining numbers. So it's slowly, but it's coming. How dare they? Gone beyond the joke now. People dedicate themselves to a healthy lifestyle, nothing wrong. Oh, you're asymptomatic, you are. Bullshit, but the thing that doesn't even exist that I'm asymptomatic with. I went to Nigeria in 1970 for the first time. Okay, NASA's gone to the moon land. NASA's gone to the moon. Jin's on his way to Nigeria with his parents, first time. How old is he? He's about 9 years old. 8, 9. I had to get vaccinated before I could go, yeah? Okay, so I get the vaccine. Okay, we go to Nigeria. Nothing happened. Come back. We go again in 1972. Me and my dad this time. The rest of the kids had to stay behind. Again, vaccine. And I got it in Nigeria this time and come back, nothing. And then I learned in 2006, vaccines have never been proven to work. Shock I was when I heard that. So I think to myself, so maybe when I went to Nigeria now, and I got that vaccine, maybe it wasn't the vaccine because it was just a lie. back then because I didn't get any disease when I went. But did I go there without the vaccine? Would I have been sick? I don't think so. That's what I'm learning now, or that's what I have learned. I've come to that realization because the studies between 100 people vaccinated and 100 people not vaccinated, that survey or experiment, let's say, hasn't been conducted. Not by WHO, FDA, CDC, BMA in Britain, and all the other medical institutions out there. They haven't conducted this survey. What happens to 100 people who get vaccinated and to those who do not? And they've happened privately. Privately, they happened in people's families who've got autism. One child got autism, the other one, we're not going to vaccinate this one. And this one is like a Super Bowl, running around the house like a Super Bowl, super healthy, nothing wrong, didn't get any vaccinations. That's why anti-vaccine and vaccine hesitancy is on the increase, has been for over 15 years now, folks. Sorry to talk about vaccines. I should shut it off right there because I don't want to bring the server into disrepute, but you understand where I'm coming from, folks, yeah? Mm-hmm. Start to manage your health yourself, especially in the US, because you're the ones who consume the most vaccines, the most medicines, the most pharmaceuticals. It's consumed the most in the US across the world. That's why I talk like this. 37 years, not once been sick. 37. The last time, I'm 59. We're 2021. The last time I was sick, really, diarrhea, Morocco, 1992. Riding on my motorbike with my girlfriend at the time from England to Morocco to Western Sahara. I got diarrhea 4 days, and then I got back into Spain. 2 days later, I recovered. No medicine, nothing.
How did you get on a boat with your bike?
We got to a place called Gibraltar, and you go to Portsmouth, and you go from Portsmouth to Santander. Santander, we rode away through Spain, Portugal, and then you get to Gibraltar, and you get a ferry across to Rabat in northwest Africa. It's known as Rabat, North Morocco, and from there you carry on.
Okay, so when you got to the edge of Britain, you either got on a boat or
I got on a ferry. I got on a ferry. Yeah, ferry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Like
you have to ferry across. Yeah. Beautiful.
Like, did you ride the bike across the water?
Yeah, you know. I pushed my James Bond button and it changed into a submarine. But
James Bond, aka John D, the advisor to Queen Elizabeth.
There you go. So yeah, people, you know, it can be done. You can maintain your health, and then the doctors will go out of business quickly. You know. Yeah,
I guess there's no Globers in here, are there?
Not at the moment. Yeah, and if they are, they're scared at the moment. Yeah, you better be scared. You better be scared, man, because what's going on out there? Your fantasy is a disease.
Yeah, not scared of us. Not scared of us. We're trying to help you.
Yeah, that's right. Not scared. That's what I'm saying. You know, what you have and you're living in is a disease. It's a fantasy. It's not clean, not healthy. You need a checkup from the neck up. And the flat Earth Discord.
You like Kiwi.
Yeah, the flat Earth Discord, 24-hour. It's a university. That's what it is, because it brings you back to the reality that we are on our own here. This is the life we're supposed to be living on this earth, right? It's beautiful. It's level. It isn't spinning. Okay? We're not going to Moon, Mars, or any other planets anytime soon. We're never going to go there. We can never make it there. We will never have the technology, and it's not a place we can go to. That's the other thing. Right. And as for asteroids, the Creator would not make an Earth where asteroids are going to be bombarded and end its creation like that. No.
Right.
So don't even worry about that nonsense.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about gigantic rocks flying from the sky vacuum.
Yeah.
Crashing onto the Earth.
Yeah, killing everything.
lest he throw one on it.
And again, we would know about that. I'm sure the creator would let us know first.
Of course.
Just to let us, it's not
just like in the days of Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah.
It might be in the form of, I am absolutely fed up with the way you people are living on my creation. Here comes the rock now. And there you got it done. The creator has spoken.
Yeah, wormwood is coming.
In all languages. So as he speaks, he's speaking in all languages at the same time. Such is the power of the creator. There you go.
The great stone is coming.
Yeah,
we've been
the great stone is coming now.
Before.
Yes. So you better get on the program and start looking at what you're being told by the TV, your professors, scientists, astrophysicists, theoretical scumbag theorists. Can you believe that? You get paid to be a theoretical physicist. You get loads of money. Theoretical astrologist.
Astrophysicist.
Nuts, isn't it?
I mean, think about this. That job, right? That job is just, it's like you're getting paid to be lazy almost.
You're being paid to be a liar. What are you talking about?
You're being paid to be a liar.
You're being paid to be a liar. You're making
I'll pay you these 6 figures. I'll pay you these 6 or 7 figures to find an answer that you and I both know you will never find.
Exactly, but make it look good, yeah? I'm paying you money to make it look good.
Make it look sophisticated.
That's it.
Make it look complex.
Put your
Make it look like you're making progress.
Thank you, right. And then people are buying that nonsense. How can anybody in their right mind be proud to be an astrophysicist? Because I'm going to say to him, what the fuck are you contributing to this earth? People are dying.
Right. Yeah? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing that is beneficial to us humans?
Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know the answer to that question.
You gotta ask that question, man.
Like, what is the
esoteric reason? You have all the children of the world, their futures are at stake here. What the fuck are you contributing for their future? And then look at the amount of money.
Little philanthropy here, little philanthropy there. Yeah. Not for them, but for you.
No, exactly. And then you look behind this individual, he or she has amassed a wealth of money, property, everything looking good. But at the front here, it's all lies. Criminal.
Please be my friend, Jen.
Yeah. Yeah. You understand where I'm coming from, though? And you
I
get
understand.
These people, yeah? We can't know everything. No one said we couldn't know everything. But we know what we do know, and that is the earth is a flat plane. Beautiful. It's not a ball. There's no curvature to be found anywhere. Anywhere.
And we've all known this from the beginning. We've just been deceived to not believe what is scientifically observable and irrefutable.
Yes, because when you're a child, you've never experienced any curvature at all in your life. Everything you've done has been on a level plane. And those of you, especially those of you who are living at the coasts of the continents, you have the best view. You have those inland
of all these
can be forgiven. Those inland kids who are not able to travel with their parents because they don't have the money to travel to go and see this thing, that you can forgive those. But those of you who are on the edge, you have the best view. You should know this. But of course, again, you're forgiven because you're captured as a child where your critical thinking hasn't developed yet. It's all about trust. Both your arms are up as in to help me whilst I get big, whilst I grow to become an adult. Can you lead me, please? That's what the child is doing, looking at its elders for help every step of the way.
It is the responsibility of the previous generation to raise the next generation. The next generation did not ask to be begotten. They did not ask to exist. So it is the previous generation's responsibility to raise the next generation. If you're going to beget a child into this world, you will take care of it, period.
Right. Excellent. And that's what this server is doing. This server is doing more than anything that has happened in the last 100 years.
In
according
academia.
to the scientists and the theorists and the rocket science. This server, this university has done much more in its, I think it's been in existence 6 or 8 years, I do believe. I could be wrong.
Amen to that, brother.
It's done
There's
much
a reason.
more.
There's a reason why the Almighty Gods express such vehement vitriol for those who abuse children. It is better for one to tie a stone around their neck and throw themselves into the sea than to offend one of my little ones.
Exactly. Exactly. Because they are the future. They're going to carry on the legacy.
And they didn't ask to exist. You brought them into existence. Now you raised them the way I told you to, says the Lord.
There you go. So yeah, you know, thankfully, those who are listening to this sermon, no, this emotional explosion of truth will understand that, yeah, you know, come on, it's time to wake up here. Check yourself, look at yourself, and prove to yourself that the earth is indeed a globe, spherical oblate spheroid, 24,901 miles supposedly in circumference, spinning at 1,037 miles per hour at the equator in the vacuum of space. Prove that, and then you would have done something. And by the way, there's still a $20,000 challenge from back in 2016 from the Flat Earth Sherman, ex-Marines weapons expert, challenging anybody who can prove the Coriolis effect. And that would mean that the earth is spinning. You're going to do that. And if you can do that, you're going to win $20,000. Still there, waiting. 2016. No one's taken the challenge yet.
20 grand sitting right there for the taking.
Easy money. Taking money from a baby.
I mean, if us flat earthers are so stupid, we're just so egregiously wrong. I mean, go ahead, go. Not only prove us wrong, right, and prove that we can trust our government, and prove that we can trust academia, and prove that we can trust all these people whom we believe and know that we cannot trust. You can do that, and then get some quick 20 grand right there.
Make some money. I mean, we're helping you along. Flat Earth Sherman, U.S. Marines weapons expert, throws down that challenge for anyone to prove the Coriolis effect, and you're going to be shooting east, west, north, south, and he's going to give you the targets. You're going to do your maths and your calculations. Yeah, he wants to see all that happening. It's all going to be videoed. His money is already booked down with the solicitors, so there's all the legal aspects of you getting your money is covered.
And remember who's challenging you. You're talking about someone who has shot a sniper so many damn times that he probably lost count. Who can assemble and disassemble almost any gun,
right?
with almost just one or no sensors active.
Blindfolded, by the way. Blindfolded. He doesn't even have to.
Blindfolded, deaf, with his hands behind his back.
I have done such a thing. I have done such a thing in the military. When I was in the military, that's how we train. Because you may be in the dark. You may be in the dark with your weapon, and you may have to strip it down. So you have to recognize all its working parts, blindfolded. Okay? So I'm not joking. That's true, that is. That's a real statement, my friend. Any soldier will tell you.
Okay, so that's the person who's challenging you. Okay. Yeah. So this guy has shot damn near every weapon. I presume. I assume.
Yeah.
Shot damn near every weapon. So
he's a weapons expert.
He's a weapons expert. He knows how to use it and how not to use it.
Yep.
So when he says there ain't no damn Coriolis,
it
has some those words have some expertise weight behind it, some expertise gravity on it.
Thank you. Not gravity, but some expertise, coloration, reverberation, power.
Okay. Well, yeah, gravity, because you know the original meaning of gravity is weight. Remember that, right?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Of course. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. The only gravity that exists is just weight.
And the magnitude of the statement. I'm with you all the way. Yeah.
So, right.
Absolutely correct. Yeah. It's just that I'm so anti-gravity at the moment.
Yeah, so anti-gravity against the fallacy gravities.
I don't even. It's not on my menu usually, you know.
Like, don't even like.
I don't even say G-force. I don't even say G-force. Just to be sure, I don't use that word. You understand what I'm saying? Right. I'm trying to be a purist, and I'm going to be.
Well, one thing that I see a lot with the people that come in here, you know, if they did any ounce of fucking homework, they would know what questions not to ask us, because they've already been, you know, there's already been people in the past that concede the argument because they don't have an answer for a lot of it, and then they come in and say the same stupid shit. So these people are just coming in with the prior assumption that we're retarded, they're right, because the media tells them so, because the media tells them they're flat earth. And I'm telling you, man, these are kids that go online and see the freaking Logan Paul flat earth video where he, you know, even though I'm a flat earther, I don't even like the guy, I still thought it was kind of funny. You know, so you can imagine what a globe earther would think seeing that. Like, absolutely, is it funny? But he's like, these flat earthers are fucking stupid. You know, because fucking Logan Paul says so.
Right.
But I love it when they come in here, though. I love it when they do come. I will extend a little bit of patience towards them. But once they start getting silly and abusive and obnoxious, well, then I'm going to let them have the full rap of Gin CBR1. They get it all. They get it at the loudest volume. How stupid they are. Remember, you're the one that can't prove me. You cannot prove anything here. You've been here 30, 40 minutes insulting us, but you haven't proven your case. So can you concentrate on that? Just prove me wrong. Shut me up. Can you shut me up, please?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's not their intention. Their intention isn't to debate, to conversate, to learn.
Yeah,
or,
that's right.
You know, if that's not their intention, they ain't what they gonna do.
No, they're not. But as we said, you know, we know they're scumbags.
So the only thing we can do, those who are trying to do right, those who are trying to teach truth, all we can do is just refute falsehood.
Yeah, that's it. Keep presenting the truth. Keep presenting it. Presenting their inability to prove what they believe in. And then the question is, why can't you prove it?
All the speaker can do, the only thing the speaker can do is speak the truth. Is speak.
Yes.
You cannot make the listener hear, listen, consider, think about, ponder, muse, accept, let alone believe, let alone strongly believe. None of that. All the speaker can do is speak. That is it. That is all.
And then watch the reactions.
Then let them choose to hear, listen, consider, ponder, accept, and eventually believe, and then even teach. And do.
Come to the understanding that, the earth isn't what we're being told it is. You come to an understanding, a realization, you've now broken the indoctrination straight up there. You know, and then now you're on your way to learning about the other lies that have happened. Then you are able to take the fight to the man or the woman. Because there's women in the game now.
Yep.
Unfortunately, there are women there lying about this nonsense as well now. I love it. I've learned a lot from the server. I've learned a lot outside from other content makers, and to them I give them a salute because they've done a lot of good work. And please continue. You know, and then I'll do my best where I can.
What is the supposed evidence of axial rotation of the Earth?
Oh, wow. Yeah, you know what I mean? What is? Who's proven it?
What is their
Einstein.
narrative? What is their supposition?
There isn't any.
Star moving, stars and sun moving.
That's it? Just the stars?
That's it. There isn't any.
Really, that's it? Just the stars moving?
That is it.
I thought it was something else.
Wow, what?
I thought they supposedly measured the movement of the Earth.
Well, they're claiming, Bob Nodell's gyroscope thing, or whatever they call it. He was supposedly discovered the Earth was moving, but that's rubbish.
Man, I already know the answer to my question.
No, the answer to the question is there is none. There is no who measured the Earth spinning? No one.
So they looked up at the stars moving, and rather than concluding that the stars are moving and we're not, they conclude we're moving and the stars are moving.
Yeah. What gets me is how did they know what speed it's moving at? 1,036 miles per hour. That's fast. Faster than
How
the
did
speed
you
of
calculate
sound.
that? How did you measure
they
that?
calculate that speed, yeah.
You know, you just imagine them doing their work, and it's like you can't. Like you're just looking up at the sky.
Yeah.
I mean, what did you have a what did you have a speedometer that reaches unfathomable distances?
Yeah. With unimaginable speeds. I mean, look, they're saying we're moving in a yearly orbit of 580 million miles in distance, circumference in orbit of the sun at 666,000 miles per hour.
How do you know that?
How do you measure that? Fucking hell.
Like how?
Yeah. Come on, man. That's just one. That's just the orbit around the Earth.
And why do all these measurements keep equating? Why do all these measurements keep equating to a very significant occult magical number of 666?
Yeah. Just too much. It's absurd beyond a joke. Laughable. Horrendous.
You just can't help yourself but pay homage to your false deities.
And then we've got the galaxy moving at like 2 million miles an hour, flying through the bloody universe. Come on,
that's
man.
a joke, right there. That's they know that's wrong.
Come on, man. 2 million, please.
Because when you research the etymology of a galaxy, it literally means the Milky Way, and so they tell us we live in the Milky Way galaxy. That's a joke. They're punking us. You live in the Milky Way, or the galaxy.
The only galaxy I know is a bar of chocolate. Very nice.
Right.
Tasting.
I'm like, man, you gotta be kidding me. Now this is them fucking with us. This is them mocking us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
When I learned that, I was pissed. I'm like, really? That's what galaxy means? It means the Milky Way? So when we live in the Milky Way galaxy, we live in the Milky Way. That's stupid. That's dumb.
Yeah.
Oh, and what's the mathematical equation to whatever? You guys should know what I'm talking about, but the mathematical equation to whatever speed or whatnot that comes out to 666. That one's a joke too. I forget what it is.
Yeah.
The speed of
what?
what?
Which one I'm talking about? That's what I'm saying. Somebody did the math on what the speed was of like the Earth or how fast it was flying or something like that.
Yeah.
And it came out to 666.
Yeah, not my strong point on that one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I can't remember that one right now, but I have the image in my mind, particularly Rob Skiba exposing those calculations.
It might be the speed around the sun. I'm not sure which one it was, but it did come up to 666. Either way, the point is they do mock. What is it?
That is 66,628 or something.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, that's the orbit, the Earth's orbit around the sun, supposedly.
Yeah. So they do, do love their numbers.
I feel like there's so many ways that they do make fun of people.
Like putting the cartoon dog Pluto's face on Pluto, on a supposed photo of Pluto.
Did they really do that? I'd love to see a picture of that.
They really did that.
Yeah, the speed of light. The speed of light. 670 million, 616,000, 627 miles per hour. That's the speed of light.
Now, I was told that they measured the speed of light by pointing a light source at a mirror, and then a machine measures the travel speed of the light. Is that true? Is that even possible?
I don't know. I don't even know the equipment you're talking about, man. That's how silly that is. You know what I mean? Do we have it? Do we have such technology? Yeah. All right. Listen. 1 light year. 1 light year is equal to 6 trillion miles. 1 light year. 6 trillion miles. Yeah. 1 trillion. $1 trillion, if you were to count it one by one, would take you 31,709 years to count $1 trillion, one after the other, by manually. So they reckon that, we can see the Polaris, which is supposed to be nearly 400 light years away.
Man, stop.
I mean, even if it was true that the stars are that far, why would that how is that like an equivalence?
Thank you. Good question.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, man.
The sounds like the babblings of a child trying to, make his or her story sound more grand than it actually is.
Ah, you got it now. Now that's it, you see? More grandiose than it needs to be. Man, all-knowing, can do,
just
will
silly,
do.
childish hyperbole.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I put up this is one of my favorite memes, this one. This is the one with all the numbers that you're talking about. If it will load up. Bit of a slow Wi-Fi here this morning. Okay, there we go. That's my favorite meme, that one.
What did that Nazi say? Make the lie big enough and repeat it often enough, and the people will believe it.
Yeah, more or less.
Oh. Yeah, that's right.
Now you add SSRIs in there with that quote from the Nazi. You got yourself a pretty good deal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 1 second.
And I mean, like, what is the emotion that I'm feeling right now? I'm just like, man, what is this feeling? I forget the word. Hey, person.
Yo.
What is that feeling when you hear something so ridiculous and you go, yo? What is that feeling?
I mean, like stumped? I don't get it.
I don't know. It's like I'm floored. Like I'm Is that the word? I'm floored. I'm dumbfounded.
Dumbfounded.
It's like, man. I mean, I didn't even like in this meme. I didn't believe that explicitly, but that's what's a part. I didn't believe that explicitly, right? I didn't know all that. I just knew the axial tilt and the rotation but I didn't know all these speeds of motion, all the other speeds of motion. So, but nevertheless, when I believe those things that I did believe, I'm also believing these other things that I didn't, that I wasn't aware of believing. You know, but now that I know that's what I was believing, it's like,
I don't know how any of that is different though than saying for example, I'm in a car, I'm going 50 miles per hour, and I'm not accelerating, anymore. I'm stuck at 50. I don't know how that's any different than saying, the Earth is going, almost 20 billion miles per hour.
Yeah. How do the satellites keep up with everything that they're supposedly geostationary around the Earth? How would they be able to keep up with those kind of speeds? The satellites, how would they?
Everything's not returning to zero.
Very true. Very true. Thank you. Wow. I would have never thought of that one.
What was said? What was said? What?
I'm saying that they're supposedly having these satellites geostationary and geo-orbiting the ball Earth here. But if everything's moving like they said it is, how could they stay in position? How?
Oh yeah, I've been asked that question, right?
The thing is, relative to the Earth, well, the idea would be they're orbiting around the Earth, so they have enough horizontal acceleration to, basically counteract Earth's gravitational pull. They're not hitting resistance, so they're not going to end up slowing, or they're hitting minimal resistance because satellites will naturally end up deorbiting over a long period of time. There's other variables to that, and there's
all that is theoretical.
No, I mean,
I was just going to say that.
You can demonstrate this on a smaller scale. The issue is you can't create, a vacuum and that type of thing suitable of, experimenting with this and getting things up to speed.
You can't demonstrate. It's theory. Nothing's floating. Nothing's floating. How are these satellites able to stay in position out there? What's keeping them up? Well, you have to assume that things do float then. No, we can't assume that.
No, it's perpetually falling.
It's an absurdity. It's an absurdity to even assume it.
It's
ridiculous.
It's not saying it's floating, it's saying it's perpetually falling.
That's just as ridiculous.
Oh, that's more of an insult.
Just as ridiculous.
Stop fooling around, man. Stop fooling around, man.
How can you fall when there's no up or down?
Yeah, that's right.
No,
falling around.
I guess falling is relative, yeah.
Falling around.
Yeah, so it can't be falling if there's no up and down.
Yeah, no, it's just mind blowing the way they just expect us to believe that. Okay, that's what I mean by mind blowing. Is that they expect us to believe that
cool story, and you can't recreate that.
I can't agree with that. No way, man. Contrary to nature's laws.
It's the cool story contrary to reality.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just not understanding how it is.
You can understand how such a story is contrary to reality?
It's just nuts.
Yeah, things do not naturally, naturally come to a halt.
I just don't know. Right, gentlemen, I'm going to disappear. Gin CBR1 is out. I'll be back later on. I'm going to go to the laundrette now. The laundromat. Dry the family's clothes. Do me jogging. A routine going, as I usually do. So I'll be back later. Nice being with you guys. Enjoy it.
See you, bro.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. Be back later.
How did I do that? Yeah, that's a cool story that has no relation to reality. Presuppose a ball that doesn't exist. Presuppose that it's moving around in a vacuum that doesn't exist. presupposing a fictitious force that doesn't exist. We're not just presupposing, but presuming.
Not flat, dude.
It's not flat?
Nope.
Why do you believe that it's a ball?
Controlled delivery.
If it's a piece of
Let's see if anyone can be picked up, arrested and charged for the importation.
Back at Gatwick's North Terminal, officers speaking to a passenger from Nicaragua have discovered another reason to doubt the legitimacy of his visit to the UK.
What's going on here? Okay. What are you... After hours, what are you talking about? Why a helium balloon is able to rise? Just...
It's lighter than air.
Yeah. It's the same reason why you would have a balloon filled with air and water. You bring it down, and it's going to end up, wanting to rise up.
The air around it.
The lower it gets, the more compact it ends up getting. Take the inverse. The closer you bring the balloon up to the water, or up to the top of the water, the larger it would end up getting.
Right. The more dense than air, you sink, you fall. The less dense than air, you rise.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this whole flat Earth servers actually made me go back and look at different things about the world. It's very interesting.
It is. Nothing is pulling or pushing objects down to the floor. They're just trying to find rest. Lest there be actually something pushing you down to the floor, like someone else pushing you down to the floor. But when I jump up and I fall back down, nothing is pulling me back down. I'm just denser than the air around me, and my body's trying to find rest in the universe. Hello, Crypto. Top of the morning to you.
G'day.
It's evening over there, isn't it? Right? Evening, afternoon.
Yes, it is. But how do you have time zones on a flat Earth?
A local light source.
But Neil deGrasse Tyson told me it wasn't possible.
Yeah, Neil was wrong. High Priest Neil was wrong.
But that's racist.
But it isn't.
You obviously don't know white liberals very well.
I know what those people are usually like, but I've never met them. I just know.
Yeah, that's basically. That's basically that's how it works. Though white liberals never actually meet black people. They don't actually know any black people. That's.
No, what is it? What is it? Northerners like blacks in theory but not practice. Southerners like blacks in practice but not theory.
I haven't heard that. That's quite funny.
That's
I
funny.
forget that who that quote's from, but it's great. I love it.
So,
Have you seen
Crypto,
that?
all I've heard
There's a
so
meme
far
as well.
is.
So go on.
I was just saying. I've heard so far that the supposed evidence of axial rotation of the Earth is the observation of the movement of the stars. Is there anything else?
Is there no one else? No, I don't think even that counts. But yeah.
But there's nothing else. I thought the supposition was that they've measured measured the movement of the Earth. Like they had some device that tried to measure the movement of the Earth. Am I wrong on that? They didn't do that?
No, I don't. No, that's not true. Like they'll say that the Foucault's pendulum proves axial rotation, but then that's not the case.
Your accent made it sound much worse than it actually was.
So you can demonstrate that the Earth has basically movement within it, but not that in and of itself it is moving.
Right.
That's the issue.
So you're talking about earthquakes, right?
Just general tectonic stuff. So whether it's earthquakes, whether or not it's, just one plate moving oh so slightly, it's all on the same scale. Or it's all on just a different scale is what I mean.
I'm incredulous about tectonic plates. I watched a not really a documentary, but YouTube video on a YouTube channel, a Flat Earth YouTube channel. I'm gonna post a link, and he was explaining. He's talking about tectonic plates, tectonic plates.
Never heard of them.
I can't remember the name. I can't remember anything right now, for some damn reason. There we go. Don't sphere the truth.
Very good.
You recognize that?
Well, one of the troll comments that Globers used to say is the only thing flat earthers fear is sphere itself.
That's pretty
which
funny.
is quite clever to be fair.
Have you guys considered putting a sending a weather balloon up, putting a camera on it and seeing what you see? So I'm looking into this. You can get a relatively cheap one for $25, a nice one for $100. Just do that outright.
You see the video I sent you, Snarfrog?
Oh no. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I posted it in the live stream text and I sent it to you. I'll send it to you too, Crypto.
Here's a question.
Yeah, I feel Creation Bear. I feel as though you'd need to do it. You'd need to make sure that there's a rectilinear lens. Just.
That's the thing.
Pardon the yawn. You just see what happens.
That's the problem I have, because if you're genuinely trying to show, hey, the Earth isn't flat, and you set up a GoPro, that's immediately going to be room for debate, which that's what people are sending up. So it's like, how hard would it be to send up something that is, not that?
All they do is appeal to ignorance regarding the height of an observer looking at the horizon. They say they're just going to constantly say you're not high enough, you're not high enough, you're not high enough, and then when you ask them, well, how high do I need to be? They say that we don't know.
You know how the Black Swan
know,
turned
not high
their
enough.
supposedly geometric horizon into an apparent horizon, which we already knew because that's the definition. What you'd probably find is that, when we say, we tell them that Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can't see the curve from 20,000 feet. Suddenly they would realize this is true if you had footage from 120,000 feet. Suddenly they would be pulling this interview and showing it to you. I guarantee it.
These high altitude balloon footages are available.
Yeah, I'm just not finding many that are like done.
There are in the channels. If you scroll down this server, we have many channels. They're bound in there. I just posted a meme for you. Yeah. But again, every camera has barrel distortion. So the only way to make sure or to know is to measure the surface of the Earth.
You can digitally remove that.
Did you not hear what I said?
Yes, you can digitally remove the distortion is what I'm saying.
Okay. The only way to know if there is curvature on the surface of the Earth is to directly measure it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I suppose you're correct.
Even if you had the straightest camera on this plane, right? The most expensive camera that doesn't show distortion, even then, the only way to know for certain is to measure the surface of the Earth.
Do you disregard video photographic evidence of, is that not adequate evidence to demonstrate the Earth is a level plane?
No, video evidence doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I mean that could go either way.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
don't
you need
accept
a
video evidence for any side.
So this little video or GIF from Aether 9000, this is inadequate evidence regarding the shape of the Earth.
I don't accept it. Other people might think that it's good or bad or whatever, but I'm just telling you I don't accept it.
What reason? What's your reason for believing this is inadequate evidence?
It's not belief. I don't accept it on the basis that Photoshop exists, and that iMovie exists, and that Final Cut Pro exists.
But that's a non sequitur leap regarding this.
No, it isn't.
This photo.
How would that? Why is that non sequitur?
This is.
What are you talking about?
This is inadequate evidence because Photoshop exists.
Yeah.
Just because Photoshop exists doesn't mean this footage has been edited.
That's not a non sequitur. It's the fact that footage could have been edited that makes it unreliable as evidence.
But the question is not could it be edited. The question is it edited?
Well, how
could
do you know?
and is are two different things.
Yeah, I know. So are you making the claim that is definitely not edited? Are you saying that cannot have been edited? And if so, how would you know that?
No, I'm saying that there is no evidence that it's been edited. As far as I know.
I don't need there to be evidence that it has been edited. No, that it could have been edited.
Well, if you have no evidence that it hasn't been edited, then you have no good reason to believe that it has been edited.
No, it's not how it works.
Yeah, you need good reason.
No, I don't.
You have no good reason. The possibility of being edited isn't the same as it being edited.
I know that. You said that last time.
I know, so if you can see that, then there's no good reason to conclude that this is edited. Therefore, there's no good reason to disregard this as inadequate evidence.
No, because you're deliberately strawmanning me, which is why I'm getting annoyed.
I'm not strawmanning you. I'm repeating exactly what you said to me.
Okay, so I'm going to say a third time. The reason that I don't trust this stuff is that it could have been edited.
That's what I said.
Okay, that's fair enough.
It's not fair enough. That reason is not adequate.
Well, you feel free to disagree, but I think you're wrong.
So if you're
going to continue arguing this.
Because this is faulty reasoning. So if you can use faulty reasoning, if you're allowed to use faulty reasoning, then so is other people. So if someone accuses you,
no, you're just declaring something. Now you're just incorrect. You've just said something that's wrong.
If it's possible for you to commit murder, and then someone accuses you of murder, then the very possibility that you could commit murder is reason enough to convict you as guilty of murder. That's faulty
No,
reasoning.
that's actually got nothing to do with what I said at all.
But it does. You said
No, it doesn't.
you said you reject this as evidence, as inadequate evidence because it could.
No,
be
I said
edited.
it's unreliable.
Yeah, it's unreliable. Therefore, you reject it. I'm saying exactly what you said to me.
No,
You're saying that you reject this as inadequate evidence because it could be edited.
So this is what's called a false dichotomy, right? Just
I
because
didn't
I
even
haven't
say a
accepted
dichotomy.
it doesn't mean that. Well, I can explain if you don't talk over me.
But
Would
now
you like to talk over me, or would you like
I
me
didn't
to
even say a dichotomy.
Which would you like? Because we can do either or, but I just want to know which one you want.
I don't know what you're talking about when you say that either. I didn't say a dichotomy just now.
Well, you've presented one to me
What dichotomy did I present to you?
that I either must accept or must reject something.
No, I'm saying your reasoning for disregarding this as inadequate evidence is faulty.
Well, I disagree.
You gotta study epistemology, then.
I think that that's your problem. You're not
It's
understanding
not my
what I'm
problem.
saying.
I don't reject it. I don't reject this as inadequate evidence because it could be edited. I will reject it as inadequate evidence if it was photoshopped, not just could be, but is.
So that's why I asked you, how could you possibly know? And you didn't answer.
Just because I don't know the answer to that question doesn't mean that you rejecting this as inadequate evidence.
But that would be key to your argument if you had one, and that's why I know you don't have one.
No, me not being able to answer that question has no bearing on the fact that rejecting this footage as inadequate evidence just because it could be edited is faulty. You don't reject evidence because it could be edited. You reject evidence because it is tampered with. Every investigator knows that.
Yeah. So again, I'm not making a claim. This is where I think you're falling short.
You are making a claim, but now that you're being refuted, you want to backpedal.
No. Now you're just making another claim that's incorrect. You've said many incorrect things. Like, dude, this is like you've got a corpse and you've propped another corpse against it, and you've said that they must both be alive because they're standing, right? No, this isn't true. What you're saying isn't true. I'm saying it's unreliable because there is software out there that could have altered this in a way that you don't know whether it's legitimate or not. This is obviously true. The fact that you're debating it, I don't know where you're coming from.
Everyone should do things for good reason, if not better yet, the right reasons. But you rejecting this or believing this to be inadequate evidence.
It's a false dichotomy, and you don't even know what that means, so I can't even explain.
I do know what a false dichotomy is. What I'm saying
Then
is not
why
a
don't you
dichotomy in
accept
any
that
way.
it's true?
What I'm saying is not a dichotomy in any way. Listen. Okay, just because you're a flat earther doesn't mean you're perfect. Okay?
Yeah, dude.
Listen.
Right back at you.
Okay? You rejecting something as inadequate evidence just because it could be tampered with.
I didn't say
is faulty
that.
reasoning.
Didn't
That's what
say
you did
that.
say. Now you're double
Didn't
speaking.
say that.
I know you didn't say what I just said verbatim. I'm saying the essence of what you communicated to me. Come on.
Okay, bro. So this is why I said you're strawmanning me, right?
I didn't strawman
Not
anyone.
Not accepting something is not the same as rejecting something.
I didn't say that.
Making a claim is not the same
You're
as
not
making a
listening.
claim.
You're
No,
not listening. I
you're
didn't say that to
doing
you.
this. I'm explaining to you your faulty reasoning,
No,
and
I'm
you
not
don't
doing
like
that.
it.
I didn't say a dichotomy.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You've said to me 2 or 3 times that I've rejected something. At no point did I do that. And when I tried to correct you, you then said that I had faulty reasoning. You're the one not listening. You're projecting.
If you deny something or disregard it as inadequate evidence, then you're rejecting it. You're saying this is not adequate evidence.
I've said this 4 times. This is the false dichotomy you've presented.
Crypto, do you accept this to be adequate evidence or no?
So this is the false dichotomy I've been telling you about.
Do you accept this to be adequate
How
evidence?
do you not understand this? Yeah, exactly. Why is it so difficult? Do you know what a dichotomy is?
You don't accept this to be adequate evidence.
What is a dichotomy, Gregory?
Tampered with.
What is a dichotomy?
What is the dichotomy? Because every time I say
you
any
tell
dichotomy,
me.
you say it's wrong.
Tell me what a dichotomy is.
I don't need to tell you what dichotomy is. You
don't know, do you?
I do know what it is.
Tell me then.
The two choices. The two.
Okay, what's a false dichotomy?
A false binary option of 2 digit choices.
Fantastic. So why do you think I'm telling you that it's a false dichotomy?
What is the false dichotomy, Crypto?
The false dichotomy is where you say I must either accept or reject something.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, you are!
No, I didn't.
Everyone else can fucking hear you, bro!
I didn't say you must accept it. I did not say that ever.
No, you said that if I'm not rejecting it, then I must be accepting it, which is the essence of a false dichotomy.
No, I did not. I never said that.
You fucking did.
I did not. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I made myself perfectly clear. I'm asking you.
No, you really didn't. You clearly said to me, why are you rejecting it? And at no point did I say I was rejecting it.
See, now you're just being a double speaker. If you say this
you
is not
strawmanned me. I pointed it out at the time, and now that I've pointed it out multiple times, you're saying I'm double speaking when I never did. I pointed out the straw man, and I pointed out the false dichotomy at the time. And because you don't like it, you're now calling me a double speaker.
This is inadequate evidence.
This is pathetic.
I reject this.
Bro, you strawmanned me, and then you gave me a false dichotomy.
I didn't strawman anything.
Yeah, you did. I pointed it out at the time. You didn't like it. You accused me of faulty reasoning. You accused me of double speaking, and now you're pointing over. You're talking over this when I'm pointing it out again.
I'm saying the word reject. There's no reason for you saying that.
Is there anyone in this room who agrees with him?
It's ridiculous. You say this is
nobody agrees with you, bro.
I didn't have a
problem. You say this is not adequate evidence because it could be tampered with.
I don't know why he keeps doing this.
Reasoning.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it isn't. Just because you say it is doesn't make it so.
It could be tampered with. Every investigator knows this.
Okay, that's nice for you to have an opinion.
You would. Right. So just whistle past what I say. Right.
Bro, you've been throwing out a lot of accusations with zero evidence. That's why I'm getting so pissed off.
Bro, what is your statement?
You accused me of double speaking. You accused me of faulty reasoning.
What is your statement?
You have no basis for either.
In regards to the evidence, is it adequate evidence or no? You say no.
I do not accept it as adequate evidence.
Right. When you don't accept something, you reject it. So quit criticizing.
That's the false dichotomy.
That's not a false dichotomy. When you
yes, it is.
You either accept it or reject it.
All right, so you don't understand what a false dichotomy is. This is the problem.
It's not a false dichotomy.
You don't understand things.
Don't accept
That's
it, and
the
when you
problem.
don't accept it, you reject it.
Okay, you don't understand things. That's fine. We can move on. You don't understand things. That's fine. We can move on.
How is it a false dichotomy? Either you accept it or you don't accept it. When you say
because you can be in the place of not knowing. Obviously,
you reject it as adequate evidence.
Bro, this is a false dichotomy.
It's ridiculous. You don't accept it as adequate evidence.
I don't know how you're missing this.
Either it is or is not. You say either it is or is not adequate evidence. You say it is not. Therefore, you reject it.
No, I didn't say that.
So you don't reject it as inadequate evidence.
Again, false dichotomy. I mean, how many times do I have to say false dichotomy?
It's not a black or a white. There can be. How do I know this was not, the case? I'm going to accept this with less evidence, or I'm going to not accept it completely, I'm going to not accept it, but leave the door open for, maybe it is.
Okay, that's what I said the first time. Then he keeps accusing me of a false dichotomy.
Then there's
wandered all the way over here.
Then there's no argument.
I'm saying his reason for believing this to not be adequate evidence is faulty.
Yeah, we heard that the last 6 times, and it wasn't true any of those times either.
No, anyone can edit any kind of video. If you want to go ahead and know this stuff, you can do it yourself.
So why didn't you just say remain incredulous? I don't know, therefore I don't accept it, but I don't deny it either.
What?
No, skeptical would work just as well.
Yeah, skeptical, incredulous, either or.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just say that? Rather than let us wander all the way over here.
Bro, this whole thing was your fault. You can't pin this on me.
I'm arguing against what I'm hearing being said. All you had to say was, I'm skeptical. I neither accept it nor do I reject it. The door is still open.
You actually don't know what a false dichotomy is, do you?
I do know what it is.
Okay.
I just didn't understand what the hell you were
when I
saying.
said that the first time, and you didn't understand what it meant, right? Because now you're saying, oh, you should have just said that.
Just
That
saying
is what
it
I
is not
said.
going to make me fully understand your meaning.
You've just said to me, why didn't you tell me there was a third option? At the time of saying false dichotomy, that is what I was saying.
Just saying that alone is not adequate enough to communicate the meaning that I neither accept
Well,
nor reject
I'm sorry you didn't get it, but that's not my problem.
I didn't understand that because you didn't make that clear. You thought that
Well,
was
you were
just
too busy throwing out accusations to actually be... Bro, you were too busy talking over me and throwing out accusations to actually hear what I was saying.
Yeah, I think it is clear in the definition of false dichotomy, but that's if you go by the colloquial definition of the word. Words are specific.
I still love you, Crypto.
I thought you said they were
No hate over here.
Give them a minute. I am the fastest.
There's no Globers or people on the fence in here. Can you play music in the live stream chat? Can you play music in this room?
Yeah, we do sometimes. Flat Earth music. Usually, when America is asleep, Europe is awake, and then I play some music. So it's quiet then. Yeah, we have that Askunis, probably butchering his name.
That Askunis.
He's on the fence.
On the fence. So I guess he's just listening.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, if you're listening and you would like to speak up, don't be afraid. We've been lied to about the shape of what we live on. We've been lied to about everything. We want to know the truth. Hi, okay, cool.
Yeah, I can play a song.
Please.
I like Drace's song, so. I need to find
me too,
one sec.
bro. Yeah, play that. I like.
One sec.
I burn this man, and I play it in my cars.
I was doing a cruise with a bunch of gearheads playing flathead music with a couple thousand watts pumping, you know?
Mm.
They were sis. No, the music.
Okay, so
Mike is irritated. Battle mod.
Yeah, it's scratchy. Yeah, I have it up and running. So 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord dedicated to all the new people who have yet to fully turn into a glow pad. There's still hope for you.
You know the hole in
Shut
a
up,
donut?
Brenda.
That's
I'm trying to
space
sing
time.
here. Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore.
Crypto, you have all the labels. Flat Earth, the Globe Earth, they're on the fence. Concave Earth.
Gregory, you might want to unmute the bot, bro, because there's music.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Unmute the bot because there's music playing.
Unmute the bot. I can hear it.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's resume.
Let's see if you couldn't hear it.
He's falling, he's tripping, he's balling. They blow by, he's all in. They glow burst, they don't win. Be honest.
Is this just supposed to be a music chat now?
The evidence of the curve earth crest, any evidence that it's not at rest. Any vacuum next to a pressure test. There's no precedence, no evidence that the globe defense. Don't take offense, just don't be this dense. It's your preference, with some common sense. You can sit on the fence. For a glober, it's tragic. He believes it like it's magic.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
the
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut.
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a moron.
In the donut,
I couldn't care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
say
hole
anything more.
the hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
in
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space
If
time.
you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes?
Zachary, Grandpa, Internet. Hey, we got a Harden Glover coming in. If you guys want to debate him, about to give him a roll and let him loose. So I'm gonna let Big Fokker back in the server. See if that name triggers anybody into wanting to unmute and debate.
Well, that'll do it. If any name will do it, that'll do it.
All right, bro. All right. Let me get him tagged so I can roll him up and shit.
Yeah, we need to get all these guys back.
Yeah, don't ban him real quick. What the hell is he? Oh, he's server man. Oh, all right. I got out. Damn it. Don't ban him real quick. Let people debate him. The people that just keep him in ban, they rob the other guys of a chance to debate somebody they would debate.
Yep.
And I don't like to do that. Some people, it's just like Kusho. I enjoy debating Kusho. Others don't. I don't get what I want because their feelings outweigh my reason or reasoning. You know. You know,
yeah,
bro.
man. If the fire's too hot, step the fuck back.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of. Every time I'm muting, somebody likes debating, bro. So why the hell wouldn't we keep him around?
Yeah.
It's better. It's better in quiet time and people talking about we can't get nobody to debate. Well, the people that do want to debate, somebody fucking bans. Damn it! What? What are you doing? Don't mess with Grandpa's gun. I got the grandson. I gave him a roll, didn't I? Damn it. Ooh.
What's his name, Battlemon?
Big Fokker.
Oh, okay.
Did somebody just ban him as soon as... Oh my god. I think the mods better remember my roll's above theirs. I'm on banning, dude. Don't do it again. I will look at the audit log, and I'm not going to argue about it. I'm just going to... It's action over debate from now on from the battle mod. I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to do it. Make it happen. But then again, he could have typed something that the bot just got him for. Oh, it did. The bot got him. Okay. Stop typing that crap in the text, Fokker. You know the bot's touchy. Are you in here?
How you doing? Just about hit.
Good. How you doing, Jen?
Very well, thanks. Long time no speak, Ned, to you there. But I've been listening to you. You've been there all the time. Always on point. But yeah, I'm doing okay, man. Hope you and your family are okay and well. And what can I say? Persevering, probably. Unless you're thriving.
Amen. Same for you, bro. Hope them boys are doing good. I know you got a few of them.
Yeah,
this world can be critical on our children, you know.
It is actually critical on the children. You can tell because yesterday I was in the park, bumped into some of my students. Some of them had a lesson with me in the morning. So in the afternoon, I'm in the park and I spoke to them about, getting the needle, and I said, you remember what I asked them? Do you remember what I said? Yeah, right. They've never been proven to work. Right. But these 3 girls covered their ears. They didn't want to hear what I wanted to say. So I could see that already they're confused already. Don't know who to believe. Me, their parents, the TV. They're confused, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that perfectly describes it, bro. It's shit from too many different directions.
Yeah.
They don't even get to be children.
Yes, that's the problem. So I reminded them of my childhood and what happened to me in my childhood. And I said, and remember, I'm older than you. Yes. Okay. So why would I come to Japan and then lie to you? What would be the reason for that? What good is that? Is that a good thing for me to do? No, right.
Or the
so
honor.
Why would I lie to you?
Yeah. How do you say that? Or the honor? Where would be the honor in that?
Yes,
right?
The integrity, the honor, the honesty.
Exactly. That's more Japanese.
Yeah.
Their language is.
Yeah, I said to them.
Sorted around honor and integrity, right?
Yeah, and moral, number one.
Yeah.
Moral. That's the one that you're talking about, the moral. It's called dodoku, which means the honor is moral. Yeah.
Yep.
So dodoku. I always mention that to them. What would be my reason for?
When you say it in their language, it has a greater. Yeah, when you say it in their language, it has a greater meaning.
Yeah, it has an impact because I said to them that you're learning dodoku at school now. I said to them, you're studying moral ethics at school now, elementary school, you're learning. At junior high school, you're still learning, right? So, I said to them, why would I lie to you? What would be Jin Sensei's benefit? What do I gain? Do I make any money? No. I'm the only black man in this area, so I don't want to be known as a liar, do I? Everybody's pointing to me there. He's a liar. He's a liar. You know what I mean? I don't want that, do I? Exactly. So
I do. I dig it. Jin Sensei, teacher.
Yeah, that's what they call me, you see. So I say to them, I would be a bad sensei, wouldn't I? Right. And you can't know more than me about this subject. You can't. You haven't lived long enough yet. I have more experience with this subject than you'll ever have at the moment. So please, listen to what I tell you. Ask your mums to do some more research and don't do it. You're perfect. And you're going to catch colds. It's normal to catch a cold. It's normal. It's the normal thing. There is no cure for the common cold. There is none. There's none. There is none. And I learned that a long, long, long time ago in the 60s and the 70s. I learned that. Okay? I learned that. The doctors are telling you there's no cure. The TV's telling you there's no cure. The people around you, senior citizens, old people, back in the 60s and 70s are telling me there's no cure, Jin, for the common cold. There's no cure. So you're thinking, well, how the hell, man? How am I gonna overcome this cold every time I keep getting a bloody cold? And then I realized by the time I got to secondary school, I'd realized that the pharmaceuticals being sold on the TV to tell you to buy it don't work. And it was homeopathic medicine. A company called Lucrafuta. They're still in the business today. Lucrafuta. At the time in the 70s, they had a concoction for your temperature reduction. Another one was for runny nose. Another one was for a blocked up nose. The other one was for a cough. All made of garlic and different herbs. The main ingredient was garlic in it. Okay? It was the dark, black, green liquid. Tasted awful, but it's an acquired. The thing is, after a week, I was cured. After a week. And this.
Yeah, I like
70s
homeopathic
during my
and
secondary education.
I like homeopathic and osteopathic medicine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like lifestyle changes, natural nutrients and chemicals. Yeah. That's osteopathic and homeopathic. Nature and lifestyle changes. So yeah. That's better medicine than here, take this pill forever and keep eating that shit that's gonna kill you.
Thank you. So I was complaining to my dad. I was complaining, saying that the medicines they say on TV, Daddy, they're lying. They do not work. I've still got blocked nose. Look, 3 weeks, 4 boxes, Daddy. Look, I'm still here, look, blocked nose. What are we going to do? You know, I mean, this is not good, Daddy. What am I going to do? You know? And then there was one called Benylin. There's another medicine called Benylin.
Yeah.
You took that one, right? And it knocked you out. It knocked you to sleep, heavily drugged. That wasn't good.
Yeah, they either get you hooked on downers for the cold or meth.
Yeah. So this was called Benylin. I'm sure those who are my age and maybe older would know this particular remedy. It was sold in the UK. I'm not sure if it's available in the US or other parts of the world, but it was known as Benylin. You drank this, you go to sleep. You got to go to school. You can't go to school drowsy. So I didn't like the taste of it. I didn't like it. And then my dad got fed up. And he went out and got this liquid fruta.
It's Benadryl.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, it's Benadryl.
It's Benadryl in your country. Right, Benadryl. Benylin in England. Benylin, it was called. Right, it was a pinky.
It's good for
pinky syrup.
But that shit, it puts me to sleep. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it made me drowsy. It comes in the typical medication brown bottle. You can see through it. The brown bottle, the red cap, and it was a pink syrup that was coming out of there onto your spoon.
Yeah, it's diphenhydramine. It's Benadryl, but
there you go.
It's chemical.
There you go. Yeah, didn't like it at all. This is what I was drinking. Yeah, the latter part of the 60s, so 68, 69. Now it's gone to the moon. We're now into 70s. I drank that, and then I gave up on that because I didn't like the taste of it. And then my dad got this liquid fruta, which is basically herbs, spices, these kind of things mixed in, and it worked.
It's called
week, I was cleaned up after a week. And as soon as I recognized the symptoms.
It's called diphenhydramine.
Yep.
Thank you very much for that. There you go, folks. Avoid that like the plague if you can.
Benadryl, diphenhydramine.
Well, there you go.
Dude, it's sold here in America as a children's allergy medication.
Yep.
Well, there you go. There you go.
They give it to you to take you out of anaphylactic shock. Like sometimes it'll open your breathing. When you
your sinuses and your what's the word I'm looking for?
If you get stung by a bee and you have an allergic reaction, Benadryl will sometimes open you back up. And
open your air ducts, for want of a better word. Open your air ducts and your airways. Yeah, your air passages. Okay, right.
Yeah, it's an antihistamine blocker.
Yep, that's right. Histamine blocker, exactly.
Yeah. So I swear by the liquid fruta. I wouldn't lie to you. You know, it worked. Within a week, I was cleared up. And if I noticed the symptoms coming up, if I had any left in the bottle, I'd reach for it myself because I knew what was going on. Okay. And if it was a temperature and we didn't have one, I said, Daddy, look, I'm getting a temperature. I think I'm coming down with a cold. Can you get me the red one, Daddy, the red one? So my dad now is following my prescribed medicine. He's going out and getting it for me because I knew the one I needed. Okay, and that lasted up to like 76, 78. And then my illnesses were far and few between after that. Leaving secondary school at the age of 18, 19, straight into a job of becoming an apprentice welder. Still in the Army Cadets, just about to finish and then go on to the TA from there. But, I can remember my illnesses. Do you know what I mean? Because those were not good times, as it were. Okay? So, and that's very important that your own experiences count for a lot in this mad world where they want to give you all kinds of drugs to help you along. Okay? And ever since those days, my aim has been not to need the doctor and self-medicate. And the best one is prevention is better than the cure. Keep healthy, exercise, eat well, don't eat the junk, and drink lots of water. And I've just kept by that. And like I said now, 37, 38 years on, Jin hasn't been sick. The last time he was sick, as I said earlier, 1992, when I went to Morocco, I got diarrhea. That was the last time that I was sick in any way at all. I didn't panic, didn't bother me as such. And I just made sure I kept hydrated. As you know, you drink and you eat, you poo it out, you keep eating and drinking and pooing, and at least you're getting some nutrients. And that's how I survived. I remember riding a motorbike as well. So it required a lot of concentration in the buttocks area to make sure that I made it to my destination, clean pants.
That's funny, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, do you know what? I had to poo in the bushes. I was pooing in the bushes. I had the toilet roll in my sports bag to hand. One zip, it was there in my hand. That's how available the toilet roll had to be. Do you understand? It was off the bike, side stand, engine up, key in ignition, still the kill prints there, round the back, zip, and then run into the bushes and do this poo, man, and clean up. Literally, I did that through Morocco. That's how it was, man. And I caught the diarrhea. I was avoiding it by drinking bottled water. But of course, when you go to the restaurants and you have something to eat, you're going to get the bug from the salads and whatever you eat because they're washing in their local water. So there you go. And that's how I got the bug. I knew I was going to get it anyway. Funny thing is, my girlfriend didn't get it. She didn't get the diarrhea, funny enough. Mind you, she took some medicine, she said. I said, oh, okay, fine, fair enough. I didn't take any. I thought I'd be able to do it, you see. And then I paid the price, but I didn't take any medicine anyway. So I just wanted to see how I would fare. And it was only 4 days anyway, so I was all right in the end. And I told my neighbour, because my neighbour forewarned me, that you be careful when you go to Morocco. You know, I've been there. You might get diarrhea. Do you want this medicine? She even offered me the medicine, and I said, no, thanks. I think I'll be okay. Because I'm thinking, I've never had diarrhea in a long time in London. So I think, I'm going to be okay. Cast iron stomach, I'm thinking. It was more like bloody soft tissue paper. But yeah, that was what happened. The main point of that is, of my talking today, is just, rely on your health, rely on yourself, and steer yourself through the right passage. It's easy to do. If you do end up drinking a lot of alcohol, then follow through by drinking water. Don't drown your liver or anything, but drink water for the rest of the day, 2-3 days. Not even tea or coffee, forget that. Just water, sipping it through, and it will wash your liver clean of the alcohol. You'll piss it out, thus rendering your liver back to its full function. Darky, purpley, ox blood colour. Flush out the alcohol. Don't dry it. You get cirrhosis of the liver that way. So when you're drinking a lot of alcohol, binging, you lot out there, drink the water. Such a good drink. And another thing I would like to say about the senses and relying on... mic check, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, right. Relying on your senses are so important. I can't stress it enough, because this is how we know that the Earth is not spinning. There's no curvature to be found on this Earth. Yeah, we're not in the vacuum of space. Now, I went for a jog. I've just come back actually from a little jog. This morning I've gone out to the laundrette. I've done my regular run, and then I got back still feeling pumped up, and the music was motivating. I thought, okay, let me do an extra 5 kilometers, 3 miles. So I went out for a 3-mile jog. And I'm going on this course that I usually used to do a lot, but I haven't been on this course for a while. And I've noticed how tacky it is under the trees. Now, go back to 1919, and before that, no problem. There was nothing, never noticed the tackiness. Why? Lots of joggers, you see. Everyone was running the route. This time round, you can tell there haven't been any joggers tacky through the training shoe. So you're feeling the tackiness at every pace. I thought, wow, I haven't been here for a while myself. Looks like no one's been around. The ground is tacky. First time in 19 years. Amazing, isn't it? that one senses. Yes, the ground was sticky. First time in 19 years. I noticed that. Never noticed it before, ever.
What do you suppose made it
It's
sticky?
noticeable.
What
it's
made
the
it?
sap. You know, the sap from the trees, of course.
Oh, I see.
And the lack of runners, it's accumulated, hasn't it? It's accumulated.
Ah, I see. No one else is collecting it on their shoes, so you felt it on your shoes.
Exactly, because there hasn't been many runners. Everyone's worried about the COVID, aren't they? So there haven't been many runners. Jin's gone through it first time in a while himself, and I've just noticed how tacky it is. I thought, wow, yeah. You know, and then I said, you see, your senses are so important. So important, man. I mean, I'm feeling that through the training shoe. There you go. Through the running shoe. Okay? So, you know, the moral of the lesson is, you know, you need to rely on your senses because that's all you've got to rely on. You know? So you will notice whether the earth is spinning under your feet. You will notice it, without a doubt. Faster than the speed of sound. One rotation in 24 hours and you're not going to notice the speed of sound. Please. Remember, it's greater than the speed of sound. Speed of sound is like 760 miles per hour, roughly. And the Earth at the equator is supposed to be spinning at 1,037 miles per hour. So it's well over the speed of sound. You're going to notice that, I'm afraid.
I have a question about that. Wouldn't Globers say... I'm not claiming this, by the way. I'm just saying, wouldn't Globers say that it would be due to inertia or relative motion?
Yeah, it's just rubbish. You know.
Hey, can I interrupt real quick, guys?
Yeah, go on.
That's cool, California. That's cool, California. Not where. Thanks. I meant we're trying to get Fokker to come in here so Jen and what's his name can debate him.
Yeah.
A couple people wanted to debate him. That's why I'm banning him.
Well, that's all right. Let him in. Come on in,
For
4K.
now.
You're in here. Let's have you. Let's have what you've got.
Yeah, it's Big Fokker. When he gets in here, you guys can go at him. I'm just gonna listen.
Yeah, we're welcoming him. I mean, basically, he has the burden of proof. If he's believing that the Earth is a spherical or plate spheroid ball spinning in the vacuum of space, then obviously and clearly the burden of proof is on him to prove that, whatever way he can. That's all he's got to do. You know. And you must always remember that we were already on that. We used to think that ourselves, but we were unable to prove it. And whilst we were looking for the curvature, we found leveled, plane, motionless. And then we've gone on to learn that the second law of thermodynamics would apply to the vacuum and the Earth's air pressure without a container or a barrier. Entropy is the word. Entropy, and that's not good. That's not good for life. So if you can circumnavigate all those problems and thus bring the proof, yeah, man, you would have done something. You can then go on to win $20,000 from the Flat Earth Sherman, the U.S. Marines weapons expert, 2016, dropped a challenge for you heliocentrists, Globers, if you will, to prove the Coriolis effect. The money is locked away in the safe. Legal representative is there. It's all been signed and ready to go. All you got to do is prove that the Earth is indeed a spinning and it's a ball in space. You're going to get $20,000. Easy money. Taking money from a baby, I hear. So, yeah, man. But whilst we're waiting for Fokker to arrive, I will carry on and just talk about, you know, the senses and how important they are. You know, you use them all the time. As a motorcyclist, and I'm sure Battle Mod will back me up on this, whenever you're fixing your bike, there are times when you're trying to thread a nut or put a bolt in somewhere and you can't see it because you can't see your It's in the crevice of the engine area. You can't see it. So what do? You close your eyes. And now you are seeing through your fingers. You know every inch of the bolt. You can feel the hole now as if you can see it. And then you're threading it. When your eyes are open and you actually can't see your hand, now what's happening is that the brain is receiving too much information and it can't decide which one to concentrate on. So you can't thread it properly. But as soon as you close your eyes, suddenly you can see the hole now through your fingertips and the bolt. You can now see where you're going. Amazing, isn't it? The senses. Man, there you go.
Yeah, that is so true, bro. You know I'll back that.
Yeah.
You gotta close your eyes and focus on one sense at a time. Yeah.
There you have it.
And it's not just true on bikes. It's true on cars. You might want to put a bolt on the bottom of the engine or bottom of the chassis, but you don't want to get under it, so you just reach. And most mechanics are so good at this, they close their eyes and just start reaching. They feel with one hand, they bring the other hand to it, and bam, the bolt's in before you know it. They're putting a ratchet on it.
I can remember discovering that sensation on my Honda CB100N, and we're going back to 1980, 81, when I first got my first motorcycle. Jin goes into a Kawasaki shop, hoping to buy a Kawasaki AE125 two-stroke scrambler off-roader. Doesn't have enough money to buy that bike.
With a TBR.
Comes out with a Honda CB. Jin goes into a Kawasaki shop, comes out with a Honda. And I haven't looked back ever since.
Dude, hey, what you're talking about is when you drop a bolt where you can't see it on your motor and you got to find it in Braille.
Right. Your fingers become your eyes. There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. And that's when I discovered that sensation, having to fix my bike, and I was struggling to try and get this bolt in. I'm sweating, it's dripping off my chin, hot summer's day, first time doing a bike service. And I'm thinking, I can't, what's going on? And then I closed my eyes instinctively. I just closed my eyes. Suddenly I could see. And I never forgot ever again.
I'm going to take it to another area for you, bro. It's no different than fine-tuning or pleasing your wife in the dark.
I was actually going to say that, but I didn't want to go there. I was actually going to say that, but I didn't go that, When the missus say, you're missing, you've missed it. Oh, sorry, no, hang on.
Yeah, that's the difference. You got a little instructional help in the dark there with the wife.
So one of my skills is massage therapy. I'm really good at rubbing backs and legs. I learned it from playing football and the injuries that you incur yourself. But
yes.
So when I come across a new person, one that I've never rubbed before, I don't use my eyes. I actually close my eyes and I look with my. I perceive with my hands, right? Because we have really good sensitive hands, human beings. Yeah.
Hey, you can find the vertebrae out of place. You can find the vertebrae that's out of place. The bruised tendon.
I'm more of a muscle guy.
Knot. The stress muscle. Yeah, you can find the focus points with your fingers. You'll never find them with your eyes.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about, bro. I got this knot in my shoulder. I can't get to my chiropractic massage therapist till Monday. What's up?
Yeah.
That some bitch will find that shit, put a thumb on it, and it's gone.
Yeah. Well,
when you press on that muscle real hard, like if you got like a knot, like if you really like squeeze on it towards torture, eventually the muscle has to let go.
Yeah, they tell people you got to hurt to feel better, and a lot of people think they're lying. They can't take the pain, but it's really the truth, man. I'm an athletic person. I like to just wax on, wax off, send me back to work, doc. And if you just let them do that shit, it's no different than acupuncture. Acupuncture does the same thing, but with less stress to the muscle because you're not putting on it. The needle puts specific pressure on it.
Yeah.
I wish I could learn that. I've always wanted to learn it, but not really brave enough to be trying it without someone teaching me, because when you rub someone,
Yeah, you gotta learn
you
it.
mess up. As long as they
No,
don't have
no,
any
you gotta learn it.
neck or back surgeries, you can rub someone out.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother,
yeah,
my
people with
brother used acupuncturist.
My idea of rubbing someone out's a little bit different, I guess.
I've had back surgeries. I'll tell you where not to focus.
I knew God Rocking was going to come in with that one.
You asked me to rub someone out. You better buy some flowers.
Tried to be my massage therapist. I'm sorry. Acupuncture by a qualified person is expensive in America. I love acupuncture.
I agree with Hank when he's talking about massaging the body and that, especially when it comes to women and the art of making love and sex and all that. I always used to say to the girls, you know, and the women that I met, I go, you're going to have a great time because I like to use my hands. I told them clearly, I'm going to make love to you that you've never felt in your life.
Well, you got to get the motor running and bring it up to operating temperature before you get on the motorcycle and beat the shit out of it, right?
I had the body massage oil and all the other oils in the house because I used to work at Body Shop at one time. I've been using
it's for longevity, bro. You want to keep your horse, your iron horse you're riding in proper shape as long as you can.
Exactly. It follows through, doesn't it? If you can maintain your bike and you can maintain the car and you can maintain your health, you can maintain your wife and your love making as well. It's all part of that sensation.
Yeah.
Sensation. The sensation. Senses. Sensation. Sensational.
Dude,
is what we're talking
I'm
about.
49. I got cars I've driven since I was 16. And I know people who have went through 10 brand new automobiles. They don't need a new automobile. They need an education on automotive maintenance. It would be more valuable to them than a new vehicle.
Exactly.
Then they wouldn't drive the way they are.
Yeah, I'm still running a 1996. Yeah, I know what you mean because I'm still running a 1996 Nissan Pathfinder, petrol engine, 3.3 litre V6, and you put the key in, it starts. You know, no problem at all, man.
Yeah, but the Nissan before the year 1999, they were good, man.
Yeah.
Well, since you maintain it, you're the guy that has to fix it, so you drive it like you gotta fix it. It's a two-part problem. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. People here in Japan, they said, "Is the car all right?" I said, "Of course it's all right. I'm all right." Right, of course the car's all right. Look at it. She says, "It doesn't look anybody." And I said, "Why don't I tell anybody?" You have to tell people because people don't know how long to keep things. You guys are changing your cars every 3 years. This is why the second-hand market in England regarding Japanese cars, everybody wants them because you're only using them for 3 years and they're still rid of it. See? That's the problem. People think a car is old at 5 years. What's my car then? So yeah. As long as you keep an eye on everything, keep a clean breast of the rust, tap paint here and there. Yeah, man. You know, little sanding down, little primer and a touch up. Honest car showing its age, fine. You know, and I love it, mate. I love it. My children are on that, and you can tell that the system has affected them because they think my car is old. They want a new one. I said, let me tell you something here. Do you want a new dad as well whilst they're at it? You know what I mean? You know, so you want daddy, everything's fine, yeah? Right. Start thinking, boys. Just because something is old doesn't mean it's useless. Okay? Look at Daddy's Hummer. Daddy's Hummer bicycle is the oldest in the house. It's 10 years. Yours is younger longer than mine, yeah? But can my bike go up the stairs and down the stairs? Oh, it still works, yeah? Do we need a... Okay. So start to think about what you're saying there, because sometimes it can be hurtful to me, or it can mean you're going to waste something. You're going to waste something without realizing, which happens a lot here in Japan. A lot. I'm sure this plan is teaching one or two of them a lesson on longevity and economics and how to keep things for a long time now, becoming more prudent and more frugal. I'm sure some are learning. Because I to someone, this leather jacket's 35 years old. I love that. These shoes are 25. Yeah. Wow. They don't even look it, of course, because you don't know how to look after your clothes. And looking after your clothes means you have to look after yourself so you can still fit in the clothes.
Yeah, look at the Kalashnikov rifles designed in 1947, known as the AK-47. It's one of the most durable rifles, if not the most, ever designed. Easy to clean, easy to maintain. And, think about how long ago 1947 was, right? I mean, that was a long-ass time ago. And it's a highly desirable weapon even today. And there's so many variations of the damn thing that it's amazing how many variations of that sucker there is.
Amazing. Once right, you don't need to deviate, do you? Once you got that formula right, yeah.
Yeah, I think they perfected it with the AK-74U. I think that's the perfection.
Yeah, do you? Do you know what I mean? You just don't need to. Don't fix it because it ain't broken. System we're living in devalues life. Doesn't value life.
Hey, when is Big Fucker gonna get in here? I'm still waiting for him to get in here.
Okay. Eleven, 111111. There's only me. Yeah, I'm always going to be going against it.
Oh, Jinzi.
Yeah.
I left earlier without saying anything because my phone got disconnected. I forgot to pay my phone bill, so I didn't get to say bye.
This university, this 24-hour flat earth Discord university is helping to promoting. I mean, where else do you need to go? Love it. Yeah, man. No worries, man. I've done that many. You know, you're in full swing. Suddenly you're gone. Oh my God, what's happened there? Ah, shit! I didn't pay the bill. Fuck! Right in the middle of my bloody. I was right on the flow, you know. So it's straight out on the push. Pick up the bill, pay the bill, and then get back. I do that sometimes. You've got to rely on your senses. It's definitely going to help you, and especially that one that's thinking things through. Yeah. When did they measure the curvature of the Earth, and how did they measure it? What techniques did they use? Nowadays or in ancient times? How did they come up with that number? 24,901 miles. What number that is, by the way, folks? 24,000 miles circumference of the oblate spheroid at the equator. How did they come by that? The name Eratosthenes comes up. But when you look into the Aristotle's story, you find it is only the man that never lived is what you're going to discover, because no one can find anything about any of the others. Never mentioned him. Up in the 80s, probably because Flat Earth Research Society, with Charles Johnson at the spearhead, was the 70s. So they had to do something. Suddenly Aristophanes comes up shortly after that with these two sticks in the ground, or the angles of the wells, whichever one you want to take as the one that supposedly measured the curvature of the Earth. Then I learned that if you bring, because you have to guess the distance of the sun from the Earth, how would, I mean, come assumed that the Earth was a ball. There we have it. So it's a story. And in modern times, I can't even tell you how the Earth was measured in modern times. I don't know anybody that. All they can tell us is we don't have any real images of Earth. All we have is CGI. That's all we have. Still high Earth in its entirety. We don't have it, but then we think to ourselves, when I first checked, years in 2016, there was 7,000. Since then, 30,000. Another site, 27,000. Another place, 16,000. Take your pick. What numbers? How many satellites are up there? And why don't we have a picture of Earth from one of those satellites? There you have it. Huh? The Earth is spinning. How do we know this? Einstein pulled all his hair out trying to get this, measure this spin, and he said he succumbed by saying, "I have that no can be conducted." Einstein, and that speaks volumes. Warping of space, warping of space-time. That is the fabric of the objects. That's why it's dropping to the ground. Directional force, heliocentris. But it's actually not. So there you have it. There you have it. The bending of warp, the bending of the space-time fabric, warping, bending. I don't understand. So yeah, folks, those of you who are listening to this live stream from the 24-hour Flat Earth Discord, those of you who are heliocentrists, how can you prove the Earth has curvature? How can you prove it? Not because somebody told you so. Go and find it. Once you've done that, then you need to prove that the Earth is actually spinning. Once you've done that, then you have to explain how a spinning ball with water isn't flying off. Because whenever I ask the question to any child, what happens when I spin the ball and I throw water on it? What happens? And they say the water flies off. The kids, it flies off, doesn't it? Yeah, it flies off. Of course it does. You ask an adult heliocentrist who believes in the heliocentric, what happens to a spinning ball when you throw water on the ball? You throw water on it. What happens to the water? Say it rolls off. They don't say it flies off. They say it rolls off. No. When the ball is stationary, the water rolls off. Yeah. But when the ball is spinning, I said, what happens to the water when the ball is spinning? Oh, yeah, it flies off, doesn't it? It flies off, doesn't it? It doesn't roll off. It gets flung off, doesn't it? Centrifugal force. Okay, all right. So how comes it's not happening at 1,036 miles per hour? How comes it's not happening, that action? Then they evoke gravity, the mass attracting mass. Okay? So then you have to remind them, those who are in the know, we supposed retard flat earthers are telling them, hang on a second, there's two gravities you need to consider now. You know, you've got the Einsteinium, the Newtonian mass attracting mass theory, which Sir Isaac Newton himself said he didn't agree with. He thought it was an absurd idea, and that anyone thinking of that is just retarded. And don't call me, I'll call you on that. Don't align my name with that. Don't ascribe my name to that theory. It's absurd. And then you have Einsteinium, which has apparently superseded Newtonian. So it's the new gravity on the block now, like the new kid on the block 106 years ago. This is it. Einstein's bending and warping of space-time fabric. Yeah? There you are. That's the gravity now. So how does that stop the water flying off your spinning ball that you can't find the curvature for? How? Please tell me. Because it can't be Newtonian. That's gone, mate. That's been debunked and it's gone. And Sir Isaac Newton himself said he didn't agree with that theory. He supported the Mathematica book, 500 pages, and he couldn't prove it in that 500-page book. No proof, no evidence, no scientific evidence. So what are you going to do now? See? Man, you heliocentrists, you're in trouble, aren't you? You know it. You know it truly. I've got to be honest. Can you prove the Earth is a spinning ball? Can you? Can you? No, you cannot. No, you cannot. So, folks, not only do you rely on your senses, rely on your common sense. Rely on your common critical thinking. Think it through. Is the Earth moving? Is it a ball? No. Is it in space? Can we go to space? Okay, there you go. We want to believe the 24 astronauts that went. Yes, supposedly. And therein lies lots of problems. According to NASA's story and the astrophysicists and the theoretical physicists, they're the ones who tell us what's going on out there in the universe. They tell us about the cosmic ray particles, leftovers from the stars going supernova, bang! And they throw these cosmic particles flying at the speed of light to the tune of 670,616,627 miles per hour. That's how fast these particles go. So there's one formidable force that an astronaut in his spacecraft would have to contend with. Then there's the radiation, the so-called Van Allen radiation belts discovered by James Van Allen back in 1958. Okay? James Van Allen, he discovered that. Okay? Somehow, some way, that's what they tell us. There's two belts out there. And the radiation levels within those belts, if you look it up, 2,500 rems.
I would argue that whole premise, Jen.
Yes. Yes.
Because in order for that to happen, the sun would have to be 93 million miles away, and it's not. It's local. So how are these belts being formed when the sun is just right up there?
I welcome that interjection, because absolutely, it's a story, isn't it?
Yes,
it's a story with a massive hole in it.
It's an absolute story, exactly.
Yes, it's a story with a massive anomaly, and you've just highlighted it. The sun being 93 million miles away. So yes, of course. How can the sun be forming these radiation belts to the tune of 2,500 rems per belt?
Yeah.
And then there's the third radiation belt, which no one seems to realize exists, left over from the Operation Starfish Prime, aka Fishbowl of the Lord, okay, 1962 event, where Pentagon set off a megaton bomb in 1962. The whole point of this event was to create some kind of corridor through the Van Allen radiation belts so that the rockets could go to the moon, because they knew that those radiation belts, if they do exist, pose a formidable obstacle to the equipment and the astronauts and any living organism.
That makes no sense at all, though, because those belts are a flow of radiation. It flows constantly. So if you blew a hole in it, it would just fill right back in, because the radiation would be a constant flow. It wouldn't do anything.
Absolutely.
It wouldn't do anything at all. It would blow.
You are absolutely correct, because according to
it would blow a hole for like 1 minute, and then it would fill right back in again, if it were true.
Right. If it were true, exactly that. And you are absolutely correct in what you said, because someone else said the same thing back in 1962. His name is Sir Bernard Lovell, a British astronomer, Professor Sir Bernard Lovell, by the way, British astronomer. He said that the Pentagon have gone and created a third belt 100 times more lethal than the current Van Allen radiation belts that are up there supposedly today. Okay, back then he said that. Okay, that there's a third radiation belt up there now, 100 times more lethal. So if you do the maths, you got 2,500 times 100. That's 250,000 rems now. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, anything going into that region should just explode. Your Hasselblad would just boom. That's not working. The astronauts should just fry, frazzle, and then explode. Bosh, and the whole thing's just,
Yep. Totally.
250,000 rems, and it's unavoidable. The rocket's trajectory is going to have to go through 3 radiation belts. How did they survive that? Remember, 1962, the event happened. They went to the moon 1969 for the first time. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Mike Collins. Yeah?
Yep.
There you go. I once said Phil Collins by mistake once.
Might as well have been Phil. Phil.
Right, so yeah, right? Mike Collins, okay? How did they manage to go through such lethal doses of radiation? Now, listen clearly, folks, those who are listening out there. 70 REMs hitting an astronaut going through the Van Allen radiation belts only. Just the Van Allen, not the third belt. Just the Van Allen radiation belts for 4 hours, one way, would receive let's say he received 70 REMs. He would have vision impairment, apparently. Vomit and diarrhea would happen to the astronauts. At 170 REMs, bearing in mind the Van Allen radiation box contains 2,500 REMs, we're only saying 170 REMs, 170 REMs